A morning of court and gossip. Waking up at 3 a.m. just to attend court, this tyrant of an emperor has no humanity. Bracing against the frigid morning air, Su Yanmiao tucked a warm steamed bun into his robe, shuffled into the court hall, and found a quiet corner. Settling in, he took a bite and began scrolling through his system's latest gossip updates. The provincial investigating commissioner has been fishing for 15 days and hasn't caught a single fish. His skills are an embarrassment to fishermen everywhere. The Minister of War hasn't bathed, changed clothes, or swapped his socks in 7 days. Last night, his wife finally kicked him out of the bedroom. Frankly, she lasted longer than I would have. Oh, the Minister of Rights. Ahem. Su Yanmiao snapped out of his reading. He looked up to find Minister of Rights, Zhang Peng, standing before him with a smile. Ah, Lord Zhang. He quickly straightened up. Is there something I can do for you? Zhang Peng stroked his beard and eyed the bun in Su Yanmiao's hand. Su Lang, where did you buy that steamed bun? It smells delightful. Oh, it's from. Before he could finish, Zhang Peng seamlessly shifted the conversation. First, he asked if Su Yanmiao had slept poorly. He looked tired. Then, he inquired about his workload, whether his thin robe meant his household staff was neglectful, and even casually touched on topics from poetry to philosophy. By the time court was about to begin, Zhang Peng finally chuckled, stroked his beard one last time, and bid farewell. Su Yanmiao sighed. So the Minister of Rights is a chatterbox? He talked so much I didn't even get to finish checking the gossip. Well, no time for that now, court is starting. As he looked ahead, he noticed Zhang Peng walking away with a lightness to his step, as if something good had happened. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the Minister of War, gazing at Zhang Peng with a peculiar expression, something between resentment and longing. Could it be that the Minister of Rights and the Minister of War have a tragic, unspoken love story? The classic "you loved me, but I married someone else, so you schemed your way to power just to give me one sorrowful glance across the court" kind of past. Just as the thought crossed his mind. Thud! Zhang Peng tripped over his robe and fell flat on his face. Su Yanmiao quickly dismissed his wild musings and, along with the other officials, rushed forward to help. Meanwhile, the Minister of War conspicuously kept his distance, almost as if avoiding the scene entirely. Avoiding suspicion? This feels like a nothing to see here, really kind of moment. Then, the Minister of War suddenly cleared his throat and raised his voice. Lord Zhang, are you all right? Zhang Peng immediately responded, I'm fine, brotherly, thank you for your concern. The two exchanged smiles, formal, polite, and utterly insincere. Su Yanmiao took another bite of his bun, eyes gleaming. This is unresolved tension. Unresolved tension. Forgive him, he was a condemned man, soon to be charged with cheating in the imperial exams, with a one-way trip to the execution grounds. The least he could do was enjoy a bit of gossip before his untimely demise. See, I knew there was a story here. One takes a fall, and the other can't resist expressing concern. Oh, now their smiles are stiffening. Have they realized they just exposed their hidden feelings? Damage control in progress. Just as the Minister of War finished his obligatory inquiry and turned to leave, Su Yanmiao noticed something odd. The man strode away with unusual speed, wiping sweat from his forehead. Wait, why does it feel like the Minister of War is fleeing? Of course, Su Yanmiao never actually believed in his little court dramas. They were just a way to pass the time. Could it be? Several officials passing by suddenly tensed. That something major is about to happen in court. No sooner had he thought this than he heard quiet sighs of relief around him. Confused, he stepped aside and watched as officials shuffled toward the court hall. The useless transmigrator. Su Yanmiao was a transmigrator. A particularly useless one. No modern knowledge of farming or survival skills. Couldn't tell wheat from barley. Got winded after running a kilometer. And as for the typical transmigrator, cheats smelting iron, crafting gunpowder, building steam engines, designing hot air balloons? Completely out of the question. His only saving grace was the system. Unfortunately. Hello, system? Can you hear me? FCZ. System malfunction, FCZ. It was yet another day of his system being down. With a resigned shrug, Su Yanmiao adjusted his official hat and fell in line for court. His current body was 17, not exactly a prodigy. The original owner had taken the imperial exams purely for the experience, but due to a rare flood disaster affecting 10 provinces, the emperor had granted all examines the title of Zyukai, scholar, and allowed them to advance to the provincial exam. His predecessor had been lucky. After entering the Imperial Academy, he was plucked by the Ministry of Appointments to fill a vacancy, landing a role as a Siwu, clerk of the 9th rank, in the Ministry of Personnel. Basically, his job involved filing documents, handling administrative errands, and distributing assignments. So why, exactly, did the Minister of Rights go out of his way to chat with me this morning? He had a bad feeling about this. Imperial Court and scandalous discoveries. From above came the solemn voice of the ceremonial officer. Kneel. Su Yanmiao followed the crowd, lowering himself to the ground. Bow. He obediently complied, bending forward in sync with the others. Guessing that the elderly emperor had arrived, Su Yanmiao curiously lifted his head for a peek only to see nothing. The packed rows of officials blocked his view, leaving him staring at the back of the person in front of him. Naturally, his thoughts wandered. Wow, that's a very perky butt. Do officials need a good backside to climb the ranks? A series of coughs echoed from both sides of the imperial path, as if several people had suddenly choked on their own saliva. On the golden platform, a brief silence followed. Then, the eunuch relayed the emperor's decree. The capital has grown colder recently. Everyone must take care of their health and avoid catching a chill. A chorus of thanks erupted as the officials bowed once more, expressing their gratitude for the emperor's concern. Su Yanmiao skillfully mimicked their actions while musing. Isn't the emperor supposed to be short-tempered and unpredictable? Those coughs just now could easily be considered disrespectful in his presence, yet he didn't react. Maybe he's not as bad as the rumors claim. He glanced to the side and froze. A nearby official was frantically wiping sweat from his forehead, looking on the verge of tears. Not just him, several others were either sweating despite the cold or trembling slightly. Most shocking was the man to Su Yanmiao's right, whose tears streamed down like raindrops, as if convinced he was about to be executed on the spot. Su Yanmiao? At that moment, the tearful official whispered, Master Su. Su Yanmiao forced a polite smile, lowering his voice. What is it, brother? The man sniffled. I feel. His Majesty remains in the prime of his life, showing no signs of aging. Don't you agree? Su Yanmiao? Still smiling, he nodded. Yes, I think so too. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Are the Imperial secret police lurking nearby? Is this some kind of loyalty display? But while this man truly deserves a seat in court, the Emperor is 63 years old. No way he doesn't have wrinkles or gray hair. And yet, this guy can confidently declare him forever youthful. Just as he was processing this absurdity, he noticed the man had prostrated himself on the ground, forehead pressed against his hands. Whether he was still crying was unclear. The golden platform fell into another eerie silence. After a few heartbeats, the eunuch announced, ceremony complete. Rise. The officials rose in unison, their movements oddly hurried, as if desperate to get this over with. Governance and daydreams. The emperor began discussing state affairs with the court. Not with all of them, of course. Only officials of the second rank and higher were permitted to speak directly with the emperor in these meetings. One by one, major policies were proposed and debated. Decisions that would affect the lives of millions were made beneath the imperial gates, some matters approved, others rejected. They were shaping the empire's future. Su Yanmiao, meanwhile, stood silently in the crowd, listening. He knew these decisions would eventually translate into official documents that would land on his desk, cold and impersonal, before being distributed across the nation. Feeling momentarily inspired, he thought, I wonder when I'll rise to prominence, become a big shot, and have a hand in shaping the empire myself. I need to work hard. I need to strive for greatness. He lifted his head to gaze at the clear morning sky, then remembered waking up at 3 a.m. and standing in the cold for hours. Never mind. Someone as useless as me might as well just lie flat. I wonder when this session will end. I'm starving? Might as well kill some time. Let's check the gossip. Excitedly, Su Yanmiao opened his system, completely unaware of the horrified glances from those around him. Scandal alert? Breaking? His Majesty just took in a 16-year-old concubine yesterday? A pear blossom crushing the crab apple, still vigorous at his age? Went at it all night, yet his voice is still so commanding in court? Amazing. And get this concubine used to be the crown grandson's mistress? Whoa, whoa, whoa. The crown grandson even writes tear-stained, waist-clutching, red-eyed love letters. Oh, the crown grandson barged into his grandfather's harem last night. Hiss. While the emperor is in court? Quick, where's the video? Huh? Why is there no sound? Su Yanmiao cautiously raised his head. Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone kneeling? Where's the emperor? The answer came swiftly. The emperor had left. To catch someone in the act. The court's collective thought. Caught in the act, by you, of all people.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
Your Highness, don't do this. My Ajahn, it's my fault. I can't live without you. Please come back to me. It's impossible, Your Highness. I've entered the palace and become His Majesty's concubine. If the Emperor finds out about us, we can't. Ajahn, you smell so good. Can the Emperor satisfy you? He's old now. Blushing and heart-racing sounds emerged from within the rock garden. Outside the rock garden, the Emperor's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. A group of eunuchs followed him, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. They didn't dare to make a sound, pretending to be dead. Drag them out. With the Emperor's command, the eunuchs pounced like wolves and tigers. Sharp cries from a man and a woman echoed from within. Shortly after, they were dragged out, their hair disheveled, outer robes hastily thrown over their bodies without even tying the belts, leaving them looking utterly disheveled. The crown grandson trembled. Grandfather. The Emperor, exuding full imperial pressure, strode forward like a dragon and tiger, raising his arm and slapping the crown grandson hard across the face. The Great Xia dynasty had only been established 30-odd years ago, and the Emperor had claimed this empire with blood and steel. The sheer force of his military-trained slap was something the pampered grandson couldn't withstand. The crown grandson was sent rolling, and when he managed to get up, one side of his face was swollen, and a bloodied tooth lay on the ground. Beast. The Emperor's face contorted with rage. That's your grandmother. The crown grandson held his face, forcing himself to stand straight. Grandfather? She's my mistress? You took her by force. Pfft. The emperor's eyes lowered in disdain as he sneered at him. The entire realm belongs to me. Not just a mere mistress, even you, the crown grandson. If I want you on my bed, you'd better comply. The crown grandson, experiencing the harsh reality of life for the first time, was utterly stunned, his expression blank. The emperor said coldly, Cheer, you are not the emperor yet. Men, strip the crown grandson of his luxurious robes. Dress him in coarse sackcloth and send him to the Ministry of Justice prison in a caged cart. The crown grandson opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Is this the same grandfather who has always doted on me? He's sending me to prison in a caged cart? Grandfather, how can you treat me like this? Being imprisoned is an enormous blow to my dignity. Suddenly, a figure lunged forward, clinging to the emperor's pants. Your Majesty, it's not the crown grandson's fault. I seduced him. Please, don't imprison the crown grandson. He's the heir apparent. Sending him to prison is a public humiliation. The crown grandson's eyes welled up. Ajahn. The woman turned her teary gaze toward him, then seemed to steel herself, whipping her head around with a tragic yet resolute expression. Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with the crown grandson. I coveted the splendor of the palace and entered it. Afterward, I was tempted by the crown grandson's talent and beauty, and I seduced him. The crown grandson is still young. How could he resist my advances and ended up committing this indiscretion? Ajahn. The crown grandson cried out in a mixture of pain and sweetness. He knelt with a thud and wailed, Grandfather, Emperor grandfather, I beg you, Ajahn and I are deeply in love. The emperor coldly observed the pair of star-crossed lovers without a shred of compassion. The crown grandson's dignity? Did he consider his grandfather's dignity when he fooled around with his concubine? Especially now that the entire court knew he was wearing a green hat? And besides, if you loved her so much, why didn't you marry her openly as your wife back then? Even taking her as a concubine would have been acceptable. Instead, you degraded her to the status of a mistress and now have the audacity to call it true love? Do you think your grandfather is too old and senile to see through this? What are you standing there for? The emperor commanded coldly, his chest heaving with anger. Drag them away now. The eunuch's coarse, labor-worn hands pinned the struggling crown grandson by his shoulders, the friction of fabric and footsteps making a scratching sound against the ground. Qin Zhen trembled violently as an indescribable fear seized her heart. She could feel a cold gaze sweeping over her body, and the earthy scent of dust filled her nose with each shallow breath. Qin Zhen's trembling grew more intense at novel bin at. If he wouldn't even spare his own grandson, how could the emperor possibly let her go? Your Majesty. Her voice, cut through by the biting cold wind, became sharp and desperate. I'm already carrying the crown grandson's child. What? The crown grandson froze, then burst into wild joy. The emperor, however, nearly blacked out. At this point, it was no longer about wearing a green hat but, oh my god, Qin Gairen is pregnant with the crown grandson's child? It's been a month. With the emperor absent, Su Yanmiao naturally wouldn't remain idle. He continued munching on the gossip, and what a juicy piece he bit into this time. Holy crap, doesn't this mean that if the emperor hadn't caught them, he would have ended up raising someone else's child? Exciting? Too exciting? Su Yanmiao gulped down his saliva, his throat dry with excitement. The court officials. Their ears perked up instantly. Gossip, everyone loves it. Quick, tell us more, we're all ears after all, who would dare spread royal scandals ordinarily? The court fell silent, except for the crackling of the nearby brazier, where dry firewood popped and released a charred fragrance. Zhang Peng, the Minister of Rights, heard faint gulping sounds around him and found himself nervously swallowing as well. He was just short of shaking Su Yanmiao's shoulders and begging him to use that mysterious artifact of his called the system. How did they meet? Let me look it up. Here we go, here we go. The officials' gazes burned with anticipation. Oh, a life-saving encounter? The crown grandson fell off a cliff, was severely injured, and caught a fever. Back then, Qin Gairen, who was just a farm girl, saved him. She had no men in her family, so she took care of the crown grandson herself. One thing led to another, and they, well, you know, Minister of Rights, spit. A look of disdain appeared on his face. A life-saving grace, and you repay her by making her your concubine? Is your life worth so little? At the very least, you should make her a secondary consort. The Minister of War shook his head. Clearly, he wasn't injured badly enough. He had recently caught a chill and fever, barely able to get out of bed, yet the crown grandson still found the energy to flirt with a farm girl. Wait, could it be? This is truly. For a long while, the truly hung in the air, unfinished, driving the ministers wild with speculation. Truly what? Hurry up and say it. Cutting off a juicy tail halfway through is the path to becoming a eunuch. No wonder Qin Gairen entered the palace. It turns out the crown grandson was about to arrange a marriage with the Dou family's granddaughter. Qin Gairen learned of it and fled. Initially, the crown grandson treated her as just a mere woman, a plaything. But when she ran away, he suddenly came to his senses, chasing after her and declaring, I will marry no one but you. The Dou family's granddaughter is arrogant, rude, untalented, and unvirtuous. She constantly pesters me, clinging shamelessly. Even if she begged me to marry her, I wouldn't. My heart belongs to you alone. Tisk tisk tisk, such daring words. If you've got guts, go say that in front of the Empress and see if the Emperor doesn't give you a hard slap. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Several discreet glances were cast in the direction of Prime Minister Do. His face was ashen. The Do family was the maternal clan of the Empress, and the Emperor and Empress shared a deep bond. There was no need for further royal entanglement to avoid unnecessary complications. If not for the Empress's desire to strengthen ties, the Do family would never have sent their eldest granddaughter to marry the crown grandson. If you truly have someone you love, it's fine to ask the Empress to call off the engagement. The two families could still maintain amicable relations. But you refuse to break it off, tying the Do family down while secretly slandering my granddaughter as untalented and unvirtuous. Prime Minister Do was so enraged his vision blurred, and he clenched his fists to keep from fainting. Call it off? The engagement must be cancelled. Such a husband is too unworthy for my daughter. The Minister of War bowed his head slightly, lifted his sleeve, and discreetly popped a candy into his mouth while pretending to wipe sweat from his brow. The sweetness of the honeyed candy spread through his mouth, almost making him hum a tune at novel bin at. Phew, that was close. The Emperor no, the crown grandson was eyeing my youngest daughter before the Empress selected Do Qing's granddaughter. Thankfully, the Do family happily accepted the match. The Minister of War glanced at Do Qing. Thank you so much. May you live a peaceful and blessed life. The Minister of Rights seemed uninterested in the storm brewing outside, standing still with his eyes half closed as if meditating. In reality, his ears were strained, his heart pounding in his chest. Hurry up, Su Yanmiao, hurry up. Are you incapable? You hold a divine artifact, and yet you're dawdling over a royal scandal. What happens next? What happened after the crown grandson vowed to marry no one but Qin Gairen? How did she enter the palace? The faces of the ministers lit up with excitement. It's here, it's here. Su Yanmiao pulled out the remaining half of a steamed bun from his sleeve. The warmth and slightly greasy texture of the bun against his fingers made his mouth water. I'm so foolish. The Emperor isn't here, so I can sneak a bite. I'm starving to death. It's all the Minister of Right's fault for suddenly talking to me earlier. I didn't even get to finish my meal. Nom. This steamed bun is so delicious, even when it's cold. It was as if a hand had gripped their throats, choking the life out of them. The ministers. What happens next? Finish the story first, then eat? The Minister of Rights choked on his own saliva, coughing violently. Cough cough cough. Su Yanmiao's head shot up, hurriedly swallowing the delicious, flaky bun in his mouth. Ignoring the greasy crumbs on his sleeve, he stuffed the rest of the bun back into his sleeve and warily scanned his surroundings. The Emperor is back. Meanwhile, his hand brushed his sleeve, checking for any traces of grease. The Minister of Rights. He immediately stifled his coughs. Prime Minister Do. He forced a smile. The Minister of War, he winced, biting his tongue while hurriedly swallowing his candy. The distracted officials quickly held their breath and composed themselves. For a while, there was no movement. One bold official sneaked a glance and saw no sign of the Emperor. Su Yanmiao turned his head, only to find a previously weeping official now looking at him with a ghostly expression. Did you just fake a decree? Su Yanmiao blinked, confused. The official. Oh, right, he doesn't even realize we can hear his thoughts. He shot Su Yanmiao a long, mournful look. You're having the time of your life narrating this in your head. Meanwhile, we're all on the verge of ordering coffins. Is this something we should be hearing? What could they do about it? Since they couldn't stop hearing the thoughts, all they could do was adapt. But seriously, how on earth did Qin Gairen manage to entangle herself with the crown grandson and end up as a consort in the palace? Spill it already? The court officials thought in unison, this suspense is killing us. Even the most formidable officials, who could make the court tremble with a single stomp, were left helpless, waiting for this minor ninth-ranked official to slowly finish his steamed bun, leisurely wipe his mouth and hands, and finally open the artifact he possessed. Damn it, why doesn't the system provide images or videos? I'd kill to know how stunning Qin Gairen really is. Su Yanmiao stared intently at the juicy gossip revealed by the artifact in his hands, his face full of regret. The system had used elaborate words to describe how delicate and beautiful Qin Gairen was. Yet, where visuals were expected, there was only a blank space, leaving him to rely on his imagination. No family background, no power, no means to make a living. No wonder the crown grandson, while confessing his feelings, arrogantly assumed she had nowhere to go. Such a pity, though. Qin Gairen's resolve to escape from him was so strong back then that she directly relied on her looks to enter the residence of the Grand Princess as a dancer. Later, she caught the Emperor's eye when he visited the residence. Feeling that, since she had already left her beloved, it didn't matter who she ended up with, she chose to enter the palace with the Emperor. When the crown grandson finally tracked her down again, he discovered his grandfather had swooped in and stolen her away. Out of his mind with rage, he stormed into the palace during morning court like a lunatic. Tisk tisk, what a reckless move. The officials thought, this isn't lunacy, it's full-blown madness. What was he relying on? His status as the crown grandson? Did he think that was enough to protect his entire family from annihilation? The court officials couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the drama. Meanwhile, the Minister of Rights overheard some colleagues whispering, I always thought the Emperor forcibly took the crown grandson's mistress, but it turns out Qin Gairen entered the palace willingly. Yeah, who would have thought? I assumed the emperor was just being a player at 60-something years old. At novel bin at. The murmurs went on and on. The Minister of Rights thought, ever since we started hearing that low-ranking official's inner thoughts, the tone of court discussions has completely shifted, as if it's being dragged somewhere uncontrollable. Infuriating? Absolutely infuriating. The old emperor's voice echoed angrily through the palace halls as he stormed into a chamber, the courtiers keeping their heads down, terrified of being the target of his wrath. The emperor flopped into a cushioned chair opposite the empress. Empress, you wouldn't believe the nonsense our troublesome grandson has caused? He dared to barge into the inner palace and consort with one of my women. And now, the entire court knows about it. His voice rose to a furious pitch, practically shaking the hall. Empress Do raised an eyebrow and asked calmly, could it be that Su? The emperor snapped, it's him? The man can't even focus during court sessions, only paying attention to gossip and scandals? If I catch him slacking off again, I'll have him flogged 30 times. The empress, with her hair slightly disheveled and the dangling pearl earrings swaying gently, walked over to massage the emperor's temples. His furrowed brows gradually smoothed out, and he leaned back in the chair, his anger slowly dissipating. After a moment of silence, the emperor suddenly said, I've thrown Chiar in the dungeon. The empress's face showed a trace of reluctance, but she still said, Chiar has indeed been spoiled. It's good to temper his character lest he causes even greater trouble in the future. The emperor hummed in agreement and added, as for that wretched woman, once she gives birth to the great-grandson, I'll have her executed. Considering her contribution to the royal lineage, I won't let her suffer the pain of being flogged to death. The hand massaging his temples froze, and even the faint fragrance from her attire seemed to retreat. The emperor straightened up, perplexed. Empress. The empress's expression softened, but the hint of unease in her eyes deepened. Your Majesty, Qin Gairen is also pitiable. Could you spare her life and have her shave her head and become a nun at Tianzhen Temple, spending her days praying for the royal family? The emperor blinked, incredulous. Pitiful? She dared to disgrace the inner palace? She must pay the price. The empress maintained her serene tone. If Chiar hadn't pursued her in the first place, if he had sought to make her his legitimate wife, or if he had let go after she entered the palace, would she have ended up in this situation? In my opinion, though she was at fault, her crime does not warrant death. The emperor, now livid, shouted, am I at fault for being cuckolded? The term cuckolded originated from a tale in the previous dynasty. A foolish emperor, enamored with a minister's wife, would visit her whenever her husband was away. The gatekeeper would wear a green hat as a signal that the coast was clear. When the affair was exposed, green hat became synonymous with a man being cheated on. Oh, so that's how green hat was created. The empress met his gaze, her tone unwavering. So, for the sake of the royal family's reputation, she will live out her days as a nun, devoid of any joy or pleasure. The emperor grumbled, a temple provides food and shelter, hardly a punishment. But the empress remained firm, even instructing a senior maid to bring Qin Gairen to a side chamber for protection. Furious, the emperor stormed off, bellowing, you've gone too far. When he returned to court, his anger exploded at the slightest mistake from any official. Su Yanmiao quietly minimized his presence, relieved once more that he was only a minor official at the back of the assembly, unlikely to catch the emperor's ire. What's gotten into him? Did he swallow a bomb? We didn't make you a cuckold, so why take it out on us? All the officials silently nodded in agreement. After realizing what had happened, the officials avoided eye contact, looking at the sky or the ground but never at the emperor sitting on the golden platform. The old emperor. The chief eunuch beside him noticed the emperor's expression and nearly stumbled in fear. What's going on? Why did the emperor's temples suddenly bulge with veins? Who made him this angry? The last time the emperor caught someone in the act of infidelity, he didn't look this furious. Speaking of which, how did the emperor suddenly learn about the prince's and Qin Gairen's affair in the rockery? The chief eunuch was confused. The old emperor took a deep breath. I'm not angry, I'm not angry, I'm not angry. I won't stoop to the level of the previous dynasty's emperors, secretly convicting people for my own twisted purposes. And the old emperor silently thought of the name Su Yanmiao, furrowing his brows as he remembered the solemn court session from half a year ago, when Su Yanmiao's thoughts had first been exposed. It was the revelation of a fraudulent drought in Shandong. For years, the emperor and some central officials had believed that Shandong had been suffering from droughts, which prompted the court to send relief supplies. Shandong officials reported droughts, and scholars from Shandong attending the imperial examinations spoke of it as well. No one questioned it until Su Yanmiao's voice pierced through. Shandong officials have been pocketing disaster relief funds for over a decade. Shandong's officials are truly something else. They're usually so quiet, but when they make a move, it's a huge one. The court and the public were shocked. The emperor sent spies to investigate. Well, after the investigation, the officials from Shandong were found guilty, and the entire region was swept clean. During that time, anyone who passed the imperial examination could be sent to Shandong as an official, as many positions had opened up after the purge. This was also when the Jinyiwei, embroidered uniform guard, was established. This department was tasked with gathering intelligence for the emperor and keeping an eye on the officials. Over the past half year, the emperor had learned a bit about Su Yanmiao. It seemed Su Yanmiao was an ordinary man, but he had the rare fortune of being chosen by the artifact system to view the world, like the mythical beast by Zi. However, the artifact seemed damaged, allowing Su Yanmiao's thoughts to be overheard. But not everyone could hear him, only those with an official seal or the imperial seal could hear Su Yanmiao's thoughts. Even the prince, without an official seal, could not hear them. Su Yanmiao was uncontrollable and would reveal many dark secrets. A fleeting flash of killing intent passed through the old emperor's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Yanmiao, oblivious to the danger approaching, happily continued flipping through gossip. Ah, the king of Nanyu plans to rebel against our great Xia? He's contacting Minyu and Dongyu about it. Has he lost his mind? So eager? He should at least wait until the old founding generation dies out before making a move. The old emperor shifted uncomfortably on his throne. The chief eunuch leaned in. Your Majesty. The emperor cleared his throat. As the year-end approaches, the officials have worked hard. To show my appreciation, each of you will receive 2 taels of winter vegetables. May you continue to serve diligently and not slack off. The chief eunuch's pupils contracted, swallowing nervously. Winter vegetables? Such a rare delicacy. They were only grown in the special plots near the hot springs, and usually only the emperor, empress, and crown prince could enjoy them. On rare occasions, they were given to high-ranking ministers, but now they were being distributed to minor officials from the 9th rank, and 2 taels for each of them. Adat Novel bin Adat. The chief eunuch ordered a junior eunuch to carry out the task, his heart sour with envy. He had served the emperor for decades and never received any winter vegetables. Yet, these low-ranking officials, what did they do to deserve such a gift? Soon, the winter vegetables were distributed to the officials, and waves of gratitude filled the air. Su Yanmiao, after kneeling to receive the gift, stood up and stared at the slightly yellowed, wilted vegetables in his hands. For once, he had no thoughts to share. Beside him, the minister of the army, whose face was streaked with dried tears, sniffled and even dared to speak to Su Yanmiao. Su Lang, the minister of the army, said, with a pointed look, "The emperor's favor is truly great. This winter, only Prime Minister Do received the emperor's reward of winter vegetables, and even then, it was only half a jin." Above, the old emperor had yet to hear Su Yanmiao's thoughts. However, he had his own suspicions. Are you so moved that words fail you? The emperor looked toward Su Yanmiao's position, raising his brow with a smug smile. Moved, aren't you? You should be. The winter vegetables that even I can barely bring myself to eat, aren't you grateful enough to serve me with your life? At that moment, another basket of winter vegetables passed in front of the emperor. Usually, such rewards would be sent to the officials' residences after the court session, but the emperor, having risen from the lower ranks, knew better than anyone the value of honoring someone's face and bestowing glory. Handing the reward directly in front of all the officials, instead of delivering it later, would make it far more meaningful. Didn't you see that some officials were so moved they almost fainted? The emperor, feeling a mix of pride and pain, watched the scene unfold. He didn't want to give away so many winter vegetables, but the things Su Yanmiao revealed in his thoughts were truly a delight. These vegetables. Su Yanmiao frowned, his facial muscles tightening. The Ministry of War's official beside him noticed that he had even scrunched up his nose, his brows furrowed together, and his entire face emanated an air of anxiety, as though he was deeply troubled by something. What's going on? The Ministry of War's official instinctively craned his neck to look toward Su Yanmiao. They're yellow and wilted. How can I eat this? I heard that things bestowed by the emperor shouldn't just be thrown away. What a hassle, never mind. I'll just go back and make a hot pot. It'll be fine for one meal. Such a grand imperial court, and there's not even a single fresh green vegetable? Look at how wilted these leaves are. They have the nerve to offer this as a reward, how shabby. Bang! Su Yanmiao turned around in confusion and saw the Ministry of War's official, who had seemed particularly timid before, suddenly collapse to the ground, fainting. He blinked, so moved by imperial favor that he fainted again. No, he was scared unconscious. The entire court of civil and military officials silently shouted in their hearts. The Minister of War quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, instinctively sniffing his sleeve. The strong scent of sweat made him grimace in disgust. At the front, the old emperor slapped the armrest of his dragon throne. The sound of his finger ring, made of turquoise and gold, clashing with the wood echoed crisply through the silent court. Everyone turned to look at the old emperor. The emperor's face was flushed with anger. What do you mean yellow and wilted? What do you mean hassle? What do you mean wilted these leaves are? What do you mean shabby? Have you ever tasted fresh, crisp winter vegetables? This honor is so great, don't be so ungrateful. It seems like the great Xia only boils lamb, not hot pot lamb. I should ask the chef to slice it when I get off work. Good thing chili peppers have already arrived. It's the best to eat spicy hot pot in the winter. The red, steaming spicy oil, thin slices of beef, holding them with chopsticks, gently dipping them into the soup, keeping them steady as they turn color. The beef is so tender and thin, soaking in the spicy broth. Then you take it out and bite into it. The taste is amazing. Great Xia prohibits the slaughter of oxen, but it only restricts plowing cattle, not meat cattle. They're generous when it comes to meat cattle, whether it's pan-fried, stewed, roasted, grilled, or made into meat paste, preserved dried meat, or cured meat. They eat the meat, tendons, liver, belly, tongue. Lost in these thoughts, Su Yanmiao's eyes glazed over, clearly falling into a daydream, not paying attention to the world around him. And lamb, sliced thinly, thrown into the pot, you hear it sizzle for a moment before you take it out and eat it. Then have someone hand make 20 or so fish meatballs. They must be extra plump for that chewy texture. Then, thin slices of pork, fatty pork, chicken slices, crystal clear vermicelli, fish tofu, beef tripe. And as for the seasonings, sesame oil and garlic paste are essential. Gulp. The old emperor swallowed. The anger on his face froze, as his thoughts drifted away, replaced by a slight feeling of expectation and enjoyment. This Su Yanmiao. The old emperor briefly imagined the delicacy known as hot pot, and without realizing it, licked his lips. He really seems to know how to eat. But, what are crystal vermicelli? I've never heard of that before. After the morning court session, there was the inner court meeting, but that was for second-rank officials, far removed from Su Yanmiao's small position. He simply went back to his office to handle his duties as usual. It should have been like this. But today, announce. Su Yanmiao, official of the Ministry of Personnel, present himself. The eunuch's voice echoed from both sides of the golden platform, across the many steps, with sunlight filtering down, casting shadows that separated the civil and military officials. The crowd turned one by one, all staring in shock, exchanging looks with the small official from the Ministry of Personnel. Me. Su Yanmiao, who had been happily reminiscing about hot pot, was suddenly called out, leaving his thoughts in a daze as the hot pot seemed to fly away from his mind. The fainted Ministry of War official kicked at his heels as he stumbled forward. Su Yanmiao suddenly snapped out of his trance. Realizing it wasn't the time to daydream, he quickly adjusted his official hat and walked toward the golden platform through the ranks of officials. He passed the 9th rank officials. He passed the 8th rank officials. He passed the 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th, and 3rd rank officials, at Novel bin Adat. Finally, reaching the front, he saw that the old emperor had already left the golden platform to return to the palace. Only the 2nd rank officials remained, each holding a position that could easily crush him. Su Yanmiao silently bowed. Greetings, gentlemen. The Minister of War snorted, clearly displeased. Su Yanmiao looked at him with confusion. What's going on? When did I offend him? The Minister of War. Humph. Other ministers, especially the ones in higher positions, looked at Su Yanmiao strangely. Su Yanmiao. Why does it seem like they don't like him? Su Lang, someone suddenly called out. Su Yanmiao turned to see it was Prime Minister Do. The Prime Minister smiled and nodded gently at him. Perhaps it was just Su's imagination, but he could almost see a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Since His Majesty has summoned you, he holds high expectations for you. Don't worry. When you meet him, make sure you don't act rashly. The Prime Minister then quietly gave some tips on how to meet the Emperor. Su Yanmiao felt a bit flattered. So, the Prime Minister is such a down-to-earth person. The Minister of War shot a glance at the Prime Minister but didn't show any more hostility to Su Yanmiao. The Minister of Rights tried to smooth things over, saying, His Majesty is still in the palace. Let's go, gentlemen. The old emperor sat in the Wuying Hall, his usual office for the inner court, but for the first time, he wasn't immersed in official business. From time to time, he looked up at the palace door, making the head eunuch wonder, who is His Majesty waiting for? A eunuch hurried in to announce, Your Majesty, the Prime Minister and the other ministers are here to see you. The old emperor nodded and waited for 2 or 3 breaths. When there was no further announcement, he turned to look at the eunuch, who seemed confused and helplessly glanced toward the head eunuch. The head eunuch, too, was puzzled. The curtain in the corner fluttered slightly, and the old emperor calmly asked, Anyone else? The eunuch suddenly understood and quickly replied, Su Yanmiao, the official of the Ministry of Personnel, is also waiting outside. The old emperor nodded. Let them in. The eunuch took a deep breath and called out, Announce. Soon, the ministers entered the hall. Following tradition, the old emperor ordered, Serve the food. Palace servants brought in small tables and cushions, and the officials took their seats in turn. Su Yanmiao carefully adjusted his official robes, his eyes fixed on the tray the palace servant was holding. After every court session, the emperor would treat the officials to a meal, but the food served in different ministries and the Wuying Hall was not the same. Now, he had the chance to experience what the second-rank officials were eating. Then, when the tray was placed down, Su Yanmiao looked at the food. Tofu, green vegetables, noodles, no meat, and the noodles had only 2 eggs at most? Su Yanmiao. This is worse than eating back at the ministry. The old emperor acted as if he hadn't heard, casually remarking, the imperial kitchen has been making the same few hundred dishes for decades. I've grown tired of them. Recently, I haven't had much of an appetite, so I've been eating lightly. I apologize for making you all accompany me. The ministers, at Novel bin Adat. Not at all, Your Majesty. Of course not. Generally speaking, those with good sense would seize the moment to offer the emperor a new recipe they had recently acquired, claiming it was delicious and ready to be presented. However, Su Ivory Tower Yanmiao showed no response at all. The old emperor. Even though this person looked like he was trying to appear deep and serious, the old emperor could see through his facade. He could tell that Su Yanmiao was utterly clueless and had no idea how to read his superior's intentions. How did he expect to rise in rank like this? A sense of unprecedented irritation stirred within the old emperor. Today, he was determined to eat that thing called hot pot. He whispered something to the head eunuch. A moment later, servants brought out small, divided cauldrons for each table. Each compartment held a different cooking space filled with broth, and the rich aroma of meat and the scent of burning charcoal mingled in the air, making everyone salivate. Hot pot? Su Yanmiao was stunned as he watched. The old emperor grabbed his chopsticks and, while eating noodles, thought to himself, I knew it. Holding the raw meat and dipping it into the pot to cook, no matter how you eat it, it's always going to be in a broth-filled pot. A warming pot like this can be placed on the table? Over there, Su Yanmiao's thoughts echoed as well. Oh, it's not hot pot, it's a warming pot, used to keep the food warm. What a waste, such a good thing should be used for hot pot. The thing is, the old emperor continued, I've thought about it. You all work hard, day in and day out. Eating too lightly is bad for your health. The smile on his face was tinged with satisfaction. If any of you wish to add something to the pot, just tell the servants. Su Yanmiao's eyes lit up. The other minister's eyes lit up as well. Su Yanmiao, start with 2 pounds of beef and lamb, sliced thinly. The other ministers, yes, beef and lamb, thin slices. Su Yanmiao, add more charcoal. This little amount won't be enough to boil the soup. The other ministers, more charcoal, more for us. Su Yanmiao, chili, salt, garlic paste, and oil. We need oil. The other ministers, chili. Su Yanmiao silently glanced back at them. These second-rank officials had such thick skin, pretending not to see his disdainful look. The old emperor cleared his throat. Ahem, I'll have some too. The head eunuch whispered, Your Majesty, should we follow the usual custom and send some to the empress? Of course, it will be sent. The old emperor paused. The old emperor fumed. The empress? What about the empress? Do I have to give her everything I have? His voice raised a bit. Su Yanmiao was puzzled. What's going on? Are they fighting? The old emperor froze. Could it be that the emperor knows the prince consort is going to execute the princess, and he wants to spare him, but the empress won't agree, and they're arguing? Pfft. The minister of rights, who had been drinking, suddenly spit out his wine, choking on the spice and causing him to cough violently. Cough, cough. Execute? What execution? Who's going to be executed? Did he hear that wrong? The old emperor was also stunned. He forgot to be angry for a moment and was more confused, wondering why a normal person would act so oddly. Does this prince consort have a grudge against his whole family? He has 21 daughters. Who is this prince consort who doesn't value his life? The emperor's 5th daughter, Princess Wanshao, asked the same thing of her prince consort. Do you want to drag me, this vicious woman, out and execute me? Princess Wanshao stared at her prince consort in shock. Does your entire 9 generations know what you're saying? 9 generations. The prince consort's heart skipped a beat but quickly regained composure as he gripped the princess's chin. Who do you think you are? Do you think this is where you belong? You're just the daughter of a concubine in the palace. This is a countryside estate on the outskirts of the capital. If you die here, as long as I say you accidentally fell off a cliff, no one will know. You weren't born of the empress, and his majesty won't spare a thought for you. Cough, cough, cough. Princess Wanshao slapped at him, struggling desperately, but the heartless prince consort only tightened his grip, nearly snapping her jaw. Your Highness, the prince consort said coldly, smiling, you've taken Hizi's place for so long. It's time to return it to her. Bang! The door was kicked open. Return it to whom? A wine jug, filled with anger, flew in, striking the prince consort on the forehead. Ouch! The prince consort covered his head, the sharp impact of the porcelain causing a strong dizziness. The pain shot down his scalp like a knife slowly cutting into him. The ceramic shards scraped his face, and the sharp pain felt like countless needles piercing his skin. The small bleeding cuts burned and itched. The prince consort, in pain, didn't know whether to keep covering his head or his face. The princess collapsed on the floor, her arms hanging limply at her sides, her palms still sweaty. She looked up at the person walking toward them, breathing heavily. Father. The prince consort looked up, recognizing the person who had entered his father-in-law, Emperor Tiantong Adat Novel bin Adat. Behind him, to his shock, were the prime minister and the 6 ministers, all wearing expressions that were neither smiles nor sneers, merely watching him. His legs went weak instantly. Your majesty. The prince consort stammered, his teeth chattering, unable to believe his eyes. Why would the emperor suddenly come to the outskirts of the capital, and coincidentally appear just as he was about to execute Princess Wanshao? The key point was, why did he bring a bunch of high-ranking officials with him? Who goes to visit their daughter and son-in-law with ministers in tow? Was he specifically here to catch him in the act? Su Yanmiao took in the sight of the prince consort. So this is the prince consort who dared to execute the princess? Lu Yi, the second son of the Duke's Song, Lu Shen, and a celebrated scholar of poetry, calligraphy, and painting, the greatest talent of the great Xia dynasty. He looks like a decent enough person, but how could he do such things as injuring the princess's eye, intentionally taking on 8 concubines after the princess's miscarriage, rolling in bed with them in front of the princess, and forcing her to plead for an official position for his younger brother? Each of the prince consort's crimes that Su Yanmiao recalled made the old emperor's fury rise, his breath growing heavier, as if a raging beast was roaring in his chest. Finally, it erupted into a thunderous command, guards. Drag this bastard out and behead him. Anyone in his household who knew of this and didn't report it executed as well. His older and younger brothers are to share in the punishment. As for his father, I'll spare his life and send him to the frontier to serve in the military. Furthermore, His father's title as duke will be revoked, and his mother will be stripped of her rank, reduced to commoner status. The emperor was clearly showing some favor to the duke's song, or else the entire family would be annihilated. But Lu Yi didn't think so. The so-called greatest talent of the dynasty took a deep breath, standing tall as if still as graceful as ever, unbowed. Your Majesty, what crime have I committed by instructing my wife? Why such a heavy punishment? But the rapid beating of his heart, the sweat dripping from his forehead, and the stench of fear and panic emanating from his armpits and all over his body revealed the tension in his emotions. The old emperor fell silent for a moment, his voice strangely distorted. Instructing your wife? You say you were instructing your wife? Lu Yi looked at Princess Wanshao, his flawless face turning toward her, his lips curving slightly. The princess can testify. Everyone turned to look at the princess. She remained silent for a few moments, then spoke weakly, her jaw clenched with the effort. Father. The words caused her jaw to bruise, and there was a pause before she continued, unexpectedly pleading, Father, please revoke the order. Yi Lang. Yi Lang was just angry for a moment. He didn't mean to hurt me. The old emperor. The old emperor, huh? Lu Yi smiled faintly, that was his confidence. He knew full well the princess's affection for him, and it sickened him. Princess Wanshao knew she was being shameless, but she really couldn't bear to hurt Yi Lang. So she timidly looked at the old emperor. Father, please. You wait. The old emperor gripped his forehead tightly with his right hand, almost forcing the words out from his throat. He's bringing concubines into your room to have sex, and you're still begging for mercy for him. The word sex was far too crude, and the prince consort clenched his fists in embarrassment. Princess Wanshao turned pale, her voice trembling. Father, how did you know? Could it be that the Jinyue had infiltrated her side without her noticing? The old emperor smiled mysteriously, as if everything was under control. The princess held a title, not an official position. The prince consort held an official post but not one with an official seal, a ceremonial title. They couldn't hear Shu Yanmiao's thoughts, only the duke's song. Lu Yi's father could, though he hadn't told his son about it. Mostly because the duke's song hadn't known his son was having an affair with the princess. In any case, if they held an official seal, they could hear the active thoughts of a person. Could the princess have been manipulated by him? No wonder, she gets insulted with venomous words every so often. She must often be blamed by this scumbag prince consort for taking another woman's place but is too embarrassed to confide in anyone. She has to suffer in silence in the back palace, convincing herself that she loves this scumbag so much, there's no way she can live without him. Stupid scumbag, always eyeing other women while eating at the table, irresponsible, using the prince consort's salary and enjoying the royal status, yet not treating the princess properly, belittling and suppressing her. He's a true scum. What a pity, the princess probably really believes she's in love and can't leave this scumbag, but she hasn't realized she's being manipulated. Beep, beep, beep. The old emperor gave a thoughtful glance at Su Yanmiao. What is it? What does this mean? He turned his cold gaze back to his daughter, who was still pleading for the prince consort's pardon, and after a moment of thought, a sudden idea came to his mind. Wanshao. When the princess heard her father calling her, she looked up at him, tears still glistening in her eyes. The emperor stood, looking down at her. His gaze was like a stone dropped into a calm lake, creating ripples that spread and expanded. I grant you the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Go to the ministry to start your duties soon. What? The princess was stunned. What? The Minister of Revenue was also stunned. Prime Minister Do tried to speak, but the emperor shot him a look, and Prime Minister Do, though filled with words, dared not speak. He could only frown, staring at the princess, hoping she would be sensible and reject the offer herself. The princess was initially confused about why her father had arranged this, but when she noticed the flicker of indignation on the prince consort's face, she immediately understood. In the Great Xia Empire, the position of prince consort was a title without any actual duties. No matter how talented one was, once you became a prince consort, you were forbidden from holding an official position or having interactions with court officials. Those who did so would be charged with forming factions and acting in their own interest. Lu Yi had always resented this rule and had treated her poorly because of it. It was also the reason he stayed distant from the official court. If not for her forcing him into the role of prince consort, he could have been a rising star in the court, climbing up the ranks from a new official to becoming one of her father's trusted ministers. It was all my fault. I owe him. And now, he's angered my father, and my father is using this to mock him. After a brief silence, the princess whispered, I accept your decree. She felt the prince consort's angry and resentful gaze but did not dare turn back to look at him. Prince consort. The princess softly thought in her heart, you hate me, don't you? Only by making father happy can I get him to spare you. The old emperor laughed heartily and patted her head. Good child. The princess forced a smile. The emperor patted her head again and spoke kindly, as for men, I'll help you find someone better. No, father? No. The princess immediately interrupted the emperor, shaking her head in tears. Father, please, I beg you, Yi Lang is innocent. It was I who forced him. I forced him to marry me. If it weren't for me, he could have been with the one he loved. It was I who insisted, at novel bin at. Ah, so this is indeed manipulation. A voice suddenly interrupted. The princess couldn't hide the subtle change in her expression. The voice was soft as silk, like a gentle breeze, easily cutting through the air. Each syllable was clear and pure, enchanting and unforgettable. Such a beautiful voice, who could it be? The princess was a fan of handsome men, otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen the prince consort at first sight. So, without thinking, she reflexively looked for the owner of the voice, her eyes locking on a group of handsome older men with a young man standing behind them. Upon seeing him, despite her heart being with another, the princess paused for a moment, involuntarily turning her gaze away, too shy to look directly at his stunning features. At that moment, nothing mattered, no thoughts of her beloved, no pleading for forgiveness. All she could think was, so, men can look so handsome? The prince consort seemed dull in comparison to him. Then, the princess suddenly realized something. This person didn't seem to be moving his lips when he spoke. The princess looked more carefully. His lips, which were extremely beautiful, didn't move at all under the sunlight, yet the youthful voice still reached her ears. Before marriage, he thought the princess was too domineering to refuse. After marriage, why wasn't he afraid of her anymore? He bullied and mistreated her. Why didn't he worry about this malicious woman finding the old emperor's support? It's ventriloquism? What is he saying? The princess's eyes widened, about to retort in defense of the prince consort. But she was stopped by a slap on her shoulder from her father. She turned her head to see the emperor pressing his voice down, speaking slowly but clearly. Listen. Listen well to Su Yanmiao's mouth so loved and hated. The emperor was very pleased in his heart. When Su Yanmiao criticized him, he wanted nothing more than to drag him away and have him executed, but when Su Yanmiao criticized others, it made him happy. Saying it was forced, trying to deceive those without social experience, really thinking he was forced, afraid of being harmed by royal power, but after marriage, he was doing whatever he wanted. Marrying concubines? If he's going to marry, he should wait until the old emperor dies, right? The emperor. The princess. The princess looked at the emperor seriously, trying to convey with her eyes, Father, is this what you want me to hear? Is this how you want to speak of your death? The old emperor ground his teeth in frustration. This little bastard, relying on the fact that he is speaking his mind, dares to say anything. The other ministers. They kept their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, pretending they hadn't heard anything. Prime Minister Do quickly glanced at Princess Wanshao, noticing that although she remained silent, the thoughtful expression on her face clearly indicated that she had taken Su Yanmiao's words to heart. So, this is why His Majesty wanted to grant Princess Wanshao an official position? Did he want Su Yanmiao to wake her up? Prime Minister Do thought for a moment and felt. It's really something? Su Yanmiao's unfiltered words, even if others understood the reasoning, would never dare to speak them out loud to try and convince the princess. Only Su Yanmiao could say such things. And the princess is too naive and sweet. Duke Song is the founding duke, the emperor's right-hand man. The emperor would have to be crazy to force the duke's son to give up his bright future just for the princess's marriage? This isn't an alliance, it's creating enmity. If your prince consort is really so stubborn, the old emperor would just offer him gifts to placate him, and reassure Duke Song that this won't affect their loyal relationship. Only when he agrees will the emperor grant the marriage. The old emperor's expression suddenly brightened. That's right. He had specifically asked Duke Song, and there had been no rejection of the princess, nor any mention of another love interest. That's why he gave his decree for the marriage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so foolish as to create tension among his important ministers just for a princess. Princess Wanshao was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at her father. Her trust in him made her accept Su Yanmiao's words without hesitation. When her father was conquering the world, for a period of time, he had only one son, the current crown prince. The crown prince, young and inexperienced, once led an army into battle, and in an act of overconfidence, he caused 3 generals to be injured and killed while saving him. Her father almost killed the crown prince in a fit of rage. Although he didn't die, the prince's leg was crippled, and he still limps today. So, Princess Wanshao suddenly realized, what could she force from Duke Song's second son? Could she really match the status of the crown prince? Her mind wandered back to the moment when she had thought she was forcing the prince consort into marrying her. 8 years ago, in the Dabao Pavilion, beside the antique shelves, she was only 16. Disguised as a man, she secretly left the palace and cornered the second son of Duke Song, who had not yet married at the time. The slender porcelain vase reflected the young woman's fair and glowing face. Will you marry me? Before this, they had met 2 or 3 times and had some conversations. The princess thought he had feelings for her. But she hadn't seen the disgust in his eyes, only hearing him coldly reply, I, of course, am willing, and she happily ran off to ask her father for the marriage. After marriage, the prince consort remained cold and distant. The princess, feeling hurt, reflected on it. Perhaps it was her attitude and approach when she asked him that made him feel pressured. But, what if that wasn't the case? With complicated emotions, the princess looked at Su Yanmiao. Could this person give her an answer? Su Yanmiao, coincidentally, had finished watching this backstory. Afterward, he couldn't help but let out a sarcastic comment. Oh, come on. He's neither proactive nor rejecting, and definitely not responsible. This prince consort has mastered the art of indecision. I thought the princess had directly asked the emperor to grant the marriage. Turns out she even asked the prince consort for his consent beforehand. I can't stand people who are inwardly resentful but say it's fine, no problem on the surface, making others think they're happy about it, only to later stir up trouble and make the other person question if the issue is with them. What's wrong with him? Prime Minister Do listened eagerly, his gaze subtly drifting toward the prince consort, internally urging, curse more? Curse more? Although Su Yanmiao couldn't hear anyone's thoughts, Prime Minister Do pretended to cheer him on in public. The prince consort's actions reminded him of a certain matter involving the prince, which made him furious all over again. Princess Wanchao was also struggling to catch her breath, feeling as though everything she had believed for the past 8 years was being turned upside down at novel bin at. So it wasn't her fault? She didn't speak, but her dazed expression sent a chilling sensation through the prince consort. Though no one in the room had said anything directly against him, the cold feeling that seeped into his heart triggered panic, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. It felt like something had changed. The prince consort no longer appeared confident. He couldn't hold back and weakly called, "Princess," but then fell silent. He simply said her name, standing stubbornly with his back straight, as firm as bamboo. The princess particularly liked his stubbornness. It tugged at her heart, and she bit her lip. The next moment, "Father," the princess quietly said, "no matter what, if he hadn't become the prince consort, he could have had a great career in the government. I've ruined him. You still want to plead for this beast?" "Yes." The old emperor was so furious that he looked at Su Yanmiao. "Go ahead, keep talking?" Su Yanmiao was confused by the stare. He didn't have much political experience, so he could only guess. The old emperor wants to save face and doesn't want today's events to spread. But a group of second-rank officials can't just kill someone, so they might plan to kill a small official like me as a warning to others. The second-rank officials. Killing a 9th-rank official, does that even have any deterrent effect? The old emperor was so angry he almost tilted backwards. He just wanted to poke Su Yanmiao on the forehead and tell him, "Stop overthinking political matters. With your scheming, you won't survive 3 days in the court." After getting angry, he immediately turned his head to the other side, pretending to casually look around. Looking at the prime minister again? Maybe he was just casually glancing earlier. The old emperor relaxed his expression but still felt uncomfortable. Having been the supreme emperor for so long, he was now mentally unsettled by a mere small official. But he still couldn't bring himself to really kill Su Yanmiao. Su Yanmiao could die, but if the artifact system that recognized him as its master sought revenge for him, could it bring about a disaster for the Great Xia? Would Su Yanmiao survive, manage to escape, and use the artifact to spread royal secrets, making the royal family a laughingstock? Would there be other consequences that he couldn't bear to see? It might be better to maintain the current balance, though Su Yanmiao might ruin their social reputation. His thoughts also brought them a fair amount of benefit. The old emperor secretly persuaded himself, muttering a low "umph" as he decided to be a broad-minded emperor and not argue with the younger generation. He then sighed, thinking, "I wonder if Su Yanmiao is still targeting the prince consort. My daughter's naive brain really needed him to shake some sense into her." And Su Yanmiao was indeed interested in the prince consort. Great potential. At novel bin at. The rising tone made Princess Wanchao's heart tremble. She had never been so afraid of one person before. She almost wanted to raise her voice and question, "What are you trying to say with all this smooth talk?" The old emperor tried not to appear too gleeful, but the corners of his lips just wouldn't stay down. Su Yanmiao's tone was puzzled. Is being good at writing, painting, and poetry really linked to achieving success in the political world? And becoming the prince consort prevents him from entering officialdom, but it doesn't stop him from writing essays or discussing national policies. If he truly had political talent, wouldn't his position as prince consort allow him closer access to the emperor and give him a chance to pass on his ideas? Then it's strange, isn't it? After all these years, he hasn't presented a single useful national policy. Why does he think that not being a prince consort would automatically lead to success? The old emperor swore he wasn't trying to laugh, but he just couldn't hold it in. That kid from the Su family. Princess Wanchao pressed her red lips together even tighter. She searched desperately for something to rebut, but the more she searched, the more uneasy she felt. There was no way she couldn't refute it. The prince consort hadn't proposed a single policy in all these years. He always spent his time with friends sightseeing and traveling. Others praised his calligraphy as exquisite, his poetry as free and open, his paintings as realistic. They even praised his height, looks, and character. But there was never any mention of his views on national governance. That guy. The old emperor turned to look at the prince consort, giving a light hum. "Wanchao says you're a talented person with no opportunity? I'm giving you a chance today. If you can answer my question, I'll even consider lifting the rule that prince consorts can't hold official positions." The prince consort smiled, full of confidence. "Your Majesty, please ask your question." Princess Wanchao's eyes sparkled as she looked at her beloved. The old emperor pondered, "I won't ask you anything too difficult. Tell me, if I appointed you as the governor of a region, when should the mulberry, jujube, persimmon, and cotton be planted?" The prince consort froze. He thought. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Princess Wanchao, once full of hope, now grew confused and suspicious. She bit her lip and couldn't hold back, asking softly, "Prince consort." The old emperor coldly remarked, "What's this? You can't even answer such a simple question, and you still dare to say becoming a prince consort has held you back. The prince consort's throat moved, and he tried to argue, Your Majesty, asking a scholar about farming, naturally, you won't get an answer. Is that so? The old emperor didn't even turn around, casually pointing toward the group of officials. Come, tell him why I asked this question. Oh. The old emperor heard a voice he couldn't ignore and turned his head. Su. He glanced at his finger and wished he could chop it off. How did he end up pointing at this unfortunate soul? If he couldn't answer, not only would he lose face, but all the hard-earned momentum would be lost. Su Yanmiao had never expected that the old emperor would have so little confidence in him. A relaxed smile appeared on the young man's face. To be a local governor, one must understand how to encourage agriculture, balance taxes, conduct proper levies, maintain respect in ceremonies, ensure fairness in justice, promote filial piety, care for the elderly and orphans, and cultivate talent. A governor must encourage agriculture. This is one of the key requirements for the position. But if one doesn't even know when to plant crops, how can they encourage farmers to work? The prince consort's chest heaved a few times, his eyes reddening, feeling utterly humiliated. These trivial matters could easily be handled by a subordinate familiar with farming. Why should he, as the governor, need to know such things? The emperor was just making things difficult for him because of his daughter? Once again, the young man's eyes narrowed, and his voice was light. Moreover, Your Majesty believes that mulberry, jujube, persimmon, and cotton are vital to the livelihood of the people. In fact, in the 4th year of the Tiantong reign, in the first month, it was decreed that all mulberry and jujube trees planted after the first year of Tiantong would be exempt from taxes. This clearly demonstrates Your Majesty's concern for agriculture. You want to be an official but don't even understand imperial orders, nor have you explored the emperor's preferences. How can you still believe you're a victim of fate? He didn't stop at just speaking, he also silently complained. Besides, to be a victim of fate, you need to have talent first. Talent, like pregnancy, can't be hidden. The old emperor really liked Su Yanmiao's sharp tongue. He threw a look at the head eunuch who was accompanying him, who immediately took note. When they returned to the palace, the emperor should reward this person. The old emperor looked at Su Yanmiao with growing satisfaction and breathed a sigh of relief. He had overthought it. No matter what, Su Yanmiao was an official in the Ministry of Personnel, responsible for issuing documents. He should be fully aware of the policies in his hands, whether they were new orders or old ones being reorganized. Relaxing, he unconsciously let his guard down. Su Yanmiao, go ahead, pick a region and tell him when to plant mulberry, jujube, persimmon, and cotton. Su Yanmiao. Old emperor, smiles. Su Yanmiao. Old emperor, starts to look confused. Could it be, he doesn't know either, at novel bin at. The old emperor mentally slapped himself, told you not to talk too much. The next moment, Su Yanmiao calmly said, January, March, May, July. The minister of the Ministry of Revenue, couldn't be, didn't he remember that it was? At the same time, the prince consort also looked at Su Yanmiao with suspicion, is it really like that? Although he didn't understand the farming calendar, those dates just sounded odd. What's the problem? Su Yanmiao's question flowed smoothly, and without any hesitation. Well, even though I don't know when to plant mulberry, jujube, persimmon, and cotton, the prince consort doesn't know either. As long as I can fool him, that's all that matters. Others. So, you were just talking nonsense. Seeing Su Yanmiao so confident, the prince consort began to doubt himself. Could it really be like that? Have I been ignorant all this time? Su Yanmiao remained calm, giving a slight nod. That's right, you've been ignorant all along. He wasn't afraid of being exposed. After all, no way, no official would really dare to contradict the emperor and say I'm wrong, right? The minister of the Ministry of Revenue. He had already stepped forward and made a big bow, an exaggerated gesture that left no room for pretending nothing had happened. But, no worries. The minister of the Ministry of Revenue didn't hesitate for a moment and raised his voice, Your Majesty, I believe that the prince consort hasn't even mastered the farming calendar, yet he shamelessly blames the princess for delaying him. This is utterly shameless. To accuse the princess in this way, I believe the prince consort must be severely punished. The prince consort swallowed a few breaths of air, looking at the minister of the Ministry of Revenue with an itchy jaw, feeling inexplicably angry. What did I do to offend you? Why are you so eager to step on me? With the old emperor's nod, the guards rushed forward and forced the prince consort to kneel on the ground. The old emperor, suppressing his impatience, turned to Princess Wanshao. What do you think? This was the final chance. The old emperor thought, if this daughter still stubbornly wants to plead for Lu Yi, he would lock them up together, making them a couple. Princess Wanshao was silent for a moment, then gently closed her eyes and said, The prince consort has wronged me. Please, father, take charge. The old emperor laughed loudly. Lu Yi turned pale, horrified, and nearly blurted out, Princess, you always like me. Princess Wanshao sneered, suddenly feeling it was absurd. So this person knew that she liked him. As Su Yanmiao had said, he was taking advantage of her affection without any restraint. The notion of being a victim of unrecognized talent was false. The idea of being noble and pure in character was false. The notion of enduring humiliation and injustice was even more false. Everything was false. So, what had she been feeling guilty about and enduring all these years? Father, I am tired. I wish to return to the palace and rest for a few days. After receiving permission, Princess Wanshao turned to leave. As her skirts swayed, a jade pendant fell from her waist. She didn't notice, but the prince consort did. Soon after, Princess Wanshao vaguely heard the prince consort seem to pick up something and yell something like "It's you, Lantern Festival night, little girl, 10 years ago, apologize," but as she walked further away, she gradually couldn't hear anything. I don't understand how did he not see the pendant till now. From previous conversation they were married for 8 years. What a waste of marriage. The next day, at the court meeting, Su Yanmiao and Princess Wanshao exchanged glances. Princess Wanshao was dressed in official robes, her dazed face full of anxiety. Su Yanmiao was stunned. Princess Wanshao, what was she doing here? Princess Wanshao lowered her head slightly, raising her sleeve to half cover her face, and helplessly said, "Father said the emperor's word is golden. Yesterday, he appointed me as the assistant minister of revenue. At the very least, I must go to the office for a few days. So, he ordered me to rise at the 5th watch. The 5th watch was from 3 to 5 a.m. Su Yanmiao looked at her sympathetically. "Congratulations, welcome to the ranks of the overworked." Then, noticing her poor complexion, he asked, "Did you not rest well last night, princess?" Princess Wanshao pressed her sore eyes and nodded. "I couldn't sleep all night." As she said this, her heart was full of resentment. Even if she was disappointed in the prince consort, it was still a legitimate broken heart. She had been in her chambers, feeling melancholic, sad, and crying to the moon, looking at the sky, unable to sleep. Suddenly, a group of palace maids barged in and said, "Your Highness? His Majesty requests your presence at the court." She had been thrown into a mess. After much rushing, dressing in official robes, tying her hair, and wearing the official hat, she had hastily traversed half of the palace. Out of breath, she barely made it to the court in time. Any feelings of melancholy or sadness had vanished. She was exhausted and just wanted to lie down and sleep. Su Yanmiao felt even more sympathetic but didn't say much, merely giving a silent salute. After the court meeting started, Su Yanmiao turned and noticed that Princess Wanshao was clearly exhausted but refused to sleep. This princess is really earnest, trying to stay awake. Su Yanmiao couldn't help but feel moved. "We're in the back of the room, so it's quite hidden. If we're really tired, a quick nap won't be noticed. There's no need to worry about missing anything, as this court meeting holds no real meaning for small officials like us who are just handling documents. If it were under past dynasties, even officials below the 5th rank wouldn't be required to attend. The emperor only expanded the attendance because he disapproved of officials sleeping in." Princess Wanshao glanced at him tearfully, thinking, "You're such a good person. Not only did you help me resolve my issues with the prince consort, but you also taught me how to slack off." But as soon as that thought entered her mind, the entire court heard it. Now, she really didn't dare to sleep. So, during the meeting, Princess Wanshao made a valiant effort to keep her eyelids open. As for the prince consort, at this point, sleep was all that mattered. Although Su Yanmiao didn't sleep, he expertly spaced out while waiting for the eunuch to announce the end of the meeting. Then, both were startled awake by the same voice. "I heard His Majesty imprisoned Prince Consort Louis yesterday for the crime of treason. I have something to report. First, the prince consort is the husband, the princess is the wife. The husband is the head of the household. How can the prince consort abuse his wife and be treated as a traitor? Second, if he is not guilty of treason, then the case of the Song family should be reconsidered. They shouldn't have been exiled. This is a light offense punished severely, undermining the justice system." Third, other than him, several others also stood up, presenting a slew of arguments to the emperor. The main argument was that since the princess was married to the prince consort, she should fulfill her duties as a wife, to be gentle, obedient, and regard her husband as the head of the family, rather than turning to her paternal family whenever there were conflicts, causing her husband to be imprisoned and her in-laws stripped of their titles. Su Yanmiao was truly astonished. He nudged the official in charge of the Ministry of War with his elbow, and the official silently turned slightly and took a few steps to the side. Su Yanmiao didn't give up and continued to nudge, causing the official to turn and whisper, "What are you doing?" Didn't he just hear the imperial officials say those things? Wasn't the emperor about to erupt in anger? Su Yanmiao whispered back, "Do you know who those old conservatives are?" The official of the Ministry of War didn't want to answer. He didn't want to get involved in this matter at all. But Su Yanmiao kept pestering him until the official reluctantly gave in and muttered, "These people are all censors from the imperial censorate, at Novel bin Adat." The official of the Ministry of War squinted and pointed at the first one to speak. "He's the deputy censor-in-chief, ranked 4th, named Kuiyi. He's quite a legend. He's truly from a farming family. During his studies, his family often had no money for food, relying on the help of neighbors. He's not like those so-called farming children who are actually from scholarly families with a few tenant farmers." Kuiyi. Kuiyi, Su Yanmiao murmured, "I should have seen this name somewhere before." The official's pupils trembled, and he nervously forced out a sound, Don't think about it." But it was too late. Su Yanmiao paused, then suddenly had a moment of realization. At that moment, the furious emperor, the eloquent Kuiyi, and the trembling officials who didn't want to face the emperor's wrath all heard a loud voice in Su Yanmiao's mind. "Kuiyi? Isn't he the one who's henpecked? Half a month ago, he went drinking and didn't come home. His wife was furious and threatened to beat him to death for staying out late. He was so scared that he didn't dare to go back home, fearing his wife would catch him at the gates. He even feigned illness to avoid her, hiding in the nearby mountains and pretending to be a hermit for several days. No wonder he's shouting about the husband being the head of the household so loudly. The more someone lacks something, the more they crave it. I laughed so hard while translating this. The more someone lacks something, the more they crave it. What a saying. Silence. Utter silence. An overwhelming stillness. Even the old emperor's furious wrath had paused, his gaze fixed oddly on Kuiyi's face. Some ministers who knew Kuiyi well wanted to speak in his defense, but they couldn't find the right words and were left silent. At the same time, their minds involuntarily thought. No wonder when they visited his house, his wife had rejected them, claiming he was too ill to receive guests. It turns out he wasn't even home at that time. The Minister of War looked at the stunned minister of the household beside him and whispered, I remember after his sick leave, Kuiyi came to court with his left eye blackened, his right cheek scratched, his mouth cut, and his right wrist bruised. The minister of the household gave him a surprised look. This person really has a good memory. He remembers exactly where Kuiyi was injured from half a month ago. After the surprise, he eagerly joined the discussion. That's right, he said a brick had fallen at home and scared the family's raccoons, which caused them to scratch his face. In a panic, he stepped wrong and ended up bruising his face. The Minister of War, I didn't expect it to be. The Minister of the Household, a domestic tiger. The two exchanged knowing glances, then laughed together, full of mischievous glee. Meanwhile, Kuiyi, after being struck by Su Yanmao's inner voice, maintained a calm expression. Thirdly, he spoke firmly and decisively, as if he had planned to say this all along. However, the royal dignity must not be violated. I believe that although others may escape death, Kuiyi must be executed to warn the world. His words were righteous, steady, and thunderous. Su Yanmao was in awe. So this is the kind of ability it takes to reach the 4th rank? He's excellent at adapting to the winds. In the face of subtle gazes and occasional disdain from other censors, Kuiyi remained unfazed. What adaptation? Is there such a thing? As for being despised, Kuiyi silently ground his teeth and sneered. Just wait, soon enough, it will be your turn. Your Majesty. Another censor, raising his head like a serpent, disdainfully glanced at Kuiyi before stepping forward, his words full of pointed implications. I cannot keep secrets from others. Su Yanmao scratched his cheek, feeling strangely uncomfortable with this statement. It didn't quite fit the scene they were in. How did it suddenly go from Kuiyi being a weathered opportunist to I cannot keep secrets from others? I understand now. Su Yanmao inwardly clapped his fists, a look of realization in his eyes. Earlier, when I wasn't paying attention, the old emperor must have hinted to Kuiyi that he had something on him. Kuiyi must have been coerced. And this new censor, having noticed Kuiyi was threatened, stepped up to show the emperor he wasn't afraid of such threats. Adat novel bin adat. Kuiyi. The process is correct, but the target is wrong. The old emperor. What does that have to do with me? You're the one with the crime to bear. Don't just blame others. There's never been a case where a subject makes the emperor bear the guilt. A series of thoughts surged through his mind, almost turning into a barrage of comments. The new censor, though respectful in behavior, spoke with a very strong tone. I believe that although the princess is noble, after being married, she should not abuse her father's power over her husband. As the saying goes, man is yang, woman is yin, man is strong, and woman is gentle. The husband should be revered, the wife subordinate, which is the traditional way. Don't you see, in the past, the Taizong emperor loved his daughter Princess Fangling, who took many male lovers and humiliated her husband. When it came to light, those lovers were either executed or exiled, and the princess was imprisoned. Don't you see, 500 years ago in the Chu dynasty, the Empress Dowager chose the husband for Princess Daniang, a famous general, but she didn't like him and refused to sleep with him for half a year after their marriage. The emperor, hearing of this, believed it went against the rules of a wife and ordered their divorce. The previous emperor at least understood that a princess should follow the rules of a wife, be virtuous, gentle, respectful, and manage the household well. Is your majesty now worse than the feeble emperors of the past, meddling in marital disputes and punishing the husband for disobeying? As soon as the words fell, an amazed voice rang out. Wow! The old emperor, about to rise and slap the censor, paused when he heard the familiar voice and leisurely sat back down. After the new censor spoke, Su Yanmao poked the Minister of War again. Who is this person? The Minister of War wiped his tears. Su Lang, on account of me informing you, don't forget to erect a tombstone for me in the future. Su Yanmao blinked in confusion. The Minister of War eagerly leaned in and smiled. This old man's name is Wen Xing'ai, and his brother is a prince attendant. His son married His Majesty's 18th daughter. Su Yanmao's shoulders moved slightly, nodding. Now it makes sense. With this level of detail, it's even easier to access the gossip in the system. Wow! Su Yanmao's eyes brightened as he pretended to focus on the court proceedings, but in reality, he was enjoying the gossip. No wonder this person keeps stressing that the princess must follow the husband's authority. It's because Princess Xiangyang never gave him face. The previously disgruntled Princess Wanchao stared blankly at Su Yanmiao. After returning from the prince consort's manor yesterday, after much thought and observation, Se realized that the voice Su Yanmiao was making wasn't ventriloquism but his inner thoughts. Now, his inner thoughts had brought up her 18th sister. Xiangyang, the Princess Wanshao thought of Empress Do. Princess Xiangyang was the youngest daughter of the Empress, loved and pampered by both the Emperor and Empress since her childhood. Her 4 older brothers and 2 older sisters cherished her like a precious jewel. Naturally, her personality was different from theirs, and she was particularly proud. When Su Yanmiao mentioned Princess Xiangyang, Wen Xing'ai, the previously imposing and unyielding imperial censor, flushed red in the face. Those who didn't know would think that the place where the imperial court was being held was seriously lacking in oxygen. He noticed that the civil and military officials around him were all ears, seemingly far more interested in his family matters than in whether the prince consort of Princess Wanshao should be imprisoned. Thus, his face turned even redder, likely with his blood pressure soaring to 180. The old emperor, observing his expression, narrowed his eyes and sneered. Since you like to watch royal family secrets, why not let others watch your family matters as well? Su Yanmiao leisurely flipped through the system, thoroughly enjoying the gossip. Let me take a look, let me look. As soon as the princess entered, Wen Xing'ai demanded that she follow the custom of a regular wife, bathing and changing clothes on the 2nd day after marriage, and performing rites to show respect to the husband's family elders to gain their approval. Then, Princess Xiangyang turned around and left, intending to return to the princess's manor, which scared the Wen family. They were afraid that the old emperor would find out about this and begged Princess Xiangyang to get back in the carriage. Only after her uncle and aunt performed the ceremonial rites did they manage to appease her and make her reluctantly calm down. The officials, wow. Then what happened? Then what happened? Who would have thought? Su Yanmiao was right, people always emphasize what they lack the most. The Wen family was no different. When they encountered a powerful princess, they criticized her for not being obedient enough. Tisk, tisk. And then, after her husband's death, the wife should observe 3 years of mourning, whereas the husband only needs to mourn for 1 year. The same applies to a princess's death. But 3 months ago, Princess Qiyang passed away, and Princess Xiangyang went to her prince consort's house, demanding that he observe 3 years of mourning for her sister. When Xing'ai knew about this and tried to use his position as her father-in-law to criticize Princess Xiangyang for tarnishing her sister's virtue, claiming that she should not rest in peace after death. Princess Xiangyang immediately countered, saying not to worry, that if she were to die, she would not make her prince consort observe 3 years of mourning, but would instead take him with her. Ha 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 ha, wow, this princess is amazing. When Xing'ai was completely shut down and couldn't say a word. The officials, wow, the gossip about someone else's family was just so interesting, it was impossible to stop listening. Who would have thought that this old conservative would actually be scared? Why was he so tough with Princess Wanshao? Isn't this typical of bullying the weak and fearing the strong? The officials' teasing glances all drifted toward Wen Xing'ai, whose neck was almost completely red, yet he still held his face stiff and his neck high. He had thought that the matter with Princess Xiangyang would be exposed, but only when he faced the situation did he realize how unbearable it was to be the focus of all those whispers, curious stares, and pointed comments. And it was Princess Xiangyang who was rude. My Wen family was merely adhering to the proper etiquette, so what's the problem? The one who should be embarrassed is Princess Xiangyang, not my family? What's wrong with these people? Shouldn't they be criticizing her for not adhering to the duties of a wife? Of course, the old conservative couldn't stand it, but he couldn't stop Su Yanmiao. After all, if he yelled shut up, Su Yanmiao wouldn't even realize he was yelling at him. And if he shouted Su Yanmiao's name, several of the closest officials would probably rush to cover his mouth before he could finish speaking. Su Yanmiao's thoughts were especially beneficial. For example, the news about the treason in Nanyu that had been exposed yesterday. Thanks to the advance warning, the traitors weren't prepared, and the rebellion would surely be suppressed perfectly, with minimal casualties. Around 10 noble families had already sent their sons and nephews to the military to gain some experience on the battlefield. Wen Xing'ai's attempts to ruin everyone's interests were useless. What made Wen Xing'ai wish he could die was that Su Yanmiao's thoughts still hadn't stopped. He was still digging up dirt on his family, and it was no longer just about the princess and the prince consort. Tisk tisk, there's so much gossip in this family. His older brother, who's the crown prince's attendant, got an STD from frequenting male prostitutes. The officials, oh, who would have thought the crown prince's attendant frequented male prostitutes? People truly can't be judged by appearances. Prime Minister Do. After a while, he finally reacted, gasping in shock. Attendant Wen. Wen Xing'ai widened his eyes and mumbled, but my older brother, he's 75. Meanwhile, the crown prince, suddenly hearing about his family's scandal, choked on his own saliva. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing, he muttered, age is just a number, huh. This was more exciting than when his father, at 63, was still very active. Explosive? So explosive? He liked it? But is this really appropriate? The crown prince, rubbing his remaining conscience, remembered that he never liked this attendant, always spewing grandiose and pompous speeches, often getting all worked up while advising him, saying his behavior was too flamboyant and didn't resemble that of a ruler. Thinking this, he immediately tossed his conscience aside. The gossip was too good, he. He always preached about being mild, respectful, frugal, and virtuous, but at least he didn't mess around in bed. The officials were eating up the gossip, and soon couldn't hold back, discussing it openly in the court. Attendant Wen is too careless, contracting a disease. I knew it. They always act so pure and high-minded, they must have some hidden scandal. And now someone dug it out. At novel bin at. I've been waiting for the show, the Crown Prince's attendant? Tisk, tisk, after today, who knows if he'll even remain as the Crown Prince's attendant. Forget about the Crown Prince's attendant, Princess Xiangyang might need to change her prince consort. Some curious officials sneaked a glance at the old emperor, and sure enough, his face was ashen, his expression especially foul. Su Yanmiao didn't notice. He was still digging. His eyes shone like flashlights. The eyes of the royal family and officials were also shining like flashlights. The eldest son of the Wen family is the Taizai Shiren, a court position, the second is a censor, and the third. Oh, the third was once a bandit, but later joined the Summer Army. During the war, he claimed to be protecting the tombs of the former dynasty, but in reality, he dug them up and sold the valuables. I remember the tombs that were desecrated were. The Minister of Rights was particularly concerned about the tombs being looted. It was because of the third son of the Wen family that he later worked hard to get into the Ministry of Rights. Hearing this again, the minister's face showed an expression of grief and anger. In a low voice, in sync with the thoughts, he muttered, the tomb of Emperor Zhou Shize, the tomb of Zhou Jiaozong, the tomb of King Zhou Yuan and his wife, 9 Ant. The Minister of Personnel, usually timid, also joined the discussion, his face turning an angry orange-red under the morning sunlight. 500 years ago, the Chu royal family was weak, living in the southern part of the river. Foreign tribes took control of the central plains, the 5 barbarians wreaked havoc in China, and the western tribes stole the 9 provinces. The chaos lasted for 300 years, a dark and turbulent time. It was Zhou Shize who rose up in the small towns, drove the invaders away, and restored China. Wen Xing'ai desecrated the Tai tomb, this is truly detestable. And 9 Ant, the Minister of Rights added sadly, she was an extraordinary woman. In the last days of the Zhou dynasty, when the country was unstable and robbers were rampant, she persuaded King Yuan to form a militia to protect the people. When robbers were about to invade the city, she wielded an iron staff to fight the enemy, scattering the bandits. Later, she died defending the city, leaving only the words "do not harm the people." Her body was recovered by the citizens, and later, the occupying rebels, in an attempt to win the people's favor, repaired her tomb and added some sacrifices. Even so, it could not escape the greedy eyes of that beast. Surprised, right? The only son of Wen Xing'ai, his beloved son, was furious with his father's actions. He abandoned his bright future and traveled all over to repair various tombs, willingly becoming a tomb guardian. Tisk tisk, the wheel of fortune turns, and no one is spared. Such matters would not have been known if not for digging deeper. After all, Wen Xing'ai's son funded this project himself and never intended to publicize it. This was the first time the officials knew that the young master of the Wen family had been doing such good deeds in private. The minister of the household, joking, said, "What great determination, to make the young master of the Wen family go against his ancestors' wishes." This was quite a sharp remark. Instantly, the second-ranked officials broke out in small bursts of laughter. Another person remarked, "The Wen father and son, are they determined to oppose their ancestors even in the grave?" The laughter grew a little louder. Although this did not reach Su Yanmiao's ears, it was clear enough for Wen Yuxi, censor Wen, to hear. The best gossip is always the one about people you know. In small places, rumors spread fast. The widow at the east end of the village and the idiot at the west end have an affair, the scholar at the south of the village is secretly having a relationship with the butcher from the north. This kind of gossip excites the villagers far more than some distant royal or general's tragic love. They would sit under the big banyan tree and start whispering and gossiping. The group of officials in the court, essentially no different from the villagers, eagerly devoured the gossip once they got a taste. However, for the one being gossiped about, it was far from enjoyable. Wen Xing'ai could no longer maintain his usual serious and upright expression, his face was full of anxiety. He memorized the faces of the officials who were discussing quietly, gritting his teeth in anger at novel bin at. Wait and see, he thought, I don't believe you all are without faults. Wow, there's more. Su Yanmiao's excited thoughts came through. Wen Xing'ai was especially irritable. Can you stop already? Why was Su Yanmiao always focusing on his family's affairs? Couldn't he respect other people's privacy? What does my family do have to do with you? Su Yanmiao could no longer hear his thoughts. Wow, they're fourth. The officials in the court all stood on tiptoe, involuntarily looking toward Su Yanmiao. A vein on Wen Xing'ai's forehead throbbed, and a burst of anger surged up from his chest, rushing to his throat. Poof. Su Yanmiao stopped his thoughts. He looked up in confusion, seeing a bit of chaos ahead, but not understanding what had happened. So he continued poking the Minister of War's official, "What's going on ahead? I wasn't paying attention just now." Suddenly, Su Yanmiao became excited. Could it be the famous death advice? Is Wen Yuxi deciding to threaten the emperor by dying in an attempt to make the princess submit to the husband's authority? What a juicy scoop. The Minister of War's official. That look was too complicated for Su Yanmiao to comprehend. Fortunately, the official was a good person and patiently explained to him. Wen Yuxi vomited blood, probably due to an old ailment acting up. Oh. Su Yanmiao nodded, finally understanding. He slowly realized, so, this wife subordinate to husband thing. The official was subtly silent for a moment before saying, well, probably no one will stand up for it. Dying for the country is loyal, but dying for some irrelevant former prince consort's reputation? Forget it. Like Censor Kui. He glanced nervously at Wen Yushi, who lay on the ground, unconscious, and smiled with an air of superiority. Fool, he thought. You thought you could stand up to Su Yanmiao, a little white dove? Do you not know what information he holds? He knows everything things you don't know, he knows. If you don't want to become a laughingstock, just sit quietly. He was relieved he had chosen to protect himself. Otherwise, perhaps two people would be lying on the ground, vomiting blood. Suddenly, the old emperor's voice rang out from the upper seat. Kui Yi, what do you think of the way I dealt with Lui Yi? Kui Yi shuddered and quickly replied, Your Majesty's decision is most just. The former prince consort humiliated the princess, thus humiliating the royal family. To accuse him of treason is not a baseless accusation. The old emperor said again, but I think there's some truth in what Wen Xing'ai said. The husband is the head of the wife, a worldly standard. If I forcefully intervene, wouldn't that be foolish? Kui Yi, after hearing this, made a smile. If it were an ordinary family, the wife would naturally ruin her husband's family, which is a serious matter of family ethics. But here, in the imperial court, in the royal family, what does that matter? Is it worth bringing it up in court? The old emperor slightly raised his eyebrows. Kui Yi continued, Moreover, as your subjects, we sit in the court, supported by the people, and enjoy the emperor's grace. We should not be focusing on such trivial matters, whether a family can adhere to the husband's dominance over the wife. It is absurd. He took a step forward, his voice thunderous. If all we discuss in the court every day are such matters, wouldn't the noble ministers be a laughingstock? They would become greedy for petty gains, creating positions where they are only filling empty seats. Su Yanmiao almost slapped his thigh. Brilliant? Kui Yi really knows how to speak. His self-preservation is impressive. He couldn't help but feel regretful. Why couldn't he learn this? If only he could, he might be in the emperor's favor by now. The old emperor was satisfied. He waved his hand, interrupting Kui Yi's further declaration of loyalty. Since that's the case, the decision on the Duke Song's family will remain unchanged. You'll report to the Ministry of Revenue later and serve as the minister's assistant. By the way, Princess Wanshao is also in the Ministry of Revenue, serving as the ministry's assistant. Kui Yi hadn't noticed that Princess Wanshao was also present in the court. Upon hearing the emperor's words, he barely suppressed his derogatory words about women in office. He carefully embraced his 9 generations of ancestors and said cautiously, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. Then, he added, So His Highness is the Ministry of Revenue's assistant, responsible for handling incoming and outgoing documents. He then made a respectful bow toward Princess Wanshao from a distance and said, I hope to receive more guidance from Your Highness in the future. Kui Yi was no naive scholar. He understood the meaning behind the emperor's words. It meant he would support Princess Wanshao in the Ministry of Revenue. All right. He would support her? The old emperor was even more satisfied. Meanwhile, Su Yanmiao continued pestering his colleague. What rank is the Ministry of Revenue's assistant? The Minister of War's official numbly replied, 5th rank. Su Yanmiao, naive and foolish, said, From the 4th rank to the 5th rank, it's not such a big drop. The official replied, You can't say it like that. The position of the Imperial Inspector is very special. They have the privilege to report rumors without evidence. The Ministry of Revenue's assistant, on the other hand, is rather plain. Su Yanmiao nodded eagerly, I see. So it's like falling from heaven to the mortal realm. The clerk, exasperated, thought to himself, that's not entirely wrong. The rest of the court session passed without much of note, and soon the assembly was dismissed. Many officials were a bit disappointed, hoping Su Yanmiao would reveal some other explosive news. The old emperor, riding his palanquin to the Wuying Hall to review documents, was in a very good mood after his great victory in the court that day. His eyes glued to the documents, he said without raising his head to the chief eunuch, How come no one has any awareness? Why hasn't the empress's soup been brought to me yet? After an awkward silence, the chief eunuch, somewhat clumsy, replied, Your Majesty, there's no soup. The old emperor suddenly looked up, his eyes widening. Impossible? The empress always brings me soup after court. The eunuch hesitated, but then said, Your Majesty, there really is no soup. The emperor raised his voice, emphasizing, Impossible. It must still be on its way. You old servant are too lazy to go check. The eunuch quickly acknowledged and left, and the emperor, satisfied, returned to reviewing documents. After a while, the doors were pushed open again, and the emperor looked up, only to see the eunuch return empty-handed. Where's the soup? Your Majesty, I went to the empress's palace, but Her Highness said. The eunuch was sweating, unable to wipe it off, stiffly continuing. Her Highness said, If Your Majesty wants soup, you should ask the kitchen. The emperor slammed the table, furious. How dare she? The emperor, enraged, shouted, Is she ignoring me just for a lowly concubine who's gone astray? Adat novel bin adat. He continued grumbling, I've been too lenient with her. The emperor clenched his pen, Let's see how long she can stay in her palace without me visiting. He lowered his head to review the documents, and an hour later, raised his head again. Has the empress come to apologize? No, Your Majesty. The emperor nodded indifferently and continued with his work. 2 hours later. Has the empress come to apologize? No, Your Majesty. The emperor moved his legs, stretched his hands, and glanced out the window. 3 hours later. The emperor paused, placing his pen on the table with a thunk, stood up abruptly, pushing his chair back. Let's go to the Jiaofeng Hall. I want to see if she's truly gone mad. Princess Wanshao, holding the official seal, entered the palace. She had planned to discuss government matters with her father, but finding that he wasn't in the Wuying Hall, she nervously asked the guards, "Where is my father?" Jiaofeng Hall? I'll go there, you don't need to follow me. She walked to the Jiaofeng Hall and found it strange that there were no guards at the door. Confused, she approached the door and faintly heard her father's voice inside. Don't be angry, if not execution, can we just exile her? All right, no exile, we won't exile her, let her go to the Yetting Palace. Okay, no Yetting? You're right. After she has the baby, she can go to the temple to meditate. We'll be magnanimous, we won't argue with her. Wanshao, what are you doing in your mother's palace? In front of the Yanmiao screen in the Jiaofeng Hall, the old emperor sat on a black lacquered chair, as if nothing had happened. Wanshao is her title, and her personal name is Huashan. Elders usually call her by her title in public and by her personal name privately, but the old emperor has always been indifferent toward children not born of the empress, so he seldom refers to Princess Wanshao by her name. Princess Wanshao didn't mind this. She raised the official seal in her hands and, seeing that her father seemed to be in a good mood, quickly took the opportunity to speak. The matter with the prince consort has been dealt with. As for this official seal, I humbly ask my father to take it back. I know my abilities are shallow, and I am unworthy of such a heavy responsibility. If I were to force myself into this position, I fear it would tarnish the royal family's reputation. The old emperor gave her a sideways glance, furrowing his brows in annoyance. He said, I gave it to you, so keep it. What shallow abilities, what nonsense? Your mother used to praise how quickly and accurately you calculated the accounts. You've also been sharp when reviewing the ledgers. The Ministry of Revenue is short-staffed recently. Instead of thinking about how to relieve your father's worries, you're going to all lengths to avoid it. Her mother is the empress. Although she was not born of the empress, she still calls her mother. As for her biological mother, she can only call her aunt. Princess Wanshao didn't know how to respond at that moment, standing there, unsure of what to say. She could indeed calculate accounts and review ledgers, but those were the skills of a housekeeper, not something to be used in government affairs. The old emperor waved his hand dismissively. Enough, take the official seal and go. Tomorrow, attend court as usual. Don't disturb me and your mother's peace. Yes. Rejecting her father once had already drained Princess Wanshao of all her courage. She held the official seal as she left Jiaofeng Hall and returned to her own palace. She lay down on her bed, grabbing her hair in frustration. What should I do? I've never been an official before. What if I do a poor job? The thought of the unfamiliar world of government affairs, so different from the palace she was accustomed to, filled Princess Wanshao with rising panic. In the mirror, she could vaguely see a corner of her bed, where her hair was already tangled into a mess. Princess Wanshao almost felt the disheveled touch of her hair against her neck. Silence. She sighed and got up from the bed, not wanting to call a maid in. She walked over to the vanity and opened the cabinet, intending to grab a comb, but her gaze stopped on a makeup box tucked in the corner at the bottom of the table. Her mind stirred. It seemed like she hadn't repaid Lord Su for his great kindness. Inside the box were her jewelry and accessories. In addition to this box, she had 24 such boxes in her princess mansion. Although her father wasn't very attentive to her, he always gave her what she needed. He often said he was a rough, ordinary man who couldn't learn the aristocratic grace of previous emperors. When he rewarded others with gold and silver, if the recipient truly had a need, they could sell it, but they had to register at the Bureau of Silver. Princess Wanshao pulled the makeup box out, feeling the 3 iron clasps on the broad lock. She opened it and checked the condition of the jewelry inside. Her expression gradually firmed. Meanwhile, Empress Dou looked at the old emperor with some surprise. How did you come to the idea of making Huachan an official? She does handle the accounts well. She helped me clean up the palace ledgers before, but your majesty, haven't you always thought that women should be virtuous and keep to their duties? If they have talent, it's enough for the family to recognize it. If women go out and expose themselves to the public, isn't that a sign that the men in the family are incompetent? The old emperor answered casually, the end of the year is approaching, and the Ministry of Revenue is busy. They've already sent several memorials saying they are short-staffed. Empress Dou smiled at him at Novel bin Adat. Even though the Ministry of Revenue was short on staff, it wasn't to that extent. The old emperor continued, if we let those scholars fill the vacancies, after the new year, we can't just dismiss them without cause. We would have to keep them on, and they would still need to receive their monthly salaries. My empress, you see, isn't that a loss? After the new year, we won't need those people, but they'll still get their salaries. It makes me uncomfortable. Empress Dou's eyelid twitched involuntarily. So, the old emperor's eyes gleamed with a strange light. Let Wanshao temporarily take the position of supervisor. She's family, so we won't even have to pay her a monthly salary. Empress Dou, even the head eunuch couldn't help but glance at him. That's really stingy. Of course. The old emperor grew more animated as he spoke, his arrogance increasing by the moment. As a princess, she will still receive her regular stipend. It won't be short for her food and clothing. The old emperor went on, besides, it's time for this girl to see the world. I'm tired of her always worrying about that prince consort. A dignified princess, a noble woman of the royal family, and yet she's being oppressed by the prince consort. It infuriates me. Empress Do glanced at him, feeling that saving money was the real priority. As for making her daughter stand on her own, to him, that was less important than sending out a few strong, capable nannies to protect her. Oh, wait. Empress Do quickly calculated in her mind. If Hua Chun became an official, she could save on the nanny's expenses too. Right. The old emperor suddenly slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. I said I would reward Su Yanmiao. He looked at the head eunuch, get the brush and imperial decree. In the faint sound of pang pang as ink was ground, he picked up the brush and began writing on the blank imperial decree. The dark ink slowly flowed across the paper with his movements, forming bold characters. By my order, I grant the official Su Yanmiao of the Ministry of Personnel 300,000 coins and 100 bolts of cloth. This was the second time the head eunuch had heard the emperor specifically mention Su Yanmiao. As he walked out of Jiaofeng Hall to retrieve the reward from the emperor's private treasury, he couldn't stop thinking about the name. He was curious. How did this low-ranking official catch the emperor's attention? To the point that the emperor personally wrote the decree. Usually, when the emperor rewards common officials, he simply issues an oral edict, and if a formal decree is required, it's written by a Hanlin official. Unable to find an answer, the Grand Eunuch decided to personally deliver the reward to Su's residence. People like this newcomer, while we've never thought about forming factions, it's always good to build a good relationship. Su Yanmiao brought the Ministry of War official to his home, intending to treat him to hot pot. But the further they went, the more off track they got. The Ministry of War official pretended to be terrified. Su Lang? What are you doing? Attacking an official is illegal. Su Yanmiao rolled his eyes at him and pointed to the side. Look, we've arrived. The official looked over and was shocked. Is this your residence? How could it be so shabby and run down? Yeah, the real estate in the capital is expensive, every inch of land is gold, so the rent isn't cheap. I just rented this place. Su Yanmiao stepped over some low-lying sewage, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. But don't worry, I've saved up quite a bit for the meat, so we'll have a hearty hot pot meal today. The Ministry of War official carefully stepped inside, trying to walk lightly. The floorboards creaked with every step. Upon closer inspection, the boards were crooked with many gaps, some propped up with small wooden sticks, either horizontally or diagonally. The official was increasingly uneasy as he walked. When the steaming hot pot was placed on the table legs wobbled, and the clerk's hands shook. How can you be so poor? He almost broke down. Su Yanmiao was puzzled. Why can't I be poor? The monthly salary for a 9th rank official like me is only 1,050 wen. Add in the small bits for food, miscellaneous expenses, and servant fees. I didn't even hire those 2 servants. Instead, I take 417 wen per month, with a choice of 2 welfare options. Altogether, it's less than 2,000 wen. This broken house costs the rent is 500 wen a month, which is a quarter of my salary. I still have to eat and buy clothes. If the court didn't forbid it, I'd sleep at the government office with just my bedding. The Ministry of War official blurted out, haven't you thought about taking bribes? You don't have to take much, just accept a little gift. Everyone in the clerk's office does it. After all, they're the ones distributing documents. If someone's paperwork gets delayed just a bit, it's not obvious, and as long as it's within the rules, no one can say anything. When there was a faction dispute before, one faction didn't give them any gifts, so they deliberately delayed their paperwork and quickly processed the other factions. As a result, the other faction gained the upper hand, pushing out a third of the officials from their opposing faction. Su Yanmiao looked completely innocent and confused. What? The Ministry of War official sighed. Forget it. Seeing Su Yanmiao's pure and clean demeanor, he didn't think he would accept bribes. He decided to think of a way to help him out. Come on, let's eat that hot pot. The official sat down with a plop, and the chair creaked. He immediately lifted his bottom in fear. Su Yanmiao reassured him, don't worry, I've been sitting on this chair for months and it's perfectly fine. Oh, okay. The official sat back down, cautiously only sitting on half of the chair, always ready to stand up again. Su Yanmiao plopped down on his chair with a snap, and the wooden legs wobbled and squeaked. The official was worried it might collapse. At that moment, they both heard a knock at the door. Duan. Su Yanmiao called out, who is it? The voice from outside was especially loud. Su kid, time to pay the rent. Su Yanmiao immediately marched over, and the ground shook beneath his feet, making it seem like he weighed as much as an elephant. He opened the door to reveal the landlord, a thin figure wrapped in black robes. The landlord sniffed the air and smiled. Eating meat, huh? Congratulations. Living in a place like this, eating meat once a year was already a great luxury. Su Yanmiao pulled out 500 wen and handed it to him, smiling with squinted eyes. Yeah, just got my salary a few days ago. During the Chu dynasty, tenants who worked for the master cutting firewood or fetching water were given 2,000 wen for 300 days of work as a reward for your labor. Over time, salary became a common term for monthly allowances. The landlord was pleased. Well, enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you. But Su kid, be careful. Don't waste all your salary right away. Su Yanmiao nervously glanced at his money pouch. Got it. He subconsciously calculated how many more hot pot meals he could afford this month and how much rice and flour he had left at home. Su Yanmiao muttered to himself, forget it, I'll make do. Worst case, I'll just bum breakfast and lunch off the court. Dinner? No more. He optimistically comforted himself. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the East Market, the head eunuch stared at the area and asked his adopted son for the third time, are you sure this is the right way? The adopted son remained firm. It's right here. You don't know, but at the far end of the East Market, there's a low-lying area that someone has taken over. It's been divided into 800 rooms, rented out to merchants and poor people. As for why Su Yanmiao was living here, the adopted son didn't know. He had learned long ago that appearances could be deceiving. Whether someone was genuinely incorrupt or just pretending to be clean needed to be verified. At that point, their carriage couldn't go any further. The head eunuch pressed his palm to his face and squeezed out a sound between his teeth. Lift. The little eunuchs all shuddered. This was 300,000 yuan. The East Market was huge, and from the entrance to that low-lying area, it was nearly half a mile away, at Novel bin at. With sad faces, they lifted the chest filled with money and cloth, pushing through the curious onlookers as they gingerly made their way inside. The little eunuchs huffed and puffed as they carried the boxes, their arms stiff and sore, crying and complaining all along the way. They served people, sure, but generally, eunuchs weren't asked to carry heavy objects. Shut up, shut up. The head eunuch, in a fit of rage, shouted, I haven't complained yet. Wasn't he tired too? He was about to collapse. Looking up at the seemingly endless road, carrying the box, the head eunuch could almost hear his well-maintained arms, legs, and spine groaning in pain at Novel bin at. Master, instead of copper coins and cloth, could you give Su Yanmiao a house instead? There was another knock at the door, and Su Yanmiao sighed. Who could it be this time? Can't I just eat my hot pot in peace? The Ministry of War official swiftly grabbed the remaining fish meatballs from the red broth, his movements quicker than lightning. The air still carried the tempting scent of fish. Sounds like there are a lot of people outside. Su Lang, since you don't remember inviting anyone, could they be your enemies? Did someone send thugs? How could that be? I've always been cautious and never had any disputes with anyone. How could I have enemies? Su Yanmiao thought for a moment. It seemed like the original owner hadn't offended anyone. Then, who could it be outside? When Su Yanmiao said he was cautious, he didn't notice the complicated expression on the Ministry of War official's face. Quick, eat some beef to calm yourself down. The Ministry of War official shoved beef into his mouth while keeping an eye on the door. Seeing something was off, he quickly grabbed the small pot and splashed the scalding red broth out. Su Yanmiao opened the door. He saw a man dressed as a eunuch standing at the doorstep, the soles of his shoes covered with mud and sewage, probably from stepping in a low-lying area. The man greeted him warmly, Su Lang. Then he added, the emperor has issued a decree, please accept it. Oh. Su Yanmiao hurriedly followed the etiquette from his memory, awkwardly accepting the decree. The Ministry of War official also hurriedly came out of the house to pay his respects. The chief eunuch read the decree quickly, and as soon as Su Yanmiao took it, the little eunuchs eagerly carried the boxes inside. Where should we put these gifts, official? Su Yanmiao replied, just find a corner. The boxes quickly collided with the floor, and for some reason, the sound seemed to convey a sense of relief finally freed. The head eunuch suddenly said, Su Lang, this decree was personally written by the emperor. Ah, okay. Su Yanmiao quickly responded, sensing the surprise in the man's expression, and hesitated. Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, noble eunuch. Noble eunuch is a respectful term for an emperor's favored eunuch. The head eunuch smiled kindly. Su Lang's thanks will be reported to the emperor. Then he led the little eunuchs away. The Ministry of War official craned his neck, waiting for them to disappear from sight. Once they were out of view, he quickly stood up and stretched. Finally, they're gone. Su Yanmiao had already dashed into the house like a rabbit, his voice cheerful. Woohoo, I have money now. What followed was the joyful sound of his thoughts. Did the old emperor reward me for helping him deal with that Louis prince consort? Sorry, I won't secretly call you stingy again. 300,000 coins. I can rent a better house now. The Ministry of War official looked at Su Yanmiao's back with a thoughtful expression. Given the emperor's nature, it was unlikely that he would reward him with so much money for something so trivial. There must be another reason. It must be that Su Yanmiao solved some problem for the emperor with his thoughts. And the emperor's close eunuch had shown such respect to Su Yanmiao, calling him Su Lang and referring to himself as a servant. This subtle display of closeness suggested that. The Ministry of War official squinted and smiled, seemingly quite pleased. Su Lang must be winning the emperor's favor. Su Yanmiao picked up his chopsticks for the third time, just about to dip the food into the hot red oil. Dong, dong, dong. The door was knocked on for the third time. The Ministry of War official. Su Yanmiao. Su Yanmiao threw down his chopsticks. Damn it, this is too much. Can't I just have a peaceful meal? But still, he had to go open the door. Su Yanmiao, with the Ministry of War official's sympathetic gaze upon him, opened the door for the third time. This time, it was a stranger, dressed in the last rays of sunset, his posture humble. Su Lang, I am the steward of the Dou family. The master has specially invited you to a feast. Please come. Su Yanmiao was stunned. Dou family. Minister Dou, did you find him? Report, master, we didn't find him. Have you all confessed? Report, master. The servants all say they are innocent. No one admits to stealing the young master's betrothal gift. Minister Do silently stared at the warehouse door, covering his ears. The door was painted in gold and adorned with a beast face, with 3 layers and 3 locks. The first lock is a puzzle lock, shaped like a fish's head, with the keyhole hidden in the fish's eye. It is designed with the idea that fish are thought to keep their eyes open at night, symbolizing alertness. The second lock is a silver lock shaped like a shrimp's tail, also known as the god of money. The lock resembles a curled shrimp, with the body formed into a long cylinder, held together by 3 iron hoops with intricate patterns. The third lock is a poetry lock, with pre-carved characters on it. There are 7 characters in total, and the lock can only be opened when the characters are aligned correctly. Moreover, the estate is heavily patrolled day and night. Between every 2 large gates, there is a small gap where 5 people can stand. The steward has arranged 2 guards to watch each gap, and every morning and evening, servants enter to count the valuables. Afterward, the servants are also searched. Prime Minister Do was completely baffled how had a few items from the betrothal gifts gone missing. The families-in-law, Minister of Rights, rushed to the Prime Minister Do's residence upon hearing the news, not even stopping for water, and immediately asked, "What's missing?" A pair of silver gilt bridal tassels, a pair of white jade dragon-shaped hairpins, a pair of gold and jade earrings, a set of jade double-headed phoenix hairpins, and a gold crown with 55 gems, 20 of which are missing, quite obviously. And there are still some other small items missing that haven't been counted yet. Although the items were few, they were all listed on the betrothal list. According to custom, these gifts should be moved outside the bride's door, displayed, and then called out by the family's steward. At this point, various guests, male relatives, and female relatives should be able to admire them. This was supposed to be an honor for the bride's family, showcasing how much the groom's family valued her. But now, it had turned into a disaster for both families. If it were discovered in public that the betrothal gifts were incomplete, it would bring shame not only to the bride's family but also to the Do family's reputation. Especially since this time, the betrothal was for his eldest son's second marriage, and the Do family couldn't afford to make it seem like they were neglecting the second wife. As Prime Minister Do, already advanced in age, had many wrinkles on his face, each crease now reflected his anxiety and exhaustion. The naming ceremony is in half an hour, it's too late to make up for it now. Even rewriting the gift list would take too long. The thief was very careful, only stealing small items, leaving the larger ones untouched. Otherwise, the loss would have been discovered sooner. But the small items were difficult to replace, as it was hard to know exactly which piece was missing or which jewelry had its gems removed. The Minister of Rights roared angrily, "If I find out who did this, I'll skin them alive." Prime Minister Do's family was lucky it was for a new wife. His family was marrying off a daughter? Marrying off a daughter? The two exchanged a glance and then politely turned away to avoid showing the other their own troubled expression. Why not send for the city patrol magistrate? In half an hour it will be the time, it's too late. That's true. Although the city patrol magistrate is responsible for investigating and arresting cases in the capital, even the best detective can't solve a case in such a short time. Only a deity could do that. They suddenly looked at each other, both seeing determination and excitement in the other's eyes. In unison, they said, "Su Yanmiao." Achoo. Su Yanmiao rubbed his nose, glaring at the warehouse door with deep frustration. Damn it, they said I was invited to a banquet. But they didn't mention I'd have to work before eating. But who would ask the Ministry of Personnel official to investigate a case? At Novel bin at. When he arrived, Su Yanmiao discovered that Prime Minister Do hadn't only invited him, Do's residents had sent invitations to every official in the Ministry of Personnel, asking them all to come to the banquet. However, before that, they needed to help Prime Minister Do find the missing betrothal gifts. Only half an hour. Of course, everyone in the Ministry of Personnel knew they were just there to pretend to investigate. One by one, they feigned examining the situation while secretly eyeing Su Yanmiao. Su Yanmiao, meanwhile, was half-heartedly working while grumbling. Why is the Ministry of Personnel looking for things? Isn't the city patrol magistrate supposed to handle this? If it really is too hard, they could have asked the Ministry of Works to check for secret passages or mechanisms. Ministry of Personnel solving a case? Ridiculous. And it's already after hours, and they still have to work overtime. So unfair? They don't even get overtime pay. But with such tight security, how did they manage to steal anything? Su Yanmiao glanced around and noticed that no one was paying attention to him. So, he quietly changed his position, leaning against a pillar and focusing on the system interface, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Here it comes? The city patrol magistrate and others held their breath, not wanting to disturb Su Yanmiao. Many of them even stretched their necks to look toward him. Damn it, I really want to know who the mastermind is. What an audacious thief. It's said the betrothal gifts were lost overnight, and during the last 6 months when the inventory was checked, no problems were noticed. Finally, they were about to catch the thief. Prime Minister Do was bending down to inspect the lock when he suddenly stood up, stepping on some copper coins scattered on the ground. The anger in his step caused them to crack loudly. The Minister of the Court of Rights took a deep breath, then exhaled. The cold air turned to vapor in the winter air. The prepared torture could now be put to use. Found it. Su Yanmiao eagerly opened the next page of the interface. Wait. He froze. His eyes widened in shock. This. The others, what happened? What happened? One by one, they craned their necks even further. And Su Yanmiao, in a tone of shock, admiration, and awe, exclaimed, "This is how you steal." They stuffed the small jewels into, but those night pearls aren't small, did they not hurt? Everyone perked up, halting their movements, eager to hear more. What? Who stuffed them? Where did they stuff them? Hurt? Hurt where? Hurry up and tell us. Su Yanmiao, too clever? Hiding gold in the ass. Title reams, doesn't it? What the heck? Ass? Someone from the Ministry of Personnel instinctively touched their own behind, their eyes wide with confusion. How can that place even hold anything? And, a certain official from the Ministry of Personnel swallowed hard, putting jewelry in there, wouldn't it get, dirty or something? This is killing me? At novel bin at. Prime Minister Do's hands trembled violently. It's tainted. His son's betrothal gifts have been defiled. What the heck? Huh? The others instantly perked up. What did Su Yanmiao just discover? Could there really be something even more absurd than hiding valuables in the anus? No way, right? This is hiding gold in the anus we're talking about? How is this even possible? Su Yanmiao's usually composed inner thoughts trembled in sheer astonishment. One time, they managed to fit 2 jade combs, 2 golden-laid jade bracelets, and 4 South Sea pearls? Is this an anus? This is a black hole. Hiss. The men present collectively felt their pupils quake. How could anyone fit that much? Wouldn't it hurt so much they'd pass out? I've got it. One person declared confidently. This thief must be a woman? Women can give birth, so they can naturally hold such items? Perhaps the woman disguised herself as a man to sneak in. Someone else added with conviction. Of course, childbirth doesn't involve that place, but this person didn't know any better. No wonder Prime Minister Do's youngest son was limping for days recently. I thought it was because he fought with the Prince of Jibei over a courtesan and got punished by his father. The confident individual suddenly looked like they'd been choked by an invisible hand. A man? How could it be a man? Could a man's anatomy really be this, naturally gifted? Stop, don't think about it anymore. Yet, many of the men there began sneaking glances at their colleagues' backsides. If it weren't for the crowd, someone might have wrestled someone down to check for themselves. Even more mortified than these men was Prime Minister Do, because as it turned out, the culprit responsible for all this embarrassment was his own youngest son. What an utter scandal. The official from the Court of State Ceremonies, Do's future-in-law, turned to look at him, his eyes filled with sheer disbelief. Prime Minister Do noticed and, fearing a misunderstanding, quickly explained, "This is entirely my unfilial son's doing." At the same moment, the official from the Court of State Ceremonies lowered his voice, a mix of excitement and embarrassment in his tone. "Prime Minister, your youngest son's, capabilities back there, can they really carry out so many treasures?" Prime Minister Do. The official coughed awkwardly. "It's just pure curiosity, okay?" Prime Minister Do's expression looked like someone had accidentally poured a whole jar of mixed spices onto his face, revealing a hilariously complex mix of emotions. But truth be told, if one set aside the fact that his own house was burning down, Prime Minister Do also coughed lightly, lowering his voice. I have no idea. If not for today's events, I wouldn't have known that unfilial wretches, Rear is so, naturally gifted." The two men exchanged glances, each seeing a tinge of regret in the other's eyes. "Prime Minister Do, this is my son, so I can't exactly test the strength of his rear." Official from the Court of State Ceremonies, "But that's the Prime Minister's son. Prime Minister's son. Prime Minister's son." The phrase echoed in his mind like a mantra, reminding him to stay in line. Meanwhile, Su Yanmiao was completely engrossed in the unfolding drama, too busy absorbing the gossip to notice the external world. Wow, hiding jewelry and pearls in the anus, cleaning them, and then presenting them as gifts to a courtesan. What kind of idiot does this wait? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore, ha ha ha. The surrounding officials perked up their ears. Another juicy tidbit? What kind of revelation could make Su Yanmiao, of all people, laugh so uncontrollably? Do Shifei, Prime Minister Do's youngest son, recently gave the courtesan 7 South Sea pearls, each the size of a fist. Pfft. At this, Su Yanmiao finally couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. Mainly because he imagined the scenario of Do Shifei painstakingly squeezing out those pearls one by one over the span of 7 days. After laughing, Su Yanmiao frantically glanced around. Seeing that everyone else seemed preoccupied with investigating the scene, he sighed in relief before sneaking another peek at the juicy gossip. Those 7 South Sea pearls were later dubbed the Big Dipper. Each pearl is a different color: white, pink, black, peacock green. Do Shifei gifted them to the courtesan, leaving everyone in the brothel utterly envious. And then, the courtesan gifted the Big Dipper to the Prince of Jibei. The prince then had it made into a belt, which he now proudly wears everywhere, showing off. Ha ha ha. The officials around bit down hard on their lips, pinching their thighs. Must not laugh. Absolutely mustn't laugh. The Prince of Jibei originally lived in the Jibei region. His father, the King of Jibei, had been bedridden for half a year, and the prince had come to the capital as his representative. For the past few days, this man had been strutting around court with that treasured belt, often striking poses to draw attention to it. That belt was indeed exquisite, attracting many lower-ranked officials to gather around him, just to catch a glimpse if they could touch it. Even better, one of the deputy ministers from the Ministry of Personnel, a rank 7 official, let out a long sigh of relief. The ministry has 2 deputy ministers, and the other one noticed his colleague's odd expression. Whitening his eyes, he asked, "You wouldn't have?" The first deputy minister closed his eyes as if shielding himself from the harsh daylight. After a long pause, he reopened them, speaking with lingering fear. "At the time, I almost touched it. Thankfully, the Prince of Jibei slapped my hand away. Such immense gratitude? I'm forever in his debt?" Wait a minute. Su Yanmiao's attention suddenly drifted elsewhere. How could such a large batch of pearls go missing without anyone noticing during the previous inspections? Oh, found it, what the? Su Yanmiao almost laughed to death. This Do Shifei is truly a talent? He actually pried 7 pearls off 7 separate jewelry sets, picking the biggest one from each? Ha 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 ha. Prime Minister Do doesn't allow him to waste money and only gives him 50 taels of silver each month as an allowance. No wonder he had to take such desperate measures during the courtesan competition. Ha 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 ha. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Prime Minister Do's face turned from livid to utterly expressionless. His gaze fell upon the Wolf-Tooth Club leaning against the corner, and a sinister smile slowly crept across his face. The stolen items were now tainted, and even if retrieved, they could no longer be used. But the betrothal gift exchange still had to proceed. In his desperation, Prime Minister Do came up with an idea and whispered a plan to the Minister of Rites, Hongla Temple's King Yun. The latter's eyes lit up more and more as he listened. Brilliant! Let's do it! His loud exclamation startled Su Yanmiao, who nervously tried to blend in with the other Ministry of Personnel officials, pretending to focus on the ceremony. To his surprise, everyone he encountered greeted him with a smile. Su Yanmiao cautiously returned their smiles at Novel bin at. Phew, thank goodness no one caught me slacking off. But why did the Minister of Rites suddenly shout like that? What's going on? Before long, the reason became clear to everyone, including the families of both parties and the invited guests. The Minister of Rites' daughter had declared her virtuous intentions, lamenting the lingering influence of decadent practices from the previous dynasty. She had begged her father to send her off with modest gifts to curb the trend of extravagance in the current era. Impressed by her high moral standards, the Do family responded in kind, agreeing to exchange modest betrothal gifts. Of course, modest was relative to their social standing. For families as wealthy as theirs, reducing a 1,000,000 dowry to a mere 300,000 was seen as a huge sacrifice. To commoners, however, this sum was astronomical. In any case, the daughter's reputation as a virtuous and frugal woman soared, winning universal praise. As for whether the actual dowry was truly modest or supplemented in private, that was left to speculation. Meanwhile, at the Do family, the anguished screams of their youngest son echoed through the halls as he was beaten so severely he couldn't leave his bed for half a month. But such minor details hardly mattered. The emperor himself did not visit the Do residence. Although he wanted to give his brother-in-law this honor, Empress Do personally requested that he refrain, explaining that too much recognition might cause her brother's household to lose their humility. The emperor, always inclined to heed the empress's wishes, sent his head eunuch to deliver a congratulatory gift in his stead. When the eunuch returned, he couldn't resist sharing the bizarre events he had witnessed at the Do residence. "Your Majesty, at today's betrothal gift exchange, Prime Minister Do presented surprisingly modest gifts." Yet, instead of being upset, the Minister of Rites joined him in publicly denouncing the extravagance and decadence plaguing our society. Outside the mansion gates, they passionately decried the wasteful customs passed down from the previous dynasty, which burdened families at all levels of society. They claimed it was the Minister of Rites' daughter's idea, and the people in the streets are now singing her praises as a virtuous and patriotic heroine who cares deeply for the nation. Hearing this, the emperor was reminded of the tail end of the previous dynasty. Back then, decadence and excess had consumed the nation, from the emperor and nobility down to the common people. Luxurious clothing, food, and lifestyle practices were celebrated, even among humble tavern girls adorned with rare gems. The entire empire had exuded a sense of rotting opulence, like a raging fire devouring its fuel. At the time, no one could have foreseen the abrupt collapse of such a seemingly invincible regime. Many believed it was merely a little decadent. Families, both rich and poor, had embraced excessive wedding customs. While the wealthy could afford it, ordinary families were often left destitute, with many even resorting to debt or infanticide just to survive. The emperor sighed deeply. Life is truly harsh for the common people. When I was young, my family had only a few barren acres of land, yet we could still afford my schooling. But when my eldest brother married and my sister was wed, the family fell into ruin. In the end, I had to sell myself into servitude just to survive. The emperor never shied away from his humble origins, often taking pride in recounting his rise. After all, who else had climbed from slavery to the throne? Who else? Still, the eunuch wisely stayed silent, knowing when to refrain from interrupting. After his lament, the emperor ordered, instruct the Hanlin Academy to draft a decree regulating wedding expenditures, to be announced throughout the empire. This would be an official imperial edict, binding across the land. And also convey my verbal commendation. The Minister of Rites, King Yun, has raised his daughter well. Reward her for her exemplary virtue. Having issued his orders, the emperor felt much more relaxed. At that moment, a palace servant entered to report, Consort Zhang says she received your majesty's permission to meet with you shortly. She also heard that you've been busy in court all day and worried you hadn't eaten, so she personally prepared garlic clove noodles. The head eunuch raised an eyebrow, silently applauding the consort's cleverness. The emperor, known for his simple tastes rooted in his humble beginnings, favored common foods. Had Consort Zhang sent elaborate dishes, she might have been reprimanded. The emperor nodded approvingly, and the noodles were brought to him. As he ate, he asked the eunuch, anything else amusing to report? The eunuch smiled. There was an odd incident at the Dou residence. Intrigued, the emperor perked up. Oh, it seems that after the ceremony, screams were heard from the Dou residence. Word has it that Prime Minister Dou was chasing his youngest son with a wolf-tooth club. The emperor's interest deepened as he reached for the plate of melon seeds. What happened? The eunuch shared the juicy details he had uncovered. Apparently, Prime Minister Dou's son had been caught by his father after competing with the Prince of Jibei's son for the favor of a courtesan. The emperor's excitement instantly deflated. That's it. Here he was, expecting a dramatic tale of familial betrayal, only to be served a trivial scandal about a courtesan rivalry not even between father and son, but between unrelated parties. He set the melon seeds back down, thoroughly disappointed. Su Yanmiao is much better at this, he never fails to deliver. Dong 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 dong. The old emperor blurted out, what's that noise? It seems, the grand eunuch tilted his head to listen. Someone is striking the drum of appeals outside the Meridian Gate. The drum of appeals? The old emperor stood up solemnly. Summon the officials. Su Yanmiao walked at the very back of the officials' procession, listening to an official from the Ministry of War explain. When His Majesty first founded the dynasty, he had the drum of appeals placed outside the Meridian Gate. If commoners suffer injustice, they may strike the drum to petition directly to the throne. Oh, does it require crawling over a nail board? I heard they have to do that before presenting grievances. Of course not. Where did you hear such nonsense? The official couldn't hold back his laughter. His Majesty established the drum of appeals to open the way for grievances to reach the throne. If petitioners had to crawl over a nail board, most would die trying. Who would dare file a grievance then? That would be as pointless as taking off one's pants to fart. Even in previous dynasties, penalties for petitioners usually involved a dozen lashes or canings but never crawling over nail boards. Su Yanmiao felt embarrassed. That was my misunderstanding. The moment he stepped into the side hall near the Meridian Gate, an overwhelming stench of blood assaulted him. What the? Su Yanmiao's pupils shook. Did the old emperor really make petitioners crawl over a nail board? The other officials. Thank you. We're shocked, too. At the front of the group, the Prime Minister and the 6 ministers suddenly looked up at the old emperor. Your Majesty, this doesn't seem appropriate. Mostly because they could also smell the thick scent of blood, far too heavy to be normal. A vein throbbed at the old emperor's temple. He shot Su Yanmiao a glare before firmly enunciating, I've already ordered the imperial physician to provide aid. This woman's body was already covered in wounds before she struck the drum of appeals. I do not yet know what grievance drove her to endure such pain. His words were crisp and deliberate, as if worried they might mishear. When he said before, he placed special emphasis on it. The imperial physician approached with his medicine chest, gazing at the blood-soaked figure before him with pity. Years of medical experience told him this patient couldn't be saved, he could only ease her pain before death. Sigh. The physician reached out to check her pulse. Slap. A blood-streaked hand suddenly grabbed his wrist and pushed it aside. Ah, the physician screamed. She's alive. The old emperor gripped the armrest tightly, veins bulging along his arm. If he hadn't been sitting, he might have staggered back 3 steps. Your Majesty. The bloodied woman spoke, her voice not exactly strong but filled with sorrowful determination. This humble woman, Xia Luoshui, accuses the Marquis of Kuiji, his wife, and their heir of grievous crimes. The old emperor opened his mouth, about to speak, but Su Yanmiao's internal voice had already spoken on his behalf. What the heck? What kind of protagonist physique does this woman have? Wounded like that, shouldn't she at least be on the brink of death? How does she still have the strength to speak so forcefully? Su Yanmiao's eyes fixed on the system's gossip feed, gasping. She had a miscarriage just yesterday. The civil and military officials collectively hissed in shock. You'd never guess. What woman doesn't need to rest in bed for at least 10 days to half a month after a miscarriage? Impressive? She took advantage of the Marquis of Kuiji's family attending the Prime Minister's betrothal ceremony to flee, stole a horse, and rode 40 miles straight to the capital to make her case. Everyone couldn't help but glance at the ragged woman's legs. Her inner thighs were rubbed raw, bleeding profusely. Yet, as Xia Luoshui recounted her grievances, she became more impassioned. Her left leg instinctively stepped forward, her tattered clothing shifted, reopening wounds that had only just begun to scab over at Novel bin Adat. Even the Prime Minister couldn't help wincing on her behalf. But the fragile-looking woman only furrowed her brow slightly, as if such pain was insignificant to her. She quickly recounted her ordeal. She was the daughter of a farming family who recently entered the city with her parents to sell fish. The heir of the Marquis of Kuiji initially wooed her with sweet words, luring her into the household. But when the family heard the emperor was considering remarrying Princess Xiangyang, they imprisoned her to prevent rumors from spreading. Meanwhile, the heir pretended to be a virtuous man, claiming he had remained single and untouched for years in honor of the princess. As for the pregnancy, it was the result of the heir's drunken assault on her. The old emperor turned his gaze to the Marquis of Kueji. Do you have anything to say? Xiao Luoshui also prepared herself, expecting the Marquis to deny or even counter-accuse her. To everyone's surprise, the Marquis immediately confessed, admitting he had been blinded by ambition and desperate to have his family marry into the royal lineage. After confessing, he even apologized to Xiao Luoshui with remarkable speed. Everyone, from the emperor to the officials, was stunned. The old emperor, still dazed, delivered the verdict according to the law. The Marquis of Kueji was guilty of causing bodily harm and sentenced to 40 lashes. The heir was guilty of assault and sentenced to 2 years of labor. The emperor couldn't help asking, Marquis of Kueji, do you accept this judgment of 40 lashes for harming another? The Marquis bowed deeply. I accept the punishment. The emperor asked again, your son's crime of assaulting an unmarried woman warrants 2 years of labor. Do you accept? Once again, the Marquis bowed. I accept on behalf of my unworthy son. The emperor turned to Xiao Luoshui. Are you satisfied with this verdict? She knelt and replied, this humble woman is satisfied. Since the plaintiff was satisfied, the court session concluded. Su Yanmiao, having muddled his way through, remained confused. He began to question why he had even attended this court session. Looking up, he noticed the Marquis of Kueji hastily leaving the hall. Su Yanmiao instinctively opened the system interface. Something feels off. The moment this thought appeared, the Marquis of Kueji froze for a second. In the next moment, he picked up his pace, walking even faster. Just as he was about to step out of the side hall's doors, Su Yanmiao's mind flooded with shocked expressions conveyed through exclamation marks. No way, no way, no way, a baby switching scandal? This is actually a case of switching the dragon for a snake. The old emperor, who was just stepping onto his sedan chair, staggered and almost fell off. The head eunuch cried out, Your Majesty, and hurried to support him. There's no need to help. The old emperor leapt off the sedan chair and strode swiftly back into the hall. I still have unfinished business. He was rushing back to watch the drama unfold. Seeing the emperor return, all the officials naturally followed suit. The Marquis of Kueji's legs went weak, and he was dragged back into the hall by the imperial guards. Xiao Luoshui, still confused, observed the officials around her, some of them, inexplicably, even yanked off their own beards. What was going on here? Unable to figure it out, she instinctively followed the crowd back inside. Su Yanmiao walked absent-mindedly along with the group, his eyes glued to the system interface. I knew something was off. If he really had a guilty conscience and admitted to his crimes so easily, he wouldn't have resorted to imprisoning people in the first place. But I never expected this. It's a baby-switching scandal. The current heir of the Marquis of Kueji isn't even his biological son. The revelation instantly energized the previously groggy officials, and their eyes now burned with curiosity. They all wondered just how the heir wasn't the Marquis's son. Was it because the lady of the house had an affair and swapped her illegitimate child with the young miss of the family? Nope, the child was swapped by the Marquioness herself. She brought in some random baby boy from outside. Let me check if the Marquis knew about it. Whoa, oh my, the aristocratic circles are truly chaotic? And yes, he knew, he always knew. He's infertile and only has this one child, so he turned a blind eye and accepted it. The officials collectively sighed in disappointment. Since the Marquis knew about it, it was likely that he had condoned the act. The possibility of an illegitimate child from an affair was thus ruled out. The Minister of Revenue shook his head in regret. The Marquioness was so foolish. Husband and wife are one unit. If the heir wasn't of the husband's bloodline, she should have at least ensured he had her bloodline. Why bring in an unrelated child to inherit the marquisate? If it were just an affair, the Marquis, with his magnanimity, probably wouldn't have minded such a trivial matter. He stumped his foot in frustration. So foolish. The Marquis of Kueji fumed silently. Shut up. The Marquis muttered inwardly, you're all just enjoying the drama. Why don't you have your wives give you an heir while they're at it? The old emperor immediately called for the chief eunuch. Bring the heir of the Marquis of Kueji and his wife here, to watch the drama unfold. Teehee. Before long, the two were brought into the hall. During this interval, the officials had feasted on plenty of gossip. It turned out that all the Marquis's efforts to promote his son as a prodigy, like composing poetry at 3 and mastering prose at 5, were staged, with someone preparing the works in advance for the boy to memorize. The tale of the boy's supposed hunting prowess, like the time he released a mystical black fox he had hunted, only for it to spin 3 times before leaping into his arms, was also fabricated. The fox had been caught ahead of time, starved for 3 days until it could barely move, and then released. Moreover, the boy had meat hidden in his robes to lure the fox back. And that fox? Ha ha ha, that fox was... Su Yanmiao's laughter was earth-shattering. At novel bin at. It was just a regular red fox dyed black with ink. Ha 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 ha. Such shameless fakery. Poor fox was almost drowned in a vat of ink. The Marquis's face turned crimson, as if he were being stripped naked and paraded in front of the entire court. So what if it was fake? At least I had the means to fake it. Besides, achieving fame in the scholarly world can't simply be dismissed as mere fakery. Su Yanmiao found another piece of deception and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. The Marquis, can you stop laughing already? Su Yanmiao unearthed yet another fabrication and laughed even harder. Ha 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 ha. The Marquis, will this ever end? Seriously, will it ever end? Su Yanmiao continued. Ha ha ha. Turns out the Marquis of Quaji's reputation as the most refined and handsome man of his generation was built on similar fakery. No wonder he's so skilled at creating a persona for his fake son. It's a family tradition. Ha ha ha. All the officials in the hall were red-faced from holding in their laughter, while Su Yanmiao's unabashed cackles echoed throughout the chamber. Suddenly, Su Yanmiao's laughter stopped abruptly. The Marquis felt a chill run down his spine. Guided by some instinct, he turned toward the hall's entrance and saw his wife and the supposed heir being escorted in by the imperial guards. It's over, the Marquis thought despairingly. Su Yanmiao let out an excited "Oh wow, I'm actually witnessing this drama live. Looks like the old emperor's guards have been investigating the Marquis's household for some time now. Now I get it. The earlier dismissal of the court must have been staged to prevent the Marquis from pulling any desperate moves. The guards must have found evidence proving that Xiao Luoshui is actually the true young miss of the Marquis's household." The Marquis closed his eyes in agony. This time, it was truly over. Xiao Luoshui suddenly felt countless gazes converge on her, making her extremely uncomfortable. What are they looking at? Are they mocking me? She wiped the bloodstains off her face, stubbornly meeting the stares with a resolute gaze, her lips tightly pressed together. And then she heard, "Madame Du," the emperor's tone was calm and even. "This business of swapping the dragon for the phoenix, was it your idea, or Marquis Quaji's?" Madame Du seemed stunned, immediately turning her head to glare at Marquis Quaji, her willow leaf eyebrows furrowed. "Swapping the dragon for the phoenix? Wei Jin, you tell me clearly, what is this nonsense about swapping the dragon for the phoenix? Did you replace my child?" Next to her, the Quaji heir swayed his head, wearing a "you must be joking" expression. "Mother, what are you saying? What swapping? Father, there must be some misunderstanding. Your Majesty, surely someone is mistaken." Marquis Quaji protested. This is slander by the Jin Yaiwei. My eldest son is my son. How could I do something as heinous as swapping the dragon for the phoenix? I even petitioned for him to inherit the title of heir. Such a thing would be treason, a capital offense." Three voices rang out, sharp, urgent, and defensive, blending into chaotic noise. Oh, and there was a fourth voice. "Tisk tisk, birds of a feather flock together." This Madame Du managed to absolve herself in just a few words, even though this was clearly a joint effort with her husband. She's making it sound like she had no clue. And Marquis Quaji? What a piece of work. Back when Madame Du was pregnant, he subtly pressured her, making her worry about not bearing a son to inherit the marquisate. After the birth, he sighed constantly and hinted about some mistress who had supposedly borne him a son, suggesting he'd bring them into the family. Huh? A weak seed like him? If he really had a son, he'd have paraded him around already. He manipulated Madame Du into proposing the swapping the dragon for the phoenix idea herself, and then played the part of the helpless husband, puffing on his pipe and pretending to be overpowered by her stubbornness. What a master manipulator. Su Yanmiao's exposé gave the court a feast of juicy gossip. Everyone was astounded. What kind of den of snakes and rats was the Quaji household? Even their so-called heir, oh no, their fake heir was capable of imprisoning an innocent woman. One official murmured, "Are they really not related by blood?" The resemblance was uncanny. It's a pity for the legitimate daughter. As the daughter of the main wife, with the emperor's fondness for rewarding meritorious officials and their descendants, she would have easily secured a noble title. But her parents ruined her future. Yes, truly tragic. Honestly, Marquis Quaji isn't even human. Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. Marquis Quaji, however, had a thick skin. "Say what you want, I'll just keep denying it." Turning to the emperor, he staunchly declared, "Your Majesty, this matter requires proof. How could I possibly commit such an act of confusing bloodlines? If it were true, why wouldn't I have kept my daughter and pretended she was a twin? Why would I abandon her? This is clearly an attempt to slander me. Please, Your Majesty, discern the truth." Everyone knew that what Su Yanmiao revealed was true, and everyone knew that Marquis Quaji was betting everything on the lack of evidence. Even an emperor as decisive as this one couldn't convict the Quaji household solely based on Su Yanmiao's inner monologue. Accusations like using a fake heir to deceive the court might seem baseless to the public without solid proof. The court fell into an eerie silence. When the emperor didn't immediately respond, nor did Su Yanmiao's mind voice provide new insights, Marquis Quaji's lips subtly curled into a satisfied smirk. He had won his gamble. For the emperor to be seen as a just ruler, he couldn't rely solely on Su Yanmiao's revelations to convict anyone. And Su Yanmiao, what could he do? Knowing the truth meant nothing. Even if the entire court knew, without evidence, it was all meaningless. What annoyed Marquis Quaji most was, he discreetly observed the now-grown Xiao Luoshui. Didn't he suggest back then that they kill the baby girl to eliminate any loose ends? Could it be that Madame Du had gone soft-hearted and spared her? Foolish woman, she nearly brought ruin upon the marquisate. Being caught for fabricating an heir to deceive the court would be considered treason, a grave offense punishable by death. Just then, the Minister of Justice spoke up leisurely. "Since Your Majesty has mentioned swapping the dragon for the phoenix, you must know where the true phoenix is. Why not summon her and perform a blood test with Marquis Quaji?" The emperor smiled. "Excellent suggestion, Minister." Marquis Quaji's expression turned grim at novel bin at. He had overlooked the possibility of a blood test. Still, all was not lost. He knew a little secret. Vinegar could prevent blood from mixing, even if the individuals were related. As long as he could arrange. A blood test. Su Yanmiao's inner voice resurfaced. But blood tests are fake. As long as vinegar isn't added beforehand, anyone's blood will mix in water. The emperor's expression darkened. Marquis Kwaji smirked. The court descended into chaos. Blood tests don't work, an official stammered. But during the chaos of the civil war, I relied on a blood test to find my father. If blood tests were fake, then, who had he been calling father for over 20 years? An official's face turned green as he muttered, "My wife told me our child was mine, and I even performed a blood test ritual with that bastard." The official next to him tried to comfort him. "Maybe the child is yours." The green-faced official cut him off, his expression filled with grief and indignation. "I was posted away for 2 years, and when I returned, there was a 1-year-old child in the house. She told me it was conceived when we met in a dream." The comforting official. Well, that's probably not your child." Meanwhile, the Minister of Justice, who had triggered this courtroom storm by suggesting the blood test ritual, looked visibly relieved. "Thankfully, I don't have children, and my father was never lost." Other officials. "Can you hear yourself right now?" The Minister of Justice cleared his throat, attempting to salvage the situation. "Your Majesty, there's also the bone test ritual. The blood of a true father and daughter will always be absorbed into the other's bones." Fake. "I've heard that the urine of parents and children can recognize each other." Fake. "And that a mother and daughters, certain features must be similar." Fake. The Minister of Justice. Fake. Wait, why is it so quiet now? Is that all he had to say? Yep, that's it. This Minister of Justice doesn't seem very competent after all. The Minister of Justice couldn't hold it together anymore. Gritting his teeth, he raised his voice. "Your Majesty, after careful consideration, I believe these are all folk remedies and cannot be relied upon. My knowledge is shallow, and it was reckless of me to bring them up. I was mistaken." Even the old emperor couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. These so-called verification methods had been handed down over centuries, yet Su Yanmiao was debunking them one by one. No wonder the minister's confidence had crumbled. "Beloved minister," the emperor said sincerely, "this is not your fault. It was all because of Su Yanmiao's unforgiving tongue? So, is this where the Jinyai steps in with the definitive evidence?" Su Yanmiao's inner voice remained as eager as ever. "Xiao Luoshui's family has a wash basin. It's the one she was placed in as a baby when she floated down the Luo River. It was also used as a wash basin in Madame Du's room. At the time, things were rushed. Madame Du had her maid smuggle Xiao Luoshui out of the manor to dispose of her quietly, but since they couldn't be seen, they placed her in that basin. The bottom of the basin still has the craftsman's mark engraved on it, along with the date it was made. The craftsman's ledger contains records, as does the Kwaji Marquisite's household accounts. Cross-referencing them would confirm everything. At novel bin at. Marquis Kwaji clenched his jaw and had already crafted a defense. He would claim that Madame Du simply wanted a new wash basin and discarded the old one long ago. Oh, and there's more? In the nearby Luoyang County, court records from 18 years ago mention a household fire that killed a couple. Strangely, though, only 2 corpses were found. The male infant who should have been in the house had mysteriously disappeared. A faint sweat appeared on Marquis Kwaji's neck. Still, he had prepared another excuse in his mind. It was nothing more than an unsolved case. Claiming the missing infant was now the Marquisite's heir would be a stretch. Oh, that's right. The Jinyai must also have Luoyang County's household registration records. These are updated every 20 years and include names, genders, ages, land holdings, residences, taxes owed, and even portraits, both drawings and descriptions. What an unfortunate coincidence. The Luo River fisher girl bears some resemblance to Madame Du, and the Marquisite heir bears a striking similarity to a farmer from Luoyang County. Tisk tisk. The evidence is ironclad. Nonsense. How was this ironclad evidence? Marquis Kwaji's eyes hardened. Your Majesty, he shouted. At this point, I must confess. The emperor reflexively asked, confess what? My wife? 20 years ago, she had an affair with a farmer in Luoyang County. The affair lasted 2 years. His words were resolute, spoken with the weight of undeniable truth. I did not understand why your Majesty accused me of swapping the dragon for the phoenix, so I firmly denied it. But now I see your Majesty suspected me because the heir does not resemble me or my wife. Today's events have made me question everything as well. Now it's clear I have been a cuckold for 20 years and raised another man's son for 18. As he spoke, the cuckold even seemed to tear up, using the corner of his sleeve to dab at his eyes. The court officials were utterly dumbfounded. To avoid being accused of fabricating an heir to steal a title, Marquis Kwaji had gone all out. Madame Du remained silent. Claiming a noble title fraudulently was considered defiance of the hierarchy, a crime punishable by beheading. However, adultery carried a much lighter penalty, only a year and a half of hard labor for both involved parties. This was even less severe than the punishment for forced intercourse, by 6 months. Anyone with common sense knew which option to choose. And besides, she was the one cuckolding others. What did she have to fear? The Marquis of Kwaji dismissed the astonishment of the court officials. As long as he could save his life, what did a mere green hat matter? 200 years ago, when a foreign regime ruled over the Central Plains, a fractured empire saw the rise of numerous kingdoms. One emperor of a particular dynasty trusted only eunuchs. To become an official in his court, men had to castrate themselves. Yet, despite such humiliation, countless people willingly mutilated themselves to secure a position. It's said that at the time, that kingdom gained over 20,000 eunuchs. Compared to that, wearing a green hat was nothing. As long as he knew the truth, it didn't matter what others thought. But his sense of triumph was abruptly shattered by 2 sentences from Su Yanmiao. Huh? Was there really such a thing? The student, oblivious to the tangled web behind the drama, scratched his face in confusion. Didn't the baby swapping incident happen because the late Marquis of Kueji had been delaying appointing a legitimate heir? Wasn't it due to him being over 30 years old without a son, and the pressure to name his second brother who had already fathered 7 sons as the heir? That's why Madame Du had to ensure her child was a boy, right? A peculiar gleam flashed through the emperor's eyes. Panic began to rise in the Marquis of Kueji's heart. Then, the emperor broke into a hearty laugh. Marquis of Kueji, ha ha ha. The Marquis face turned ashen. I deeply sympathize with your situation. The emperor's attempt at sincerity would have been more convincing if not for the smile still on his face. If that's the case, how about I give you a son? You can raise him to take care of you in your old age. How about your second brother's youngest son? He's still a child and easy to mold. I'll appoint him as your heir. No. The Marquis' scream pierced the court, disregarding the setting and his precarious position. His refusal was nearly a shriek of desperation. The Minister of Public Works, who had been quietly observing, was dumbfounded. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. At such a critical moment, rather than grovel and feign submission, the Marquis was loudly defying the Emperor's will. The Minister of Rights muttered under his breath, could it be, has he been driven mad by shock? A new voice, filled with excitement, cut in, what kind of shock? If it's Su Yanmiao, could he share the details? The Minister of Public Works froze. The voice was disturbingly familiar. He turned his head, and his heart nearly stopped. Your Highness? Why are you here? The words slipped out before he could stop himself. Realizing his mistake, he clamped his mouth shut, mortified. Even if the Crown Prince attended court only 2 or 3 days every 10 days, as a minister, he should never speak so casually. The Crown Prince smiled leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. The court has been particularly interesting lately. Behind him, 3 or 5 frazzled attendants looked as if they were on the verge of tears, clearly desperate to drag him back but too afraid to act. The Crown Prince seemed utterly unaware of their distress. He leaned between the Minister of Public Works and the Minister of Rights, whispering, there is no Crown Prince here today. I'm just here to discuss this intriguing case with you all. He spoke with unrestrained enthusiasm. Do you think he resents his brother? Resents him for nearly stealing his position as heir? And that's why, even after inheriting the title, he refused to kill the fake heir or adopt his nephew as his own. The Minister of Public Works hesitated, but the Minister of Rights, drawn in by the gossip, nodded in agreement. I think that's exactly the case. Otherwise, why let an illegitimate child claim the heir's position? Exactly? He doesn't strike me as the type who'd hesitate to kill. The Crown Prince sighed theatrically. I regret not paying more attention to the Marquis of Kueji's affairs in my youth. Back then, the late Marquis hadn't even named an heir. The Minister of Rights lamented deeply. A missed golden opportunity for a juicy scandal. The Crown Prince clicked his tongue in sympathy. When I was stationed in the military, I wasn't familiar with the late Marquis either. Then, as if stoking the flames of chaos, he brightened. But Su Yanmiao definitely knows. Indeed, Su Yanmiao knew everything. Though he had no interest in the Emperor's motives for pressuring the Marquis of Kueji, Su Yanmiao was here for the drama. Woohoo! He's losing it? He's losing it. Oh, no wonder he's breaking down. It's because he's been overshadowed by his twin brother since childhood. In ancient times, having many children was seen as a blessing. Twins or multiples were considered signs of great fortune, proof of divine favor on the family. Moreover, the birth of twins often earned the parents' government rewards in rice and silver. While one studied tirelessly from dawn until late at night, he wasted time worrying about which outfit would make him look like the most refined gentleman. While one mastered the 6 arts of a nobleman, enduring harsh winters and scorching summers, he was busy hosting banquets to flatter and elevate his social status. The gossipers couldn't hold back their whispers. He's gone from pale to green. His chest is heaving. Will he collapse from rage? What's Su Yanmiao's phrase again? Break. Even in having children, he fell short. The only thing he could claim superiority in was inheriting the title of Marquis because he was born moments before his twin brother. Under such circumstances, how could he ever consider adopting his nephew? In his eyes, that was the child of an enemy. Even if the boy called him father one day, he wouldn't want him to inherit the title. That resentment probably extended to all the children of his relatives as well. Adat novel bin adat. The court murmured in astonishment. Wow, so that's the truth. Enough, the Marquis of Kueji roared. The Crown Prince clapped his hands in delight. He's breaking down. He's breaking down. The Emperor rubbed his temples, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Your Majesty, a eunuch whispered cautiously, the Crown Prince. The Emperor sighed and waved him off. Let him be. Suddenly, the Emperor snapped his head up, his instincts sharp. Su Yanmiao had found something. The other officials noticed too, barely restraining their smirks. While unkind, there was undeniable satisfaction in witnessing the Marquis downfall. The Marquis of Kueji was trembling, every inch of his flesh quivering in rage. Woohoo! Su Yanmiao thought gleefully. I just remembered something juicy. When skimming old records of gossip, there was a note about someone born with 6 toes. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now it's clear. The late Marquis, the current Marquis, His 2 brothers, several nieces and nephews, and even Xiao Luoshui, they all have 6 toes. Only the fake heir's feet are perfectly normal. Polydactyly is an autosomal dominant genetic condition. Whether it's a boy or a girl, the chances of inheriting it are 50-50. This family has been incredibly consistent in hitting the genetic jackpot. The Marquis instinctively glanced at his own feet, his pupils shrinking in shock. The biggest flaw lay within himself. The court didn't understand the scientific terms, but they grasped the gist. The Wei family was known for having 6 toes. Alone, this trait wasn't definitive proof that Xiao Luoshui was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, but combined with her resemblance to the family and the existence of the basin Madame Du had used, it was enough to convince the world. It would also dispel suspicions that the emperor was acting as a tyrant, framing his officials unjustly. The emperor decided to take back his earlier complaint about Su Yanmiao's sharp tongue. This man was a gem, a model subject who knew how to ease the burden of rulership. Wei Jin. The emperor didn't even bother addressing him by title anymore. The Jinyiwei have already uncovered. He proceeded to reveal all the conclusive evidence, just as Su Yanmiao had pieced together. Turning to Xiao Luoshui, he asked, Lady Xie, would you consent to step into the side chamber to remove your shoes and socks for verification? Xiao Luoshui, overwhelmed by the flood of revelations, stood frozen, her mind blank and unable to respond. The fake heir, however, broke down completely. Impossible? How could I not be a Wei family member? How could Xiao Luoshui be the legitimate daughter of the Marquis? Impossible. She was no powerless commoner, left defenseless against his oppression. It's not up to him to decide how things go. The fake heir suddenly rushed toward Madame Du, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her. Mother? Say something, mother. I am the real one, I am. Madame Du slapped him sharply, smacked the sound crisp and loud. The onlooking officials gasped, whoa, what a solid slap. His face swelled red, scratched by her nails, with blood seeping out, disfigured beyond repair. There was no doubt now he wasn't her biological son. Madame Du hurried over to Xiao Luoshui and coughed lightly. Luoshui, what a lovely name. Luoshui, I am your mother. That scoundrel Wei Jin swapped you at birth just for a title. You must have suffered so much over the years. My heart aches like a knife twisting in it. Xiao Luoshui snapped back to reality amidst the cacophony. She gazed up at Madame Du, her face pale as death. When I was tricked into returning to the family by the heir, no, by Wei Min, you were furious, accusing me of seducing him. You only changed your attitude after barging into my room during my bath despite the servants' protests. That was when you saw my feet. Afterward, you were so kind to me, often saying you thought of me as a daughter. Xiao Luoshui stared at Madame Du, her tearful eyes blazing with fury. Was it because you thought of me as a daughter, or because I am your daughter? A cold wind swept through. Madame Du shivered, clutching her arms, unable to utter a word under Xiao Luoshui's interrogation. Xiao Luoshui raised her voice. Later, when you arranged my engagement to the prince, you feared the imperial family would discover the truth, so you locked me away. That brute you raised when drunk violated me. She had no intention of avoiding the topic or preserving her dignity. To her, such considerations were luxuries only the privileged could afford. As a girl who had run barefoot in the fields, unbound by societal norms, her resilience was like a hardy tree growing freely and defiantly, glaring at anyone who wronged her. Madame Du, when I became pregnant, you were overjoyed, weren't you? Hoping the marquisate would pass back into your bloodline. But you also sought the princess' hand. If the emperor had truly favored you, would you have swapped my child with hers again? Her thoughts spiraled wildly, and Xiao Luoshui barely noticed the emperor awaiting her answer. The emperor didn't press her. His focus was elsewhere. This wretched family dared dream of marrying into my royal house? Am I so desperate? Xiao Luoshui's revelations were like a bombshell among the officials. They really have a death wish, someone muttered. Prime Minister Do remarked, young people these days grow bolder and bolder. Last time I saw such audacity was when Princess Wanchao's consort demanded she be executed. Meanwhile, the crown prince strolled lazily, stopping by Prime Minister Do. Executed? What's this about? The conversation shifted, but the Minister of Works whispered to his friend, how could you casually chat with the crown prince about such trivial matters? Your duty is to guide him towards diligence. His friend, the temple minister, shrugged. If the prince enjoys these anecdotes, let him. It's harmless chatter. He glanced at Xiao Luoshui, startled. She's gone to have her foot inspected? I thought she wanted answers. Really? The minister spun around and found she'd indeed stepped out. Moments later, Xiao Luoshui returned. She'd guessed the officials would object to her bearing her foot in court, so she went to a private chamber. The palace servants confirmed, she has 6 toes. The evidence was indisputable. The Marquis of Kuiji's downfall was sealed. Xiao Luoshui confronted him. Why didn't you announce at my birth that I was a twin? The Marquis sneered. Twins must look identical. If they don't, it arouses suspicion, making people question the heir's legitimacy. Why risk that? You'd rather kill me. What else? Had that foolish maid not hesitated and pushed you into the Luoshui River along with the basin, none of this would have happened. His cold indifference chilled her to the core. Guards dragged the Marquis and his family out. Execution awaited. From a distance, Su Yanmiao observed Xiao Luoshui. The girl stood amidst the fading sunlight and dust, her face expressionless, her lips tight. Her eyes betrayed a confusion about her future. Poor thing. In just a short time, she suffered a miscarriage, imprisonment, and the shock of learning her parents are scum. Now she's left adrift. The emperor stifled a laugh, amused by Su Yanmiao's unexpected sentimentality. If only the emperor recognized how extraordinary Xia Luoshui is. A woman who miscarried one day and rode 40 miles the next. Who, despite severe injuries, spoke before the court without faltering. She's unyielding, the perfect candidate for overseas exploration. America awaits, with crops like corn high yield, low cost, drought resistant. 1 acre produces twice as much as millet. The officials were stunned. Such a crop exists. At Novel bin Adat. The Minister of Works grabbed his friend's arm. I don't believe it. But the temple minister ordered, bring paper and write this down immediately. There's also the potato perfect for highlands, yielding 10 times as much grain per acre. The crown prince grew serious. How many treasure ships are seaworthy? How soon can we gather experienced sailors? Do we need to transfer food supplies from other regions for this expedition? Draft a report immediately. Yes, Your Highness. And sweet potatoes not affected by locusts, capable of resprouting after plagues, yielding 10 bushels per acre. The room erupted. The emperor, enraged at the marquis' earlier mistreatment of Xia Luoshui, slapped him so hard he spat blood. Foolish wretches, he bellowed. You almost cost me a national treasure. Turning to Xia Luoshui, he grasped her hands. His gaze was fervent, almost reverent. Xia Luoshui, he said, his voice thick with emotion, have you ever considered becoming a marquis? Who wouldn't want to be a marquis? That's a marquis we're talking about. At the founding of the dynasty, with so many opportunities to earn military merit, there are only 155 marquises to date. By comparison, there are 1,188 capital officials, making marquises about 1 in 10, a distinction of extraordinary value. Back then, achieving a marquis title was about conquering the world. Now, with the empire stable, earning such a title is immensely challenging, and ascending to a princely rank is near impossible. Over time, Xia Luoshui had come to understand the immense power wielded by marquises and kings. At this moment, the elderly but imposing emperor held her hand, making a solemn promise, enunciating each word clearly. I've heard from maritime traders about a foreign land where 3 unique crops grow. If you can bring them back, I'll confer a marquisate upon you. If you want Kuiji as your fief, you shall be made the Marquis of Kuiji. If not, I'll grant you a title in Luoyang County. Luoyang County was where Xia Luoshui's foster parents resided. Receiving a title there would be the epitome of returning home in glory. It rarely rains in winter, yet it did today. Raindrops pattered on glazed roof tiles, echoing with the voices around her, each strike reverberating in her chest. Xia Luoshui stared at the elderly emperor in a daze. With every word he spoke, light began to gleam in her eyes, a light of hope, a promise of a brilliant future. The elderly emperor promptly announced the removal of the Marquis of Kuiji's title, imprisoned him and Madame Du, and sentenced them to execution in autumn. As for the false heir, while his actions could have been judged as rape, the emperor reclassified it as murder, given the victim's death. The false heir was to pay with his life. The false heir's legs trembled, and he stammered to sound less terrified. Who did I kill? Oh, still trying to put up a fight, are we? The emperor remained silent as the Minister of Justice, feigning regret, reminded him, Wei Min, a fetus counts as a life too. The sigh that followed was long, sorrowful, and sanctimonious. The false heir choked on his words, his face contorting. He wanted to retort, to argue that if a miscarriage equated to murder, then the world would be teeming with killers. But one glance at the emperor of Great Xian not far away, and the false heir trembled from his legs to his hands, his whole body shaking. Finally, he broke down completely, wailing, I was wrong? I know I was wrong? I'll never, ever do it again. He sobbed, tears and mucus streaming down his face. The emperor, however, pointed at him and then looked meaningfully at Xia Luoshui, his eyes carrying a profound smile. Minister Xia, behold. From a 2-year labor sentence to immediate execution. This is power. Xia Luoshui's heart skipped a beat. Her right hand slowly clenched into a fist, as though trying to grasp something. The emperor showed great mercy by targeting only the Marquis of Kuiji's household, sparing the rest of his clan. The Marquis was utterly devastated, preferring the emperor had executed his entire clan rather than letting his twin brother go free. He was furious. Xia Luoshui? Why? This marquisate was earned by my father risking his life for the emperor during the wars that built this empire? How can you be so easily promised the title? His scream was loud, heart-wrenching, catching Su Yanmiao's attention. Su Yanmiao found the man ridiculous. It was your father who risked his life, not you. What does it have to do with you? The Minister of Justice laughed outright, showing zero restraint. The Marquis of Kuiji couldn't decide whether to glare at Su Yanmiao or the Minister of Justice first, nearly losing control from anger. Su Yanmiao obliviously added fuel to the fire. If we're talking about ease, isn't inheriting the title just by being the eldest son even easier? Besides, no wonder you're so upset. After all, the title almost went to your younger brother. Losing it over that must sting. Lucky for you, you don't know your father hesitated about giving you the title. Your infertility was only a minor factor. He could have just adopted a child from the Wei family for you. What really made him hesitate was your lack of ability, your shallowness, your preference for fame over substance, and your inability to accomplish anything meaningful. The Marquis of Kuiji let out a grief-stricken cry, rolled his eyes, and fainted on the spot. The imperial physician checked his pulse and reported to the emperor. Anger surged to his heart. He'll be unconscious for a while. Huh? Seriously? He fainted from anger? How petty. At novel bin at. Su Yanmiao remained oblivious. The military ministry's clerk looked at him hesitantly, wanting to say, enough, Su Yanmiao, show some humanity? He's already unconscious, he can't faint twice. Soon, the unconscious marquis, his wife, and their fake son were all thrown into prison. The crown prince glanced over at them, yawning, another one. The former imperial son-in-law discreetly studied the newcomers in jail, a man unconscious, a woman hysterical, and a young one staring blankly at the ceiling as though he could communicate with it. Slightly intrigued, he asked their story. The fake heir recounted it, only to see the former imperial son-in-law's expression shift from blank to a broad grin. The fake heir raged, what's so funny? The former imperial son-in-law chuckled, oh, nothing. It's just that your parents are facing execution, while mine were merely demoted to commoners. Turns out my family's situation isn't so bad after all. The fake heir. He wanted to hit someone. Court dismissed. Su Yanmiao strolled home lazily, oblivious to the complex gazes trailing behind him. Time and again, the emperor and officials considered calling out to him to ask about the Americas. Yet their hesitations and calculations silenced them. Thus, Su Yanmiao sauntered back, only to be greeted by, what the heck is all this? Piled outside his house were countless chests, surrounded by vigilant guards. Upon seeing him, their tense expressions relaxed. Sir Su, you're finally back. Su Yanmiao, what is this? We are Princess Wanxiao's guards. Her Highness ordered us to deliver these gifts as thanks for your righteous words the other day. Su Yanmiao was stunned. So many chests, just for a few words. The guard captain nodded curtly. He, too, found it excessive, but orders were orders. Her Highness insists these are just tokens, a mere fraction of her gratitude for your life-saving kindness. Su Yanmiao, well, put them inside, then. One by one, the chests were carried in. The princess sure is generous. Su Yanmiao grinned. Good thing the emperor happened to point at me that day. But as his house filled up, leaving barely any room to walk, he scratched his head. Looks like I'll need a bigger place soon. Then he noticed a sealed letter attached to one of the locked chests. Elsewhere, in the Princess of Xianjiang's residence, her crisp commands rang out. Move that Huanghuali wood cabinet out. Move the large Huanghuali wood screen inlaid with yellow marble. Take all these bedding and satin pillows and burn them. Who knows if he might have caught the same disease as his uncle. This set of blue and white teacups and saucers wasn't touched by the prince consort, right? All right, keep it. When Princess Wanxiao entered, she saw the servants here being ordered around by Princess Xiangyang, busily moving or destroying one item after another. Meanwhile, Princess Xiangyang stood on a swing, rocking back and forth. Below the stone bench nearby lay a pair of exquisitely embroidered shoes, carelessly placed. Sheng Xian, what are you? Princess Xiangyang turned her head. Fifth sister. She made no move to get down, clutching the ropes with one hand and smiling brightly. Why has fifth sister come to see me? Princess Wanxiao explained her reason for coming. She hoped this most favored princess could intervene and save the servants implicated by the prince consort's misdeeds. They never mistreated me, and their contracts were in Lu Yi's hands. They were always terrified of being beaten to death or sold off. How could they dare step out of line, let alone treat me kindly? Princess Wanxiao seemed lost in thought, speaking slowly, if anyone is to blame, it's myself for not being able to stand tall back then. How could I fault them for not helping me? Father, in his fury, had them imprisoned and is waiting until the autumn for their execution. At first, I didn't think much about it. But recently, while visiting the Ministry of Revenue, I overheard clerks discussing the struggles of their families and the humiliations they've endured for survival. It made me realize, even those with official positions live with such hardships. What about those whose lives aren't their own? Compared to her emotionally distant, authoritarian father, the emperor, or her gentle but unfamiliar mother, the empress, the first person who came to mind as someone to seek help from was the little sister who used to follow her around excitedly, calling her sister before her marriage. Her little sister tilted her head on the swing, watching her. Princess Xiangyang knew her fifth sister's temperament well. Kind, yes, but only toward people. Servants? Naturally excluded. How many days had she been on duty? And yet she was already sympathizing with the plight of servants. Becoming an official, could it really change someone so drastically? Suddenly, Princess Xiangyang became immensely curious about the idea of being an official. Thus, after easily persuading their father to release the servants, she declared confidently, Father, I want to be an official too. The old emperor frowned at her. What kind of official can a young girl like you be? Do you think you're capable of such work? Fifth sister is an official. She can manage accounts, and I'm not bad at it either. Not bad, but your fifth sister's appointment is temporary. Besides, she almost got beaten to death by her prince consort and needed something to do. Are you in the same position as her? Princess Xiangyang began seriously contemplating the possibility of dragging her estranged prince consort back and forcing him to beat her. She then added, what about the one who struck the drum of injustice? I need her to go overseas. Princess Xiangyang refused to give up. Father, I want to be an official. But this time, no matter how much she fussed, her usually indulgent father refused to budge. Princess Yanmiao stormed out of the palace. I'm never speaking to father again. 5 whole days? She had pleaded with him for 5 days straight, and not only did he refuse, but he also demanded she copy admonitions for women. I'm so furious. I'm so furious. Two voices spoke simultaneously. Princess Yangyang froze and looked up, gasping softly. What a handsome young man. The man, too, looked at her in astonishment. What's making you angry? What's making you angry? Again, they spoke in unison, then stared at each other before breaking into laughter. I'm Gao Xiang. And you? Gao? A royal surname, huh? The man said with a smile. I'm Su Yanmiao. The two sat in a bustling tea house, Su Yanmiao's voice lively and animated. I've been house hunting these past few days, not to buy, just to rent. I listed my requirements to the brokerage, and they promised they'd find me something suitable. But they lied. I said I wanted a landlord who was easy to deal with. They patted their chests and swore the homeowner they chose would be kind and reasonable. Instead, they gave me a landlord who demands advance rent and hikes prices whenever they feel like it. Don't think I don't know. Their last tenant had a visiting mother from out of town, and the landlord took advantage of her need for a place to stay by raising the rent by 20%. As his indignation grew, he rapped his knuckles twice on the table like a drum beat. Princess Xianjiang's eyes widened. Unbelievable? You can't live in a place like that. Exactly? That's what I thought too. And then there was the time I said I didn't want a house next to a ditch because, during the rainy season, sewage would overflow into the yard. Even if there wasn't any sewage, I didn't like damp houses. They agreed and showed me a place far from any ditch. But it turned out to be a leaky hut in the middle of nowhere. They even swore the roof wouldn't leak. As if I could tell just by looking at leaks. Previous tenants told me they had to use every pot and pan during storms. At novel bin at. And then, there was another time. Su Yanmiao's complaints continued, leaving Princess Yangyang marveling at his seemingly endless stream of information. She couldn't help but wonder where he got all this. His intelligence network seemed better than the beggars in popular tales. His stories made her want to vent as well. So, after Su Yanmiao finished ranting about his housing woes, Princess Yangyang began complaining about her father. My dad is so stubborn. I told him I wanted to work at our family's tavern, but he refused, saying it's unbecoming for a girl to show her face in public. He even claimed I was spoiled and wouldn't last. Fine, maybe I don't know how to manage a tavern yet, but I could at least greet customers at the door. And I'm good at accounting. If he wanted to, he could find me a position to start, and I could work my way up. He just doesn't want to let me. Su Yanmiao thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. I have an idea, it might be a bit underhanded. That's fine. Tell me, does your dad have something he cherishes or someone he cares about deeply? My mom. Perfect. Here's what you do. Su Yanmiao leaned closer, whispering his plan. The more Princess Yangyang listened, the brighter her eyes grew. That night, in the Jiaofeng Palace, the emperor enthusiastically held a spoonful of soup. Dearest, you love this chicken soup. Let me feed you. Open wide. Empress Do blushed. You're too old for this. The emperor chuckled. No matter how old we are, you're still my dearest. Come on, open up. Now I know where title comes from. Ha 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 ha. The emperor froze. The empress froze. Ga Shengxian, what are you doing here? Princess Yangyang clasped her hands to her cheeks. I came to visit mother. The empress quickly stood, her neck flushed. You two eat. I still have palace affairs to handle. The emperor reached out, but the empress walked away briskly as though something was chasing her. The emperor and empress strolled in the imperial garden. As they climbed the stone steps, the emperor pushed aside the palace attendants. Dearest, let me help you. The empress extended her hand. They leaned close, and the empress softly said, do you remember back then? The emperor, in perfect sync, began to respond only to freeze when his instincts, honed from countless crises, screamed a warning. He barked sharply, who's there? The bushes rustled. The emperor nearly kicked them when Princess Yangyang emerged. Father? Mother? What a coincidence. By the way, mother, how did you and father meet? The empress coughed lightly and quickly recounted their story. All romance was thoroughly drained. The emperor, slightly frowning face. After enduring this several more times, the emperor lost patience and finally gave Princess Yangyang an official position. The new year is approaching, so it's busy. You can take office after the holiday. Great. Father, you're the best. I'm staying outside the palace for the next few days. The emperor. The next morning, the emperor attended court and heard Su Yanmiao's cheerful voice. Finally found a place with a good landlord, no flooding, no leaks, and nice neighbors. See, good deeds get rewarded. This must be heaven's way of thanking me for helping Gao Xiang. Although she says her father's stingy and is making her work 3 months without pay. Tisk, stingy like the old emperor. The emperor, seated on his throne, clenched his fists. Su Yanmiao, so it was you. Murderous aura. Su Yanmiao suddenly shouted earth-shatteringly loud. The entire court was startled. Usually, they could skillfully ignore Su Yanmiao's less important thoughts proceeding with petitions, impeachments, or arguments as usual. But this murderous aura was simply too shocking. The officials swiftly glanced around using the corners of their eyes, trying not to cause a commotion. Murderous aura? Where? None? The commander of the embroidered uniform guard, stationed on the western side of the throne, almost instinctively reached for his blade to protect the emperor. Realizing the misunderstanding, he cast a resentful glance at Su Yanmiao's direction. Could you not be so jumpy? This is the imperial court. Su Yanmiao looked around, his inner voice still cheerfully self-satisfied. Wow, maybe it's just my imagination? But this phrase is so cool, I've always wanted to say it. Gleefully, with no regard for others' reactions, the elderly emperor slowly cast Su Yanmiao a glance, his face showing a sly smile. Imagination? I'll make sure you know if it's imagination or not. Su Yanmiao. Su Yanmiao jolted, nervously stepping forward. Your Majesty, the Emperor, I've long heard that you are quick-wit. Su Yanmiao. Who said that? Have I not been lazy enough? The Emperor ignored the internal protest and continued. Are you aware of the literary leader of the Zhou dynasty's later years, Quan Yingzhong of the Quan family from Tianshui? Su Yanmiao nodded gravely. I've heard of him. Who's this? A literary leader sounds impressive, though. The Emperor. The ministers. Being polite, you actually don't know? Did you throw away all the knowledge after the imperial exams? The Emperor's rising authority was momentarily interrupted by frustration, forcing him to explain. Quan Yingzhong served in the Zhou court, overseeing court documents and leading the literary world for 20 years. After the fall of Zhou, he resided in Tianshui, writing books and establishing doctrines. Despite repeated invitations from the court, he refused to serve, stating firmly that a true minister serves only one lord. Su Yanmiao nodded sincerely. MHM. The Emperor, I heard you have a quick mind, so I am entrusting this to you. Go to Tianshui and persuade Elder Quan to serve in the court for the Great Zhou. Seriously, who's spreading the lie about my quick wit? If I find out, they're dead. It's the dead of winter, almost New Year's, who wants to travel to Tianshui now? And if he doesn't want to serve, he doesn't want to. Forcing someone to become a prostitute would make you a bully, wouldn't it? The Emperor had been smug about finally cornering Su Yanmiao, dragging him out of his lazy comfort zone to work. Then, he got hit by that. What do you mean by forcing someone to become a prostitute? Watch your words. Who gave you the audacity to talk like that? The Emperor angrily stroked his beard. I'm trying to provide a home for neglected scholars of the previous dynasty. Not that, at novel bin at. Meanwhile, the ministers, floored by the term prostitute, could only glare at Su Yanmiao silently. Su Yanmiao put on an obedient and deferential face, saying to the Emperor, I accept your decree. Then, he sweetly asked, Your Majesty, as long as I bring him back willingly, I can use any method, right? The Emperor, yes, but he must come voluntarily, without coercion. Su Yanmiao, got it. So if I burn his house down and he chases me back with a big knife, that counts as voluntary, right? The Emperor, clenching his itching teeth, he emphasized, he must willingly serve I and the court. The last two words were stressed. Su Yanmiao, MHM. Weird, why does the Emperor's tone sound a little off? The Emperor kept a straight face. You may depart now. The carriage is ready. Naturally, Su Yanmiao wasn't sent off alone. Tianshui was 1,000 miles away, so the Emperor assigned a squad of embroidered uniform guards for his safety. When they finally arrived in Tianshui, Su Yanmiao jumped off the carriage, clutching his bruised rear after the bumpy ride. The guards asked if he wanted to rest at an inn, but Su Yanmiao refused outright. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can go home. Standing at the Grand Scholar's doorstep, he knocked respectfully. The other side, recognizing him as an envoy of the court, didn't make things difficult but ushered him in. However, instead of meeting the scholar himself, Su Yanmiao was received by his grandson. The young man politely said, Envoy, please return. My grandfather is too old to serve the court. Su Yanmiao didn't respond to this directly. Instead, he offered a shy and bashful smile. I heard that Elder Quan is deeply committed to traditional studies and a master of ancient texts. I've come to seek his guidance. Quan Xie, the grandson, was surprised. You study ancient texts? I mean, what exactly do you want to consult with my grandfather? His reaction was understandable. Nowadays, most scholars pursued studies in Confucian classics, split into two major schools, modern script and ancient script. The two were often debated among civilians, but in court, modern script dominated. The difference between the two could be summarized as modern script, Confucius is the most awesome and reformed ancient systems. Ancient script, Confucius is great, but Duke Zhou is greater. Confucius just elaborated on his principles. Modern script emphasized practical applications and adapting doctrines to contemporary politics. Ancient script prioritized accurately interpreting the classics and annotating their philosophical content. Su Yanmiao, I wanted to ask Elder Quan. He glanced at the system interface showing that Quan Yazang is eavesdropping on Su Yanmiao's conversation with his grandson, and a cunning smile appeared. How many ways are there to write the character? Quan Xie was completely baffled. What kind of question is this? Su Yanmiao spoke with utmost sincerity. I've heard from many officials in court that scholars of the ancient classical school are deeply devoted to studying texts, especially adept at nitpicking words and dissecting phrases. They are exceptionally rigorous in their approach to Confucian classics, even researching all the possible ways to write the character, Hui. I found this fascinating, so I came here to seek advice. The words sounded polite, but when carefully examined. Anyway, the hand holding the teacup in Quan Xie tightened. If not for the fact that the person in front of him was an imperial envoy, he would have smashed the teacup at him already. Suddenly, a loud voice roared from the side chamber. How dare you, you insolent brat! Who are you mocking with that sarcasm? An elderly man, leaning on a cane, stormed out with a furious expression and glared at Su Yanmiao, who told you that the ancient classical school was so fixated on trivialities. Su Yanmiao replied with utter confidence, everyone in court says so. Then he cheerfully exclaimed, it's an honor to meet you, Master Quan. Quan Yazang glanced at him. Even though he recognized the statement as a provocation, he couldn't let such a blatant slander against his school go unanswered. Go back and tell them, the scholars of modern classical studies are nothing but the prattle of rural fools, frogs in a well. How could they possibly grasp the profound truths of ancient classical studies? As for taking up an official position, did they think such an obvious taunt could fool him? Got it? I'll be sure to pass on the message. Su Yanmiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. But still, how many ways can you write the character? Quan Yazang answered coldly. We have never studied such things. But isn't the ancient classical school dedicated to exploring the origins of sounds and characters, interpreting and annotating? Ridiculous? How dare you twist our rigorous textual studies and historical investigations into an obsession with a single character? Laughable? You modernists, always distorting the words of the sages to flatter your emperor and serve your own political ends. It is your faction that seeks to extract meaning from fragments and nitpick trivialities. Su Yanmiao nodded earnestly. Quan Yazang waited for a rebuttal. After several moments of silence, he frowned. Do you have nothing to say? Su Yanmiao shook his head honestly. I don't understand these things. Quan Yazang, he felt like his anger had been stifled mid-outburst. Su Yanmiao added, by the way, I've also heard people say that the Rights of Zhou is a book of conspiracies, promoting a feudal system in politics and an economic policy similar to the Wellfield system to curry favor with aristocratic families. Quan Yazang exploded, nonsense. The Rights of Zhou, originally called the Zhou Officer, is neither a classic nor a commentary. It merely describes the administrative system of the Zhou dynasty, serving as a historical record for modern readers to understand ancient governance. Fueled by his anger, Quan Yazang ranted passionately, the modernists are greedy for power, constantly twisting the principles of the sages to suit their policies and imperial preferences. They are merchants at heart, with politics in their eyes. Modern classical studies? Nothing more than the vulgar musings of shallow men. Su Yanmiao nodded vigorously again. You're so impressive. Quan Yazang. Though Su Yanmiao seemed to agree with his reasoning, Quan Yazang felt inexplicably stifled. Quan Yazang asked, is that all you came to say? Su Yanmiao replied sincerely, I don't understand much about the classics or debates. I just feel that what you're saying is very reasonable and profound. Quan Yazang, far from pleased, felt even more stifled. Su Yanmiao continued, by the way. Quan Yazang interrupted angrily, if you don't understand classical studies, why are you asking all these questions? Su Yanmiao's tone was cautious. I'm asking because I don't understand. Am I not allowed to ask? Everyone in court speaks about the ancient classical school this way, so I just wanted to verify the truth. Quan Yazang took a deep breath. I'm tired. You should leave. If you have more questions, ask another time. Got it. Su Yanmiao left happily. Quan Xiai glanced at his grandfather. Grandfather, he's deliberately provoking you. Quan Yazang nodded. I know. Such a crude provocation won't fool me. Late that night, Quan Yazang sat up in bed, stewing in anger. Insolent fool. Shallow wretch. Vulgar ignoramus. Blind to reality. Peddler of falsehoods. Nothing but latrine talk. Even though he had seemingly refuted the modernist criticisms of the ancient classical school earlier, he felt like he'd been tricked into shadow boxing, venting his fury at nothing. After an entirely sleepless night, he declared the next morning, I can't let this slide. Quan Yazang sought out Su Yanmiao. I'll go with you. But I'm not taking up an official post, I'm going to debate the classics. Su Yanmiao nodded obediently. Understood, Master Quan. When Su Yanmiao reported back, the emperor was dumbfounded. How did you convince him to come? Su Yanmiao, Master Quan came to debate the classics. That alone was a significant achievement. In the past, even with the lure of debates, Quan Yazang had always politely refused at novel bin at. No matter. The emperor was deeply impressed. Su Yanmiao, you truly are quick-wit. I was just bluffing. Su Yanmiao hesitated. Your Majesty, I may have used a bit of manipulation and told a few minor untruths. Please forgive me, colleagues. The ministers. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. Moments later, an 80-year-old elder stormed into the court, his face dark with anger, slamming his cane heavily on the ground. Who dared insult the ancient classical school? Step forward. The ministers. Wait, when did we? Sure, we study modern classical studies, but why would we bother attacking the ancient school? There's no one left studying it in court anyway who would even bring it up. Meanwhile, Su Yanmiao cheerfully whistled a little tune in his heart, his face radiating innocence. The court ministers. From that subtle whistle in his heart, they could already guess what was going on. One of the ministers stepped forward under countless watchful eyes, carefully choosing his words. Might Master Quan have misunderstood something? We have never. Quan Yazang squinted his eyes. Already quick-tempered by nature, seeing someone step forward only fueled his rage. He asked bluntly, are you a follower of the new text school? The man who stepped forward, the former imperial censor Kui Yi, known for being henpecked, replied very politely, Master Quan, it is an honor to have you here. I, Kui Yi, do indeed primarily study the new texts. He should not have admitted it. The moment Kui Yi identified himself, Quan Yizhang's face turned a shade of ashen-white fury. He lifted his cane with surprising agility and swung it down, shouting, I'll teach you how many ways there are to write the word hui. How dare you send a young boy to mock this old man? Kui Yi let out a yelp and instinctively crouched down, hugging his head. With his rich experience in taking beatings, he knew not to resist. How could he? The elderly scholar was 86 years old. If Kui Yi so much as laid a hand on him, he'd risk being drowned in the spit of Quan Yizhang's fervent supporters. Still, he couldn't help but plead, Master Quan, please stop, stop. What? How many ways to write the word hui? Su Yanmiao, what on earth did you do, wretch? Quan Yizhang was even more enraged, and no amount of ministers trying to restrain him could stop his cane from raining down. Quan Yizhang had his own logical train of thought. Over the past 8 or 9 days traveling to the capital with the court's envoy Su Yanmiao, they had conversed extensively. Quan Yizhang realized that this young man truly had no understanding of the classics. His most memorized passage seemed to be the phrase Yu Peng Zi Yun Feng Lai, Buletin Yi Elihu. Is it not a delight to have friends coming from afar? But even that sometimes got garbled in Su's mouth to Yu Peng Zi Yun Feng Lai, Sui Yun Bai Zu. If friends come from afar, eliminate them even from afar. With such an illiterate young man, how could he have crafted the scathing critique? The old text school is so pedantic, they have nothing better to do than study the various ways to write the word hui, with their shallow and ostentatious ways. Clearly, someone must have secretly fed this rhetoric to him, sending this junior to act as the provocateur. Thus, the entire court was now under suspicion. Anyone who dared to step forward was seen as guilty of a guilty conscience. After all, if you had nothing to hide, why would you jump out so quickly? Quan Yizhang, a seasoned Confucian who wrote scholarly works one moment and wielded his sword the next, was not one to let his advanced age slow him down. Despite being nearly 90, he had the strength of a bull. Within moments, Kui Yi's face was battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Quan's voice thundered with righteous fury. You pretentious chi are you? How dare you distort the sage Confucius's core virtues into divine works? Stupid as sheep draped in tiger skins, yet the foundation of Confucianism lies in Ren, benevolence, Yi, righteousness, Li, propriety, Ji, wisdom, Xin, faith, Yang, courage, and Shan, kindness. It is about humanity. Not gods, not saints, not kings. You venerate Confucius but abandon his principles, utterly disgraceful. Hypocrites cloaked in tiger pelts, punishment is your due. Note, Qi Ru refers to followers of the new text school, associated with the state of Qi, while Lu Ru refers to the old text school, linked with the state of Lu. Su Yanmiao nudged his good friend, the Ministry of War official, and whispered, I know Confucius, but what's this about Sugong, essential virtues of Confucius? The official gave him a bewildered look. Su Yanmiao, ever unashamed, clarified, well, after exams, I throw out all that study material. I just want to be a low-level bureaucrat who eats, waits for death, and doesn't climb too high. Nearby, Princess Wanshao was also paying close attention. Though she wasn't versed in Confucian studies, she knew that understanding at least the basics was necessary to survive in the court. While expertise wasn't required, she had to grasp what others meant when quoting Confucian classics. The Ministry of War official sighed and explained, ancient scholars regarded those with high virtue but no royal title as Sawang, simple kings. The new text school, which reveres Confucius, thus exalted him as a Sawang, claiming his kingly deeds were encapsulated in the spring and autumn annals. However, the old text school deeply despises this deification of Confucius, insisting that Confucius was no god or king, merely a man. Su Yanmiao nodded in sudden understanding. So old man Quan was essentially pointing at the new text school and scolding them. Heh, you lot violate the true spirit of Confucius. The nonsense you spout doesn't deserve to be called Confucianism. How dare you call yourselves scholars of the classics? Initially, the new text school had been calmly debating. But when Su Yanmiao translated Quan's scholarly rebuke into plain language, their collective temper flared. We respected you as an elder, but don't push it, old man, at novel bin at. Conflicts between academic factions don't discriminate by age or gender. Any dissent must be crushed. Kui Yi, who had been battered to the corner, let out a pained sigh. Touching his bruised face made him wince, but as he glanced towards the imperial dais, subtle changes flickered across his expression. The emperor's intention in summoning the leader of the old text school wasn't just for a friendly visit to the capital. The court needed a starting point for this scholarly debate. However, they couldn't let it devolve into direct verbal sparring right away. There had to be a fall guy. The fall guy's rank couldn't be too high, lest it embarrass the court, nor too low, or it wouldn't show proper respect to Lord Quan. Kui Yi, a fifth-rank assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, fit the bill perfectly. Muttering to himself, Kui Yi lamented, I hope His Majesty appreciates my tact and stops holding that last incident against me. Pausing, he added bitterly, and if he does still bear a grudge, at least don't send transcripts of my court remarks to my wife again. I was just boasting outside to save face. I didn't actually want my wife waiting on me hand and foot. Why would you tell her that? For the past 2 weeks, Kui Yi had been sleeping on the floor. His wife had not only barred him from their bedroom but also confiscated all the mats and furniture from the rest of the house. With teary eyes, Kuiyi cast another glance toward the escalating debate between the new and old text schools. At first, the discussion was still somewhat civil, an earnest exchange of views. New text school, Confucius is divine. Old text school, Confucius was human. New text school, heaven and humanity are interconnected. Natural disasters signal societal decay. Confucius recorded countless disasters under doomed rulers in the spring and autumn annals. Why? To warn future monarchs, urging them to govern in alignment with divine principles. Old text school, nonsense. The spring and autumn annals meticulously documents dates and events, proving it's just a historical record. Doesn't your history book note when and where disasters occurred? New text school, you're the one talking nonsense. While the spring and autumn annals is a historical work, it's not just about history. Doesn't it acknowledge the mandate of heaven, as seen when Yao abdicated to Shun? The spring and autumn annals doesn't abandon the concept of divine destiny. Old text school, do you even know what don't blame heaven or others, learn from below and rise above means? Confucius didn't deny the existence of heaven, but he prioritized human efforts. Sure, Yao passing his throne to Shun was seen as heaven's will, but Shun also admonished you to govern rightly or lose heaven's favor. Human action comes first. Heaven's mandate is secondary. Understand? New text school, blah 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 blah. Old text school blah, 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 blah. They debated over the spring and autumn annals, the rights of Zhou, the Book of Rights, the Book of Documents, the Giliang commentary, the Gongyang commentary, and the Zhou commentary. When it came to the dispute over orthodoxy, neither side was willing to back down. Even the argument over whether the rights of Zhou was written by the Duke of Zhou or Confucius had already escalated into a full-blown, earth-shaking battle. This was Su Yanmiao's first time witnessing a scripture debate up close. Although he found it difficult to follow, he was lucky to have a certain kind-hearted colleague from the Ministry of War interpreting for him, making his spectator sport experience all the more enjoyable. Rip into each other. The louder, the better. Oh my, it seems like both claims that the rights of Zhou was authored by the Duke of Zhou or by Confucius could make sense. Wait, someone is sneaking in their own agenda? Woohoo! Someone's subtly claiming that the rights of Zhou no, in fact, all of the three rights are forgeries. The modern text faction. Heretic. They immediately identified the culprit trying to muddy the waters and bombarded him with scathing criticism. Quan Yizhang, upon discovering the incident, temporarily put aside his battle with the modern text faction. Both the modern and ancient text factions joined forces to suppress the heretic claiming the rights of Zhou was a forgery. Once the heretic was subdued, they resumed their mutual attacks at novel bin at. Su Yanmiao crunched on his metaphorical snacks, thoroughly enjoying the show. Wow, is there regional prejudice going on now? Hey, that assistant minister of the Court of Judicial Review? Don't think I didn't catch that? Sure, criticize the rights of Zhou, but why drag in Quan Yizhang and compare him to the so-called cunning people of Fuzhou? What, did Fuzhou people steal your rice or something? The Fuzhou officials in court. Slightly smiling face let me check where you're from. Oh, Jiangsu, huh? Oh, no, wait, shouldn't it be Jiangdong? Ah, yes, Jiangdong gentleman, so talented and outstanding. Lu Yu, an official from Fuzhou and a director in the Ministry of Justice, immediately redirected his ire. Jiangdong people are arrogant and fragile. Back when the empire was being built, it's a good thing we didn't rely on Jiangdong men. Otherwise, whether His Majesty could unify the country would have been a big question. The assistant minister of the Court of Judicial Review, Wang Gongda, was about to retort when imperial censor Xing Yuan quickly intervened. Calm down. We're all southerners. Why fight amongst ourselves? True, after all, some northerners always look down on southerners anyway. For example, someone I think the Minister of War once boasted that northerners are honest and upright, unlike the cunning southern barbarians. The Minister of War. Oh. With 4 northern colleagues and 2 southern ones in the ministry, the Minister of War now felt the burning stares of the 2 southerners boring into him. The administrative officer from the Ministry of War whispered anxiously, Su Lang. Hey, is that Deputy Minister of Works stupid or what? Even if his colleague next to him is losing the argument with Quan Yizhang, that's no reason to broadly insult all Sichuans by claiming they're uncultured and their opinions don't count. The officer from the Ministry of War was growing desperate. Su Lang. By the way, are Suzhou people really as extravagant and indulgent as they say? The other day, I think one of the censors said something like that. But looking at the Deputy Minister of Works, his attire doesn't seem too lavish. Did I remember wrong? Is he not from Suzhou? Su Yanmiao remained engrossed in his internal monologue, completely oblivious to the Ministry of War official, who was on the verge of tears trying to stop him. Oh, I remember now. What? Remember which cursed censor insulted Suzhou people? Every Suzhou official in court clenched their fists, ready for action. Apparently, the ancient textbook of documents currently in circulation is a forgery. The modern text faction. Such an important revelation. And you're only bringing it up now? Darn, I can't recall exactly why it's considered a forgery. Who wrote a book proving this again? I think they mentioned something about it being inconsistent with ancient texts, historical precedent, ancient history, ancient rituals, ancient calendars, ancient geography, textual exegesis, and ethical principles. Too bad I can't remember it all. Otherwise, I could bring it up and stir the pot even more. The scene would be spectacular. The modern text scholars smiled coldly. Su Yanmiao might be clueless about scriptures, but they weren't. Memorizing and recalling textual details instantly was their bread and butter, honed through years of grueling civil service exams. Now that they had been given the 8 inconsistencies, how could they not turn it into an opportunity to slap the ancient text faction in the face? Quan Gong, although you can't hear Su Yanmiao's thoughts, and it may be unfair to you, the integrity of academic orthodoxy is paramount. So, apologies in advance. Excited by this breakthrough, they failed to notice that several people in the court were growing increasingly tense. Frowning, they prepared to step forward. Quan Yuzhang had no official seal and couldn't hear Su Yanmiao's inner thoughts, putting him at a disadvantage. But they could hear him. They were secretly ancient text adherents, forced to pose as modern text scholars for the sake of their careers. Now was the moment to reveal themselves. After years of enduring humiliation, it was time to reclaim what was lost. For the glory of the ancient texts, modern texts were the real heresy. The hidden ancient text faction within the court had been sharpening their knives, ready to leap out. It was like little chicks finally finding their mother hen. Master Quan, they cried tearfully. You're finally willing to serve in office. Quan Yuzhang froze, momentarily forgetting to deny it with I have no intention of serving, and instinctively asked, You are. We're the ancient text faction. We are the ancient text faction? The echo lingered, reverberating like a song that wouldn't end. Even the old emperor widened his eyes in shock, his expression turning strange. Your ancient text faction is still alive. His internal voice emerged, brimming with astonishment. Everyone nodded emphatically, yes, yes, truly, who could have imagined? The colleagues who had been drinking together, handling official duties, and occasionally discussing the classics of the new text school, had turned out to be traitors all along. Several people nearly collapsed on the spot. My friend? You. Teacher? I've studied new texts under you for half my life, and now you tell me you're from the ancient text faction. My confidant? You? Me? You're with the ancient texts, so what on earth have we been debating and discussing all this time? A kindred spirit is hard to find, and I've supported you countless times during my climb through the bureaucracy to keep you from being sent to the provinces, just so we could enjoy elegant gatherings, tea, and debates here in the capital. But now I find you're from the ancient text faction? What about our shared high ideals and trust? What will my teacher, my peers, and my friends think of me? What will they think of us? Well, actually, the confidant stammered awkwardly, all those debates we had were mostly about some obscure ancient texts I brought in. His friend staggered back 3 steps as if struck by lightning. The confidant rushed forward to grip his hands. My confidant? You have extraordinary talent in interpreting ancient texts. Trust me, study ancient texts with me, and you'll soar to unimaginable heights. Well. The friend, visibly hesitant, allowed himself to be pulled away. By the time he was standing among the ancient text faction, his hesitation had transformed into resolve. All right, my confidant, let us remain confidants. He had defected right on the spot. The new text school was enraged, cursing him as a traitor and a mere dog of the ancient text faction. Quan Yuzhang, his mind rumbling like thunder, eventually came to his senses and laughed heartily. Good. I thought ancient texts had no supporters left in the court. It turns out you've all been biding your time, enduring humiliation for a greater cause. Adat novel bin adat. Su Yanmiao, fight. Leaning on his staff, Quan Yuzhang cast a proud gaze at the new text school across the hall. I am not alone in my path. What other flawed arguments do you have? Bring them all forth. Su Yanmiao, fight. The members of the ancient text faction stood tall behind Quan Yuzhang, just as proud. The new text school sneered, you're but ants trying to topple a tree. Su Yanmiao, fight. Suddenly, both factions shouted in unison, shut up. Su Yanmiao's eyes sparkled. Wow, they're fighting. The Ministry of War officer standing nearby twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth. This debate wouldn't have escalated without him chiming in. In fact, without his interruptions, they might not have even started fighting. The old emperor, not one to shy away from the drama, ordered the imperial guards to bring in a dozen desks and cushions to provide both factions a proper setting for a seated debate. Primarily because Quan Yuzhang was old, and debates typically lasted for hours. Forcing an elder like him to stand that long might mean arranging a funeral on the same day. The new text school made the first move. When the ancient script Shangshu first appeared, it claimed to have 16 more chapters than the earlier new script Shangshu. For 400 years, the number remained unchanged. But after 400 years of war and peace, it suddenly had 25 additional chapters. The discrepancy in chapter count proves it's a forgery. The members of the ancient text faction turned grim. Even Quan Yuzhang, the leader of the literary world, furrowed his brows. This wasn't a street brawl, it was a formal debate. In a street argument, they could have shouted, just because official records don't show the changes doesn't mean they didn't exist among the people. The world is vast, and texts scattered finding them 400 years later is perfectly reasonable. But debates didn't work like that. In a debate, you had to find evidence from the classics and historical texts to counter your opponent's claims. Even universally accepted truths required textual proof. If you needed to argue that Confucius was a man, you'd have to cite examples like how his disciples suspected his virtue after he was alone with the wife of Duke Ling of Wei. Such an incident would serve as indirect proof of his gender. Fail to substantiate your point, and your opponent, once in control of the official narrative, could rewrite Confucius' legacy, possibly framing him as Confucius the virtuous woman in history books. If this narrative persisted, subsequent generations might even see it as an accepted theory. This was why each school fought fiercely to establish its orthodoxy. Winning meant monopolizing the narrative for a time, dictating the beliefs instilled in scholars across the land, no matter how absurd those beliefs might be. The ancient text faction was eager to crush their opponents. But why did the chapter count in the ancient script Shangshu suddenly increase? The two confidants exchanged glances before one raised his voice. In preface to the Records of Virtue, it is written that during Emperor Xian's reign, a woman in the Hedong region discovered 3 chapters of ancient text in a ruined house, including the Taishi section. This constitutes part of the additional chapters beyond the 16 claimed in the past. Therefore, your statement that the number remained unchanged for 400 years is incorrect. Additionally, we can find similar accounts in. They cited 3 or 4 other works containing comparable records. Now it was the new text school's turn to frown. They were familiar with some of these books, but others they'd only vaguely heard of. They hadn't expected the ancient text faction to have such wide-ranging expertise. Still, they had more evidence. Another scholar stepped forward. The Sunzi states, the human mind is precarious, the mind of the Wei subtle. These 8 words are quoted from the De Jing. Yet the ancient script Shangshu contains a nearly identical phrase, the human mind is precarious, the mind of the Wei subtle. If the ancient script Shangshu predates the Sunzi, why didn't the latter acknowledge its source as the Shangshu? Clearly, the ancient script Shangshu is a forgery, for it was non-existent when the Sunzi was written. The ancient text faction grimaced. How could they argue with such a point? Whether Sunzi chose to reference the De Jing over the Shangshu was his own business. But the ancient text faction braced themselves. Debates were like this no matter how absurd the question, you had to counter it with evidence from the texts. This question was particularly tricky. The members of the ancient text school either fidgeted with the edges or indents of the desk, or furrowed their brows, unable to retaliate for a long time. Su Yanmiao had a sudden idea and nudged the Ministry of War's assistant. Can I somehow prove that Sunzi didn't quote from the ancient texts of the Book of Documents because he had never heard of it? The Ministry of War assistant thought for a moment. Well, I can prove that the ancient texts of the Book of Documents was well known, and if Sunzi hadn't heard of it, then he must have been ignorant. From there, I'll argue that your theory is built on the idea that Sunzi was ignorant. Su Yanmiao widened his eyes. The assistant became more enthusiastic. If you're pinned with that view, then you won't be able to use any of Sunzi's ideas in future debates. He's ignorant, so any arguments he made are certainly open to refutation. Although I haven't found any yet, I don't need to search anymore because you just admitted that Sunzi was ignorant. Using their own weapon against them at novel bin at. Su Yanmiao, the debate novice, suddenly realized. So this is just being a contrarian. He had an epiphany. So a debate is just 2 contrarians firing at each other. And then he went on and on in his mind. Anyway, the entire court already knew what contrarian meant. Old text school, exactly? The modern literature school is just full of contrarians. New text school, what? Can't we call others contrarians just because we can't win? New text school taunted. So, have you come up with a way to prove it? Stop struggling. The ancient texts of the Book of Documents is a forgery. The members of the old text school's mouths tightened, and they began to sweat despite the cold winter. Qian Yizhang pondered for a moment, his mind seemingly flipping through pages of books, looking for that single phrase to make a counter-argument. Sunzi said, the purpose of the book is to record government affairs, the purpose of poetry is to stop in the middle of sound, the purpose of rituals is to be the fundamental division of laws and categories. He really found something. Poetry refers to the book of songs, ritual refers to the book of rites, thus, books refer to the book of documents. Sunzi uses the book of documents to record political matters, while the danger of the human heart, the subtlety of the way expresses the idea that the human heart should always be vigilant, and the way should be nurtured with subtlety, which relates to nature and character, not politics. Thus, Sunzi naturally would cite the Tao Te Ching, which is about nature and character, not the Book of Documents, which records political affairs. Qian Yizhang spoke fluently. Now it was the new text school's turn to be refuted, and the members of the old text school cheered for the master. Exactly. That's it. Lord Qian is truly a genius. Lord Qian is so learned. Lord Qian brings glory to ancient literature. Old text school, I still have one question. The ancient texts of the Book of Documents mentions that the Yellow River flows over the Jishi Mountain, and the person who uncovered the ancient texts of the Book of Documents made an annotation stating that the Jishi Mountain is located to the southwest of Jinchinj, where the river passes. However, Jinchinj was established after the person's death. How could they know the name of the county after their death? The members of the old text school began to sweat from their foreheads. Qian Yizhang, the person who uncovered the ancient texts of the Book of Documents was a descendant of Confucius. In the Confucian anthology it says, the teachings of the ancient sages were handed down through the family, we have studied them generation after generation. Some even call the Book of Documents the Confucian tradition. Since it has been passed down for generations, it is only natural that the name of Jinshinj would be mentioned by later generations. New text school. I still have one question. Qian Yizang, this question is absurd, let me prove it with one statement. New text school. I still have one question. Qian Yizang, I have an answer. New text school. I have one more question. Qian Yizang, and I have another answer. Old text school. I still have. Qian Yizang, I also have. The members of the old text school couldn't get a word in. Other than the truly sharp-witted Lord Qian, they were all used to debating using the new text theories and points, so they were temporarily unable to come up with the right evidence to counter with ancient texts. But it was fine, they had learned something from Su Yanmiao that was just right for them. Lord Qian, to say that King Wen never changed the era name and used this to attempt to disprove the ancient texts of the Book of Documents is simply a fabrication. Listen to the historical records. Su Yanmiao, exactly. Members of the old text school, exactly. Lord Qian, talking about the ancient texts of the Book of Documents being lost during the Yongjia Rebellion, the Chronicles of the Emperors says that Tai Baogong used ancient texts to teach Fufeng Suyu, and the records of the Confucian scholars mentions their transmission, and the Book of Documents correct exegesis. Says, with historical records. After 400 years, finally, it was, you people are distorting the facts, do you think my memory is poor? Su Yanmiao, wow, master is amazing. The battle of wits with the scholars. Members of the ancient literature school, exactly. Lord Qian, you are nitpicking. Su Yanmiao, master is awesome. Members of the ancient literature school, exactly. But what's the significance of the ancient literature school members flipping sides? Watching Lord Qian easily take on the modern literature school, are they going to pull back? Members of the ancient literature school, exactly. Were they just scolded? Lord Qian, you modern literature people shouldn't push your luck. Su Yanmiao, tisk tisk, don't they feel ashamed? A group of people totally unable to match an 86-year-old elder. Forget it, let them scold. At least Su Yanmiao is on our side. The members of the old text school continued to cheer, exactly. The new text school, thoroughly defeated, could only hold on miserably. Seeing that the old text school members could just blindly follow their master, the new text school became both angry and aggrieved. They also had masters. But their master was probably still on the way back to the capital, and even when he arrived, he'd probably first have to see his unfortunate nephew, the prince, who had just been imprisoned. There was no way he would catch up. So frustrating. You guys just keep saying exactly. The new text people angrily protested. Can't we just get back at you? A bunch of echoers, it's a shame to be in the same court with you. The old text school members were momentarily speechless, unable to say anything in agreement. And Su Yanmiao, the voice of the onlookers was especially loud, exactly. Old text school. Whose side are you really on? Of course, it's obvious whichever side looks more entertaining, that's the side I'll root for. Spectators have no allegiance. Su Yanmiao could only lament the absence of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and cola, wishing they could enjoy the chaos more fully. It'd be even better if they started fighting. If they do fight, old Master Quan would be invincible? At his age, who would dare lay a hand on him? He could take out the entire court single-handedly. The ministers. They suddenly felt immensely relieved that Quan Yizang wasn't holding an official seal and couldn't hear Su Yanmiao's nonsense. Wow, they've gone from debating the Book of Documents to the Analects. You can tell they aren't serious debaters. A proper nitpicker would challenge how many times Confucius said appears in the Analects. Can't answer that? Clearly, your scholarship is lacking. The new text school. The old text school. We already told you, we're not nitpickers. Arguing about the classics like this isn't reasoning, it's just willful nonsense. An indignant member of the ancient script school slammed the table. New text school, since you study the commentary of Gongyang, let me ask you, the Gongyang commentary is famous for its subtle meanings. How many subtle meanings are there? And what are they? We're not nitpickers, but Su Yanmiao's approach sure is effective, haha. Plus, we're being perfectly reasonable here. Asking how many times Confucius said appears might be a little petty, but the subtle meanings of the Gongyang commentary? That's a claim your school promotes? And yet you don't even know how many there are? That's not right, is it? The new text scholars were dumbfounded, exchanging helpless glances. They had never considered this weakness in their arguments because who, apart from Su Yanmiao the nitpicker, would bother to count how many Confucius said there were or how many subtle meanings existed? Even the leaders of the new text school had never compiled this information. Their focus had always been on integrating new text Confucianism with politics. For them, the Book of Songs was for admonishing rulers, the Spring and Autumn Annals for deciding legal cases, and the 5 classics served as guides for personal conduct and state governance. And then there were the apocryphal texts' interpretations of Confucian classics that elevated them above the 5 classics, with theories like Confucius was conceived by his mother through divine intervention or our dynasty replaced the previous one because we overcame their 5 phases, and heaven and humanity resonate with each other. In short, they were preoccupied with big-picture projects, not filling in foundational gaps. Now, cornered by the old text school, they were sweating profusely and at a complete loss for words. Su Yanmiao cheered internally. Beautiful. Who knew the old text school had this ace up their sleeve? They're out for blood against the new text school. The old text scholars offered modest smiles. Oh, stop, you flatter us. Meanwhile, the Ministry of War official glanced at Su Yanmiao and felt a headache coming on. It had started as a simple debate. Just a debate? Sure, Su Yanmiao had stoked the flames, making it more heated, but it had still been a debate about the classics. First, you suggested that the ancient script book of documents might be a forgery, nearly turning the old text school into a laughingstock. After all, if the ancient script book of documents were proven fake, there'd be no such thing as ancient script, and without ancient script, what ancient script school would there be? Now you've caused the new text school to be exposed for not knowing how many subtle meanings they had. It's like claiming to revere Confucius but not even knowing that Confucius was also called Kongqiu. What kind of devotion is that? The argument had escalated from a war of words to a knife fight, each side determined to outdo the other. In the depths of the imperial prison, the emperor's grandson had already stuck his head out 1,444 times since waking up, averaging one peek every 5 breaths. The fake heir muttered to the former imperial son-in-law, his uncle's coming today. That renowned grand academician of the Hanlin Academy. The former son-in-law's face lit up with envy. Ji Gong, the leading figure of the new text school, the crown prince's mentor, and a trusted advisor to both the emperor and empress. His sister became the crown princess, and another of his family was married to the emperor's sister, Princess Qinghe, as a formal husband. Not to mention, because the marriage occurred during the founding of the dynasty, before titles like princess existed, it didn't conflict with holding office. The former son-in-law could hardly contain his admiration. The fake heir suddenly turned his head, his pupils dilating slightly. He's here. In the dim prison, measured footsteps echoed. After the firelight flickered several times, a section of a black boot appeared, embroidered with mountains and rivers in dark gold, dignified yet intricate. Then, a pale, cool-looking man emerged from the shadows. His gaze gradually softened as he looked down at the emperor's grandson and smiled warmly. The emperor's grandson threw himself against the bars, half kneeling as he looked up with deep emotion. Uncle. Ji Sui's heart ached. When had his nephew ever endured such hardship? This dreadful prison. His nephew had even lost weight? After clarifying the situation, Ji Sui's expression tightened, his brow furrowed deeply. I know who's behind this. The emperor's grandson's face twisted in malice. Who is it? Who was the informant? Ji Sui was about to speak when a plump official in a dark uniform burst in, unexpectedly agile for his size. He whispered a few words in Ji Sui's ear, causing Ji Sui's expression to shift dramatically as he stood up to leave at Novel bin Adat. Uncle, the emperor's grandson called out. Ji Sui hesitated, glancing at his nephew's greasy, unkempt hair, tangled with dirt and dust. He wanted to pat his head and offer some reassurance but he had a cleanliness obsession. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He hurriedly left a promise, I will get you out of here. Then he turned and walked away. Behind him, the emperor's grandson wailed, Why uncle? I'll wait for you. Walking briskly, Ji Sui shed his outer robe as he left the prison. Why did Quan Yizhang suddenly attend court? And how did the old text school gain the upper hand? The official trailing behind him carried a neatly folded set of court robes and bowed low while walking quickly to keep up. It seems a certain Su, an official in the Ministry of Personnel, invited him back. The official was surprised to see the esteemed grand academician immediately recognize the culprit. Su Yanmiao? Why is he everywhere? At the mention of the name, the Crown Prince's mentor and Hanlin Academy scholar's expression darkened instantly. After changing into his official robes, he hurried to the palace at top speed. As soon as he arrived, he heard the smug voices of the detestable old text school boasting. You've been going on and on about hidden meanings and profound principles. Well then, what are these profound principles in the spring and autumn annals of Gongyang? Speak up. Can't say it, can you? His expression immediately turned cold and stern. Without hesitation, he strode into the hall. The spring and autumn annals of Gongyang contains precisely 29 profound principles, he declared. As it became increasingly clear that the new text school was on the verge of collapse, the old text scholars' eyes gleamed with fervor. They had never dreamed they'd have such an opportunity to overthrow the new text school today and restore the dominance of ancient texts. At that moment, a cold, clear voice came from the entrance of the hall. The spring and autumn annals of Gongyang contains precisely 29 profound principles. The voice grew louder as the speaker approached. First, honoring vengeance. Can revenge still be sought after 9 generations? Even after 100 generations, it can be justified. Second, expelling the barbarians. When China is on the brink of collapse, Duke Huan saves it, drives out the barbarians, and secures the Southlands, embodying the duties of a king. Third, cherishing death for righteousness. When Feng Chufu sacrifices himself in place of Duke Jing of Qi, he gives up his life. Fourth, punishing traitors and bandits. Fifth, the man reached the center of the hall, standing between the modern script and ancient script factions just as he finished reciting the 29th principle. Then, with a scornful laugh, he sneered, his tone dripping with arrogance and disdain. Little bugs of the ancient script school. He spoke slowly, his voice like a sharp blade, are unworthy of discussing the meanings of scripture. Adat Novel bin Adat. The scholars of the modern script school, as if seeing their savior, cried out in unison. Master Ji. Meanwhile, in the prison, The emperor's grandson rested his chin on his hands, waiting with eager anticipation for his uncle's return. Uncle must have gone to plead with grandfather on my behalf. Back at court, Quan Yazang, aged 86, and Ji Sui, aged 46, were leading their respective factions in a no-holds-barred intellectual brawl. The air crackled with hostility as they tore into each other with words sharper than swords. Politeness and decorum were tossed aside as insults flew fast and hard. Don't assume a scholar's quarrels would be genteel. If anything, insults like "may you die a miserable death," or "shorten your years" were mild compared to the likes of heaven's lackey or a wretched spawn of beasts. After all, even Mencius once called the Mahists animals and dismissed the agrarians as barbarians speaking gibberish. This verbal sparring continued unabated, starting in the morning and stretching past noon. A jailer brought a meal to the emperor's grandson. "I don't need it. Take it away," the boy scoffed disdainfully. "I'll be out of here soon. Who needs this wretched prison food?" Quan Yazang rolled up his sleeves. "You immoral pig dog? You understand nothing of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, or faith." Ji Sui slammed the table. "The great duty to ruler and father is the heavenly principle and the earthly righteousness. You, without ruler or father, are but a beast." By evening, the jailer returned with another meal. Irritated, the emperor's grandson flipped the tray over. "I said I don't want it," he growled, his stomach growling in protest. His gaze drifted longingly to the corner of the room. "Uncle must be working hard to save me right now, you rascal," Quan Yazang roared, restrained by a crowd of people. "Mark my words, I'll go back and scour the scriptures. Tomorrow, I'll debate you again, old man." Ji Sui retorted, his sharp tongue not missing a beat. "Come at me, I fear you not. Heretical ancient script fools, I'll see to it you're rejected by heaven and earth." Late at night, the emperor's grandson lay on the straw heap, his stomach growling so loudly it seemed to echo through the prison. He stared blankly at the ceiling, tears welling in his eyes. "Uncle, where are you? Uncle." Ji Sui sat in his study, flipping through scripture and historical texts with furrowed brows. A 12-inch candle burned steadily, its wax gradually melting down inch by inch. As the moon dipped lower in the sky, the candle shortened to a mere stub. With the crow of a rooster, Ji Sui finally stood up and stretched. "I feel like I forgot something," he muttered to himself. "Wait." His hand froze on a page that had been flipped by the breeze. "I forgot this line." Donning his official robes, he marched out with renewed vigor. "Those thieves of the ancient script school? Today, I'll make them kneel and beg for mercy. Oh my god, he forgot line. Ha 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 ha. Poor emperor's grandson." The debate lasted a full 3 days. On the 4th day, it wasn't that they had reached a conclusion, rather, it was because the previous days had been light on governmental affairs, allowing time for their arguments. Today, with more state matters on the agenda, everyone decided to temporarily call a truce. Quan Yingzhang finally donned his official robes and declared, "Mph. Ji Sui, is it? Just you wait." Ji Sui merely flexed his wrist. Flipping through books every day for the past few days had left his hand sore. So they didn't come to blows after all. A voice lamented with great regret. Quan Yingzhang was startled when he heard the voice. Was that the Su boy? But wasn't he standing in the back just now? Looking around, he found Su Yanmiao nowhere in sight. Just as he was puzzling over this, Prime Minister Do, stroking his long beard, stepped forward and stood before him. "Master Quan," Do said. Though over 70, with graying hair, Do Qing exuded vitality and dignity. His tone was calm and gentle, yet carried a subtle air of pride as he spoke. "Welcome, sir, to this hall. Welcome to a new world. A world where the brightest minds of the Grand Xia gathered, wielding power and influence. A world where one could hear Su Yanmiao's thoughts." Upon hearing Su Yanmiao's inner musings and realizing the argument was finally over, Ji Sui suddenly remembered what he had forgotten. His dear nephew was still in the imperial prison? "Your Majesty." Ji Sui immediately stepped forward. "This subject is guilty." The emperor looked at him in surprise. "What crime have you committed, my dear subject?" Ji Sui explained. "In August, Gaixi, Yongfeng, and Xing'an suffered a great famine. The people were forced to eat grassroots and tree bark to survive. You sent me to oversee disaster relief in these areas, and when I arrived, I saw landlords and gentry exploiting the famine to lend grain at exorbitant interest rates. Borrow a do, repay a do and a half, borrow 2 do, repay 3. If the debt wasn't repaid within a month, the interest doubled and redoubled. Many starving families had no choice but to sell their children to repay these predatory loans." "What?" The emperor erupted in fury. "I have decreed that private loans must not exceed 3% monthly interest. These lawless scoundrels dare to harm my people." Ji Sui continued. "This subject is guilty of falsely invoking your imperial decree. Without permission, I opened the granaries of nearby, unaffected counties to redeem the children sold into servitude. I await your Majesty's punishment." The emperor laughed, clearly pleased. "What crime is there in that? Had you waited to submit a petition for my approval, how many families would have been torn apart and scattered across the land? You acted well," the emperor declared resolutely. "Not only are you without guilt, but you are to be commended." Such was the nature of imperial rule. If the emperor deemed you worthy, even falsifying an imperial edict could be seen as clever and resourceful. But if the emperor disliked you, even strict adherence to the law could be painted as inflexibility and incompetence. Ji Sui knew this truth well. Bowing deeply in thanks, he silently prepared his next steps. What followed was simple. He would lament that if not for the twin calamities of natural disaster and human greed, the people would never have been forced to part with their loved ones. The key lay in emphasizing family harmony and parental love. This would surely remind the emperor of his own eldest son and beloved grandson, stirring memories of the young prince's playful antics in the palace. Between grandfather and grandson, what rift could not be mended? Moreover, Ji Sui intended to highlight a merit of the emperor's grandson. Before Ji left for the relief mission, the young prince had volunteered his allowance to help the people. While this volunteering was masterminded by his younger sister, and the young prince himself was reluctant, the emperor didn't need to know that. The court officials, unaware of Ji Sui's calculations, merely sighed in admiration, their faces alight with respect. Master Ji is truly virtuous. Indeed, he is a pillar of the state. To risk his life in the face of such dire circumstances, an exemplar for all under heaven. With love for the ruler and compassion for the people as his foundation, Master Ji, sniff. Master Ji must have been ready to sacrifice his life when he falsified the edict. Confucian scholars, who revered the willingness to die for one's principles, were deeply moved by Ji Sui's actions. He had struck a chord with their ideals. Even Quan Yazang, despite their rivalry, nodded in approval and offered Ji Sui a respectful bow from afar. Meanwhile, Su Yanmiao was already sifting through Ji Sui's history. Whoa, what kind of protagonist script is this? Proud and aloof, renowned from a young age, rising meteorically, adored by scholars, cherished by the emperor. By his 40s, he's already a grand academician in the imperial library, drafting decrees and discussing state affairs with the emperor himself. His household is peaceful, with only one wife, no concubines, even without children. Apart from losing a daughter during the chaos of war, his life is practically the epitome of a wish fulfillment story. You can praise me all you want, Ji Sui thought coldly, but I'm still getting my nephew out of prison. Gathering himself, Ji Sui began his plea. Your Majesty, this subject has witnessed the hardships of the people and finds it truly heartbreaking. The emperor nodded slightly, his expression softening. Those gentry truly deserve death? Exploiting a national crisis for profit. Su Yanmiao, meanwhile, continued analyzing the situation, mentally narrating. If it weren't for those bastards profiteering from disaster, I wouldn't have had to fight my way from the eastern city to the western city. You scoundrels, I even politely asked you to hand over the people and land, and you still didn't listen. Did you think I wouldn't draw my blade? Ji Sui froze. The carefully rehearsed words in his mind vanished, replaced by one overwhelming thought. You're the rough one. Your whole family is rough, at novel bin at. Taking a deep breath, Ji Sui resumed, the people wouldn't need to sell their children if they could enjoy family harmony. The emperor's expression grew even more emotional. Family harmony. His grandson had been imprisoned for a whole month now. From birth, the boy had never suffered such hardships as the cold, damp confines of a jail. The emperor had joined the rebellion in his youth just to stave off starvation, hoping that in his old age, he could enjoy the warmth of children and grandchildren surrounding him. Surely, a small act of folly from a cherished grandson, born of excessive affection, could be forgiven. Sob. The commoners are so pitiful. Thankfully, the young prince's uncle is a good person, even if the young prince's character is lacking. The officials. Apologies, they tried to maintain a serious expression, but Su Yanmiao's inner monologue was too out of place. Ji Sui took a deep breath again. Forget it, let's focus on pleading for his nephew first. He tried to bring the atmosphere back on track. Your Majesty, before my departure this time, the young prince took money from his private treasury and entrusted me to purchase grain along the way to distribute to the disaster areas. The disaster victims were deeply moved by your Majesty's and the young prince's benevolence. Huh? That's not true, is it? The people mostly thanked the local officials for promptly reporting the disaster, opening granaries to provide relief, and for Ji Sui persuading wealthy landowners to donate grain. That little contribution from the young prince was nothing. His mother told him to donate 3,000 taels, and he secretly withheld 500 taels himself. Ji Sui. He truly didn't know about this. He genuinely thought his eldest nephew had scraped together 2,500 taels. What does the royal family lack? Food or clothing? And yet you still pocketed those 500 taels. The officials? Well. Initially, they were ready to chime in. After all, it was clear the emperor was inclined to release the young prince from prison, so they wanted to tactfully praise the young prince and collectively request the emperor to forgive his youthful recklessness. But now, they glanced at the emperor's expression, torn. Do we still build the steps for this to work? Only Ji Sui remained struggling for his nephew's sake. If pleading credit for his nephew was off the table, could he at least use his own achievements to ask for the emperor's mercy? On this trip to supervise disaster relief, I was merely fulfilling my duty. To have the good fortune of being acknowledged by your Majesty and receiving the love of the commoners. Tisk. Su Yanmiao picked up the reins of his mental political power analysis, his imagination running wild at novel bin at. This is just my guess, but let me speculate boldly. Truly worthy of the male lead archetype? I knew it. How could a high-ranking and powerful protagonist not seek further advancement, like being granted immunity from bowing in court, personal visits from the emperor, or being allowed to carry a sword into the palace? This is his subtle way of saying, the people are behind me. If you recognize my achievements, great. If not, I still have the support of the people. Stop spouting nonsense. Ji Sui's fingers trembled slightly. Of course, the people know that their survival this time is entirely due to your majesty's wisdom. Without your majesty's care for the realm, ordering the Ministry of Revenue to dispatch relief grain at the fastest speed and exempting taxes in the affected areas, the lands of Gaixi, Yongfeng, and Xing'an would have been strewn with corpses before my arrival. Su Yanmiao nodded solemnly. Scared now? If you don't grant me the treatment I deserve, your imperial envoy for disaster relief might let your lands rot in famine? Old man, you wouldn't want that to happen, would you? The emperor's mouth twitched. He wanted to tell Su Yanmiao, stop it. If you keep going, Ji Sui will kneel and beg for punishment. Ji Sui is just trying to save his wayward nephew. Ji Sui doesn't deserve this. Of course, the emperor didn't believe Su Yanmiao's ramblings. This guy was clearly amusing himself, drawing inspiration from too many novels. Ji Sui pressed on. Although the young prince donated 3,000 taels and kept 500 for himself, he is still young, a mere child. The officials looked at him with sympathy. This was the mighty Ji Gong? Beaten down by Su Yanmiao's nonsense to the point of losing his eloquence and resorting to ridiculous lines like he's still a child? Su Yanmiao mentally recited, he's still a child. So there's absolutely no reason to let him off. You shut up. Ji Sui clenched his fists tightly. Your Majesty, I humbly believe that the young prince, despite his youth, has shown a willingness to share the burden of the realm. While his actions may sometimes be reckless, his intentions are good. It's simply that he's young and lacks understanding of the gravity of certain matters. At this moment, he needs a strict mentor to guide him onto the right path. I plead with your Majesty to assign a great teacher to rigorously educate him rather than resorting solely to punishment. Enough. Ji Sui closed his eyes in despair. What on earth was he even saying anymore? At this moment, Ji Sui felt like a student writing an essay, wildly digressing midway and desperately trying to tie it back together at the end, a hapless victim of his own making. Quan Yizhang, watching his quick-witted opponent, who had argued with him for 3 days straight, now looking utterly defeated by Su Yanmiao's antics, couldn't help but recall Prime Minister Dou's words. Welcome, sir, to this hall. Welcome to the new world. Is this new world truly inescapable? At the same time, Ji Sui thought. Is saving this nephew truly unavoidable? After court was dismissed, the old emperor summoned Ji Sui to the Wuying Hall. This time during disaster relief, you executed quite a few landlords who refused to release their slaves, didn't you? Hearing this, Ji Sui silently nodded. Did you find her? Ji Sui shook his head. You've already spent too much of your energy on that child. Nearly 70% of your efforts have been dedicated to searching for her. You haven't even asked King He for another child. Why put yourself through this? It's been so many years, the old emperor spoke softly. Zanian, your Ji family must continue its bloodline. Zanian was Ji Sui's courtesy name. Ji Sui replied firmly, Your Majesty, she is my first child. Lost during the chaos of war, I must find her. The old emperor sighed. I understand. Over the years, I don't know how many nobles and local gentry you've offended for the sake of this child. Recalling Ji Sui's actions over the years, even the old emperor had to admit they were extreme. Simply because in times of chaos, a girl's best chance of survival is often selling herself as a servant or being sold into a brothel, Ji Sui went to great lengths to achieve merit, waiting for the right moment to push through a new law. If any servant petitions, claiming they were born free, regardless of the truth, they must be granted freedom. Considering that some women might be imprisoned or threatened and unable to petition, Ji Sui would occasionally pay visits to the homes of influential nobles. Due to Ji Sui's high status, these nobles didn't dare to offend him. Reluctantly, they redefined their servants as free workers, at least on the surface, only keeping government slaves that weren't subject to liberation. However, some powerful families, like dukes or marquises, openly continued to use indentured contracts. As a result, Ji Sui's relationship with the gentry was tense, and he faced much criticism from the aristocracy. Over the years, he had also shut down many brothels, ensuring each woman there found an alternative livelihood, fearing that any misstep might leave his own daughter in one of those places, leading to lifelong regret. The old emperor couldn't hold it in anymore. You're aware of Su Yanmiao's peculiar abilities. Now that you've returned from disaster relief, you could probe him a bit. Perhaps. Ji Sui paused, then slowly said, Thank you for your grace, your majesty. But, Ji Sui closed his eyes, suppressing the restlessness and gloom that arose whenever Su Yanmiao's abilities were mentioned in connection with his daughter. But I dare not. 30 years had passed. He feared that his daughter had long since perished in the chaos of war. He dreaded hearing such news from Su Yanmiao. And Ji Sui's lashes trembled as he reiterated his request to the emperor, Your Majesty, I beg you to show mercy. Please do not mention my daughter to Su Yanmiao. He would ask himself, but not now. Ji Sui still intended to help his nephew, not just out of familial affection developed over the years, but also because his nephew and his daughter shared the same birthday, albeit in different years. Thinking of his poor daughter, he couldn't help but feel more lenient and compassionate toward his nephew. Thus, half a month after his failed essay, Ji Sui entered the palace again. Key point, he chose a time when Su Yanmiao wasn't around. This time, things went smoothly. He invited the old emperor to Yulong Temple in Luoyang County. It was at this temple that, after praying to Buddha, the empress had experienced morning sickness that same night, and 6 months later, gave birth to the current crown prince. Additionally, Ji Sui had prepared someone at the temple. Su Yanmiao. The old emperor set down his incense stick lightly, surprised. You're not married, what are you doing here seeking blessings for a child? Ji Sui swayed slightly. No, that's not it. Su Yanmiao turned around in surprise. You're Maj. The old emperor quickly covered Su Yanmiao's mouth, whispering, traveling incognito. He had given up on hoping that a mere look from him would make Su Yanmiao obediently shut up. Taking matters into his own hands seemed safer. Su Yanmiao blinked hard. The old emperor let go and disdainfully wiped his hand on his sleeve. Su Yanmiao, unfazed, continued, it's because I have a friend. Lian Hang came to pray for a chubby baby boy from Buddha, so I tagged along. Lian Hang said the vegetarian dishes at this temple are amazing. Su Yanmiao pointed, and the old emperor and Ji Sui instinctively turned to look. They saw the temple abbot helping a lady up after she finished her prayers. The abbot chanted a few words, then took a willow branch from a nearby sacred vase, sprinkling holy water gently over her head. Behind the abbot, a Ministry of War officer followed respectfully. The old emperor's eyes widened. This one. Although the lady was middle-aged, she was still graceful and charming. However, she and the officer clearly weren't of the same generation. She seemed close to 40. Su Yanmiao froze for a moment, then quickly said, no, not this one. The old emperor's gaze softened. Thank goodness. He'd almost thought his official had a strange romantic inclination. A 20-year-old with a 40-year-old? He really couldn't accept that, at novel bin at. This coming from a 63-year-old emperor who had taken a 16-year-old girl as his concubine. Then, as the lady turned after receiving the sprinkling, she cast a flirtatious glance at the officer, her lips curling seductively. The old emperor turned to Su Yanmiao, really not this one. For the sake of his friend's image in the emperor's eyes, Su Yanmiao declared firmly, absolutely not. Hearing the commotion, the lady glanced over, her eyes lighting up when she saw the robustly built emperor. She wafted over in a cloud of perfume, her gaze fixed squarely on the emperor. The old emperor. After finally dismissing her, the emperor turned around, only to find himself on the verge of laughter. Su Yanmiao was staring at the ground as if counting tiles, while Ji Sui had turned away, seemingly engrossed in studying the wall murals, neither offering to save the situation. When the emperor's gaze landed on Su Yanmiao, the young man dumbfoundedly thought to himself, that's it. Over so soon. Over what? The emperor fumed internally. Did you expect me to strike up something with that woman? Later, when the emperor learned that Yulong Temple's vegetarian cuisine was famous, he decided to dine with Su Yanmiao there. Dining with the emperor was an honor for most people. The emperor smiled warmly. Su Yanmiao, granted this privilege, surely felt. Ugh, no way. Eating with the emperor means minding my manners, watching my words, and the risk of accidentally taking the emperor's food. Who would want to eat with their boss? I wouldn't even dare eat or drink properly. Just thinking about it gives me a stomachache. But refusing would be defying an imperial decree. Maybe I could say I have a stomachache. The emperor's smile stiffened. The officer nearly coughed to remind Su Yanmiao. At least pretend. Wait, he did pretend. Watching Su Yanmiao's convincingly joyful expression as he prepared to accept, the emperor clenched his teeth, feeling like a tyrant forcing a reluctant soul into submission. Su Yanmiao, the emperor said through gritted teeth, I'm traveling incognito today, so let's keep it simple. Eat what you like, however you like. He wasn't that petty. Humph. Su Yanmiao was genuinely delighted this time. Thank you, sir. The officer turned away, covering his face in agony. This guy genuinely didn't realize it was just a polite gesture. Ji Sui, standing nearby, was too preoccupied to care about these details. His mind was elsewhere entirely. The person I was looking for earlier, he's still on the mountain behind the temple, right? He didn't just leave, did he? Su Yanmiao's cheerful voice echoed. Huh? Lord Ji, aren't you eating? Ji Sui forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes, tugging the corners of his mouth. I am. At novel bin at. Eat, always eating? Eat until you drop dead. Trying to get me to leave the emperor's side? Dream on. The vegetarian meal at this temple was truly exquisite. Su Yanmiao was wolfing it down with gusto. This vegetarian noodle soup is amazing. This one? You've got to try the lute-shaped tofu? No meat added at all, and it tastes just like the original dish. Absolutely incredible. And this stir-fried three delicacies dish, it's so good. The monks around them looked at Su Yanmiao with pure affection. Seeing someone enjoy their vegetarian dishes so much filled them with joy and satisfaction. This young man ate with such relish that even they were tempted to go for a second helping. Su Yanmiao looked up at Ji Sui. Lord Ji, why aren't you eating? Why are you just holding that teacup and not letting it go? The emperor almost choked on his laughter, taking a sip of the temple's tea to cover his amusement. The Ministry of War official covered his face, pretending he hadn't noticed anything. There's a phrase serving tea to bid farewell, but Su Yanmiao was clearly oblivious. Ji Sui took a deep breath. I'm letting the tea cool down before I drink it. Oh, is this some new method of tea drinking? I've never heard of that before. Ji Sui tugged at the corner of his mouth. Yes. As expected of a big shot? Even drinking tea is so refined. Ji Sui closed his eyes, suppressing his irritation, and downed the lukewarm tea in one gulp. No, I'm signaling for you to leave. Now all he could hope for was that the person on the back mountain hadn't left yet. At the back mountain of Yulong Temple, a refined gentleman was leisurely sipping tea. He sat at a delicately crafted table with a small silver box beside him. The box contained fresh green tea leaves that sparkled under the sunlight. Using tweezers, he picked up a small pinch of tea leaves and placed them into a teapot. As the wind blew, the fragrance of tea leaves wafted through the air. When the water reached the perfect temperature, he tilted the pot gently, letting the tea flow gracefully into a Yuxing clay teacup adorned with floral patterns. His movements were fluid and elegant, like the harmonious rhythm of a guqin performance. The tea was clear and bright, exuding a subtle aroma. The gentleman took a delicate sip, his lips curving into a slight smile as he savored the flavor. With his slightly lowered gaze, he radiated tranquility and elegance, resembling a living painting. From afar, he seemed like a figure in a utopian paradise, soothing one's spirit with serene grace. And yet, as he sat there, he thought to himself, didn't Lord Ji say the emperor was arriving soon? I've already had 3 pots of tea. I'm about to burst. I really need to use the restroom. Just as he was about to succumb to nature's call, the emperor finally arrived. Dressed in coarse, rustic clothing like a common farmer, the gentleman pretended not to recognize the ruler of the land and invited him to join for tea. Ji Sui frantically signaled with his eyes. No, 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 nobody would just invite a random farmer to tea right off the bat. You're supposed to chat a little first, show you're getting along, and then extend the invitation. Behind the table, the gentleman clenched his legs in desperation, pretending not to notice Ji Sui's signals as he warmly insisted, Sir, meeting you here is fate. Please, have a cup of tea. The emperor gave him a meaningful look. All right. Before long, the two of them genuinely hit it off. It turned out that this gentleman was the author of Admonitions for Women, an expert in advocating for women to adhere to the virtues of obedience and propriety. The emperor, being a staunch traditionalist, found his views perfectly aligned with his own. Birds of a feather. Su Yanmiao nodded seriously. The emperor, Ji Sui, and the Ministry of War official all pretended they hadn't heard that. While the conversation on the other side grew lively, Su Yanmiao, bored out of his mind, began to dig into gossip. Oh wow, apparently one of the monks at Yulong Temple accidentally mixed a spiked pot of tea with the vegetarian feast. Now they're frantically trying to figure out who drank it. Su Yanmiao was delighted. Spiked? With what? Laxatives? Who's the unlucky one? Good thing I don't like tea. I didn't touch a drop. Huh? Someone accidentally ingested laxatives. Those 7 simple words instantly captured the emperor's full attention. As for the gentleman's lecture, he was no longer listening at all. Who was so unlucky to drink laxative-laced tea? If this had gone unnoticed, and someone ended up with an embarrassing accident in front of all these dignified visitors, tisk tisk tisk, it would have been humiliating enough to force a family to move 500 miles out of Luoyang County. For a brief moment, the emperor struggled to hide the schadenfreude threatening to break out on his face. The gentleman didn't notice anything amiss, continuing with a dignified smile, women are inherently incomplete. The emperor didn't react. The gentleman. He raised his voice slightly, therefore, women should regard their husbands as their heavens. The emperor, yes. When you're not the target of gossip, the joy of eating popcorn always intensifies. The emperor was growing increasingly restless. Su Yanmiao, why aren't you saying anything? Who's the unlucky one? Tell me already? The gentleman gritted his teeth, raising his voice another notch. After their husband's death, women should regard their sons as their heavens. The emperor. Forcing himself to focus for a moment, the emperor muttered, yes, yes. The next moment, his body leaned slightly toward Su Yanmiao's direction. His left eye screamed, Su Yanmiao, are you done yet? Why so slow? His right eye pleaded, hurry up and tell us who it is. I can't wait to see the scene unfold. The gentleman finally noticed something was wrong. He glanced at Ji Sui for help, furiously signaling with his eyes. Lord Ji, what's wrong with the emperor? He was listening so attentively earlier. Why is he so distracted now? Lord Ji, why are you turning green? The gentleman was nearly frantic from overexerting his facial muscles trying to convey his distress, but Ji Sui, obsessed with cleanliness and preoccupied with the possibility of witnessing something unsavory, was oblivious. No matter how hard the gentleman tried, his desperate signals were ignored. Lord Ji, the gentleman was on the verge of collapse. What's happening? Why are all of you so distracted? What are you thinking about? Can someone at least explain it to me? Hanging here in suspense is killing me. I really can't hold it in any longer. Meanwhile, Su Yanmiao was still lost in a sea of gossip. Damn it, who the heck drank the spiked tea? Why can't I find it? Su Yanmiao was almost tearing his hair out, while the other 3, who could hear his thoughts, were equally impatient. They were practically itching to take over and search themselves. This half-baked suspense was sheer torture. Wait, hold on. Su Yanmiao froze. No wonder I couldn't find it. It wasn't laxatives. Su Yanmiao's excitement surged to new heights. It was aphrodisiacs. Aphrodisiacs. What kind of aphrodisiacs? Not only was Su Yanmiao excited, but the old emperor and the Ministry of War official were also equally thrilled. A Buddhist temple? Spiked medicine? These 2 words together. There's definitely some jaw-dropping scandal brewing here. Amid their excitement, they felt something was off. The old emperor and the official both lowered their heads, their expressions momentarily complicated. What does this have to do with you? Why are you so excited? Nearby, 46-year-old Ji Gong had already closed his eyes in despair. His lips moved slightly. Was he muttering something or just trying to breathe? Could the ones affected by the drug possibly be? Thud. The old emperor collapsed. Thud. The Ministry of War official also collapsed. On this day, in the Yulong Temple, officials accompanying their wives, concubines, or female family members to burn incense and pray for children heard a thunderous voice echoing in their minds. Help! Protect the emperor! Protect the emperor? Was there an assassin attempting to harm the emperor? Is it protect the emperor? Did Bai Ziyi just shout that? Where is his majesty? He should say where he is. Oh no, what's happening? Someone, help! Crap, 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 crap. The old emperor, Ji Gong, and even Lian Hang. Back mountain? Why are they in the back mountain? The back mountain? Quick, quick, quick. Wait for me, I'm too old to keep up. A group of officials, panic-stricken, sprinted toward the back mountain while sending people to call for guards from outside the temple. Your Majesty, we're coming. Hang in there. Ah, block it out, block it out, block it out. System, block this for me. I don't want to see this kind of thing. I'm telling you to block it. Can you hear me? Even if it's just text, I don't want to know. Who wants to find out if two old men are lifting their heads or not? Not even if it's not old men. The inner voice was like a demonic chant, gut-wrenching and ear-piercing. Those more desperate than Su Yanmiao to block out the content were the disheveled and miserable officials. They gradually slowed their steps. Heads? What heads? Ah. No metaphors either. I don't want to know who's picking up jade or who's reaching for cooked shrimp. Cooked shrimp? No way. Someone blurted out, drugs, but immediately shut their mouth. So it wasn't an assassination attempt, it was just, someone spiked the tea with that kind of pill? No? Stop comparing sizes with your fingers. I'm not interested. Not interested. Hear me? System, block it now. Several people crouched down, covering their ears. No, we don't want to be forced to compare who's firmer like jade, either. Anyone coming to this temple today is doomed to be blacklisted. Help! The officials wore expressions of utter despair. Some grabbed nearby rocks and slammed their heads against them, passing out with blissful smiles. Others, too scared to be that harsh, resorted to slapping themselves. Why did you come here today? Why? It's almost New Year's. Why did you have to come burn incense and show off your spare change? Couldn't you just stay at the office? Meanwhile, other officials sat paralyzed on the ground. Though horrified, they couldn't help but think. So, when Su Yanmiao screams internally, does it increase the range of his thoughts being broadcasted? The old emperor and the other two were in even greater despair. Why are you screaming? We don't want to be forced into these comparisons either. And why is Su Yanmiao completely unaffected after drinking the same pot of tea? Oh, right. He never drinks tea. The old emperor was drenched in sweat and felt like fainting. I'm 63 years old. Who in their right mind would give an aphrodisiac to a senior citizen? What if it kills me? Su Yanmiao cautiously approached and nervously asked, are you all okay? What do we do? This is a Buddhist temple. Where am I supposed to find someone to detox them? The old emperor is 63. Is holding on this long safe? Is it uncomfortable? Will he literally suffocate? Lian Hang is still young. What if this damages him? He just got married and doesn't even have kids yet. And then there's Ji Gong, he's 46. He's been in a loving one-on-one relationship with his wife for years, and now this is how it ends. Lian Hang, struggling to keep his robe in place, didn't want to disgrace himself by putting on a public display. When he heard Su Yanmiao's inner voice, his eyes immediately turned red. Su Lang, don't mention me at a time like this. Just worry about His Majesty and Ji Gong. I'm just a minor official, I'm not worthy. Also, there are so many other officials burning incense in the temple right now. Sob. I'm still young. I don't want to die of public shame. Sob. The old emperor and Ji Gong? Do you think we wanted this? Su Yanmiao continued to fret. Why are their faces so red? Crap. Could it be some sort of poison spreading to their lungs? At novel bin at. The old emperor wheezed and barked. Shut up. I still have my dignity? Su Yanmiao immediately covered his mouth. The old emperor quickly realized his mistake. One person silenced only meant, where do I find someone to help detox them? And this is the back mountain, there's no time to move them to the meditation room. Are they going to do it outdoors? An emperor, a grand academic, and a Ministry of War official engaging in such acts in a sacred Buddhist site, is that even allowed? Should I prepare curtains to shield them? It'd be bad for them to see each other directly. Ji Gong's face twisted in agony, and he shut his eyes in despair. He's taking a leave of absence. He won't be showing his face again until after the new year. This chapter was so funny. I was laughing hysterically by the last sentence. Of course, the most urgent matter is to find someone first. Officials. They certainly had female relatives around, but choosing between wearing a green hat, cuckoldry, or showing patriotic loyalty was truly a difficult decision. Whether it's putting the hat on themselves or on their son-in-law, brother-in-law, or sister's husband, it's utterly explosive no matter how you look at it. If worse comes to worst, find a man. After all, whether it's pills or potions, these inanimate objects shouldn't be smart enough to differentiate gender, right? The officials, who had been touching their heads, immediately switched to covering their rear ends. This wasn't the risk of loyalty just increased by a billionfold? One particular 69-year-old senior censor, who had been loyal and patriotic his entire life, suddenly had his struggling expression harden into one of resolve. Your Majesty, this old servant is ready. Ha 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 ha, imagining this scene have me in laughing fits. With creaky joints, he started arduously climbing the mountain. The old emperor still hadn't realized he had such a loyal subject. At this moment, he was just hesitating, uncertain, and his gaze fell on the Ministry of War's clerk and Ji Sui. Maybe, use one of them? The two men's expressions tightened, and the pain in their rear ends seemed to flare up again in waves. Both of them were one step away from losing control. The old emperor, forget it, dragging ministers into the royal bed wouldn't sound good if word got out. He then turned his gaze to the gentleman. Just a moment ago, he thought this person was perfect in every way, eloquent, morally aligned, and of pure character. But now, his gaze gradually became more critical. This man smelled too fragrant. How many sachets had he stuffed into his clothing? The scent was overwhelming. And his face, powdered to look whiter, was excessively effeminate. Furthermore, the gentleman was struggling to hold in his need to urinate, his face alternating between green and red. Could it be? The emperor realized he was about to lose control? Sir. Su Yanmiao suddenly raised his voice. The gentleman's face twisted, his urge to pee nearly bursting out from the shock. The old emperor spoke with difficulty. What is it? Su Yanmiao, I have an idea. The old emperor, I think I know what your idea is, but let me think about it some more. A straight man for life, being suddenly asked to take a man, it was a psychological hurdle he couldn't overcome at novel bin at. Physiologically, it might also be an impossible leap. What? The old emperor guessed it? And he still needs to think about it? Well, I suppose, taking matters into his own hands in public, even for an emperor. Take matters into his own hands? The old emperor abruptly sat up straight. Ji Sui's eyes lit up with delight. The Ministry of War clerk swayed slightly as he got up, looking for a place to go. All three were suddenly ecstatic. This idea might work. The gentleman, utterly dumbfounded, watched as the four men dashed off. What's going on? Ji Gong, why are you leaving too? Look at me, Ji Gong. Fine. He struggled to stand up, searching for a spot. Once he finished his personal business, he'd go find His Majesty and Ji Gong. Su Yanmiao covered his ears and eyes, turning his back to them. Don't worry, I won't look or listen. The three men. Enough? You might as well just stand guard openly. In this situation, the three exchanged awkward glances. Then, they each sat down on opposite sides of a tree, back to the trunk, unable to see each other. About a quarter of an hour later, all three had more or less finished. But the old emperor sat there expressionless, not moving. Ji Sui leaned against the tree, resting his eyes. The Ministry of War clerk looked conflicted, his face full of torment. None of the three budged, locked in a stalemate. Another quarter of an hour passed before the Ministry of War clerk, tears of frustration streaming down his face, stood up. A little while later, Su Yanmiao's inner thoughts came through. He himself was chatting with the Ministry of War clerk. 2/4 of an hour was enough. Is that a long time or a short time? The old emperor and Ji Sui stared coldly at the air ahead of them. Yes, that's why they hadn't stood up yet. As for the Ministry of War clerk, both of them were higher ups he couldn't afford to offend. He had no choice but to sacrifice his own reputation. Another quarter of an hour passed. The old emperor discreetly massaged his numb backside. Ji Sui flexed his tired legs. Half an hour later, the old emperor gritted his teeth, determined not to make any sudden movements. Ji Sui's pupils momentarily flickered with struggle. He couldn't embarrass the emperor, but this was a matter of male pride. But then again, never mind. Half an hour was enough. Ji Sui wobbled to his feet. The old emperor was overjoyed. If Ji Sui managed half an hour, surely I can hold out for an hour and show my vigor. 1 hour later, Su Yanmiao's inner voice chimed in. Still not done. Is this really that long-lasting? Huh? Why are so many officials lingering on the mountainside without moving? Could it be they discovered the emperor's presence here, want to pay their respects, but don't want to expose his location, so they're planning some kind of staged encounter? But this many people? The emperor's not stupid. The old emperor, who had just decided he'd held on long enough and could stand up, immediately sat back down. 1 hour? That's not enough? Those officials are all watching? The old emperor encountered his ministers halfway up the mountain. The old emperor feigned a smile. My loyal subjects, how leisurely you all seem today. The ministers bowed their heads, not daring to speak. The gentleman, however, feigned surprise and exclaimed, Subjects? You're the emperor. This gentleman had returned after using the restroom. The ministers were alarmed. Who is this person, behaving even more recklessly than Su Yanmiao? Su Yanmiao at least has privileges, but do you? Even if you didn't know the emperor's identity before, shouldn't you be pretending to be meek now? And your expression is so obviously fake. Who would believe you didn't know the emperor's identity earlier? As expected, their emperor raised his voice towards the forest. Take him away and lock him up. Several squads of imperial guards emerged from what seemed to be an empty forest. A few of them stepped forward and restrained the gentleman, who offered little resistance and obediently let himself be taken. Before leaving, however, he cast a hopeful look at Ji Sui. Lord Ji, you promised me, you said you'd advocate for the enforcement of the admonitions for women? Yet Ji Sui lowered his gaze and lightly dusted off the sleeve of his robe, as if that hopeful plea had nothing to do with him. After all, Ji Sui's face remained impassive. Enforcing the admonitions for women? He had a daughter of his own. He had never intended for the admonitions for women to replace the current social norms. When the foreign tribes conquered the Central Plains, they brought their customs with them. These nomads never adhered to the notion that women should stay confined to their homes. Both men and women had to herd livestock. Over 5 centuries, these practices had deeply integrated into the culture of the Central Plains. When the Han dynasty later established the Zhou dynasty to restore order, the new era carried with it the ruggedness and openness of the grasslands. Women could walk the streets freely, engage in commerce, and work outside the home. Upon reaching marriageable age, they even had the autonomy to choose their partners. While stricter regulations emerged in the mid to late period of the dynasty, the society as a whole remained far more liberal compared to other eras. In the current Xia dynasty, which inherited the Zhou system, not only did they adopt the Zhou laws but also its social customs. Therefore, Ji Sui had always planned to discard the idea once it served its purpose. Would the emperor consider implementing it? Ji Sui could only say that given the founding emperor's reputation and personal preference for virtuous and obedient women, it was well known that the emperor's most beloved princess Yanmiao was once punished for her mistakes by being forced to recite the admonitions for women. If His Majesty had wanted to enforce it, it would have happened at the beginning of the dynasty. In fact, 3 decades ago, the previous emperor had also contemplated refining the wild customs of the preceding era. But wasn't it the empress herself who had blocked that effort? The gentleman's eyes filled with despair. Ji Sui, you scoundrel, you break your word. Shameless? Su Yanmiao glanced at the imperial guards and suddenly had a thought. Wait, have they always been nearby protecting the emperor? Doesn't that mean they saw the old emperor, when he was using his hands? The commander of the imperial guards felt his legs go weak and immediately knelt before the emperor with a loud thud. Huh? Why did he suddenly kneel? Did I miss something? Under the old emperor's cold glare, the commander hastily said, Your Majesty, forgive your servant for arriving late to protect you. He then added emphatically, this servant will never turn his back again? Never again. He repeated it twice for emphasis. The old emperor seemed to understand, his expression softening slightly. It appeared the guards had used their heads and turned their backs when they sensed something amiss. That meant they hadn't seen him, doing that thing, whatever it was. Su Yanmiao, confident that his thoughts were safe in his mind and reassured that the emperor and the others weren't physically harmed, indulged in a bout of schadenfreude. Phew, lucky for me I don't like tea. I dodged a bullet, ha ha ha. The old emperor's face darkened. The ministers didn't dare make a sound, inwardly chanting that they were wooden puppets. Let me see how this spring drug made its way into Yulong Temple. It's so tragic, how it managed to end up being drunk by the emperor of all people, ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed in the old emperor's mind, making his face grow darker and darker. Laugh, laugh, laugh. What's so funny? You're a virgin who hasn't even married yet. Of course, you'd find it amusing that you didn't fall victim to the aphrodisiac. Otherwise, you'd already have been beep and too ashamed to live. Wait, this temple. Su Yanmiao's eyes suddenly widened as if he'd discovered something. The old emperor paused, suddenly deciding to grant Su Yanmiao a temporary pardon. His ears perked up. What about this temple? Could it be one of those infamous lecherous temples where monks allegedly seduced women under the guise of helping them conceive? The thought made the old emperor's brows furrow, his eyes glinting with rage. Wretches? Lewd monks? The next moment, Su Yanmiao's inner voice rang out at novel bin at. There are so many scandals between the monks and noble women in this temple. Whoa, and it's all consensual? This is one big green hat temple? Yulong Temple, more like a place mass-producing green hats, ha 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 ha. The ministers. What did you just say? Who's handing out green hats to whom? Several ministers felt their hearts seize, nearly fainting on the spot. Their families' women had visited this temple quite often. The old emperor's eyes widened like bronze bells. Of course, while others felt anguish, he felt exhilarated. A green hat temple. Who's ever heard of something so exciting? His empress wouldn't betray him, so he could sit back and enjoy the drama with no worries. Just as they were getting absorbed in the gossip, Su Yanmiao suddenly lost interest in the green hat temple and moved on to other juicy topics, leaving the tale unfinished. The emperor and ministers. But we're interested? But no matter how skilled they were, they couldn't do anything about a disinterested Su Yanmiao. Subtle hints went over his head, and when the topic shifted to the temple, he'd only give a nonchalant "oh," showing no real interest. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. What's so entertaining about a temple of cuckolds? I've seen plenty of that. This isn't nearly as interesting as. We don't care about your as. We just want to finish the gossip. Halfway through spilling the tea, they were left high and dry, feeling like eunuchs unable to consummate a marriage. The next day was a rare day of rest, and the court assembly wasn't until the day after. However, many officials arrived that morning visibly deflated, with dull expressions and lethargy weighing them down. When asked what was wrong, they'd only offer a bitter smile and mutter, "Don't ask." Which, of course, only made people more curious. The officials who had visited the Yulong Temple were too consumed by their own thoughts to notice the murderous glares of their colleagues. They had murder on their minds too. 2 whole days without being able to eat or sleep properly, too scared to ask their wives or concubines whether they'd been unfaithful. They were certain that if they did, Su Yanmiao would inevitably notice. Regardless of the truth, the moment he fixated on it in court, their reputations would be utterly ruined. At least, they thought, they'd wait until Su Yanmiao finished spilling all the tea about Yulong Temple before they acted. This court session passed without Su Yanmiao causing any outrageous incidents. He attended the assembly properly for once. The emperor and his ministers, torn between relief and disappointment, thought, why couldn't something exciting, catastrophic happen? When the session ended, Your Majesty, someone called out. The emperor turned, surprised, but upon recognizing the voice of Marquis Jian, he maintained a polite demeanor. What is it, Lord Jian? Adat Novel bin Adat. The marquises and dukes of this generation were mostly men who had fought alongside him in founding the empire or the descendants of such men. The emperor treated these old comrades and their families with great favor so long as they didn't cross the line. However, Marquis Jian's title was not hereditary, making his standing slightly lower in the emperor's eyes. Marquis Jian, his face glowing with pride, declared, Your Majesty, my 9th son is celebrating his first full month today. I humbly invite Your Majesty and all my esteemed colleagues to grace us with your presence. The emperor, surprised, asked, Your legitimate son? Indeed. Marquis Jian practically shouted, brimming with pride. Born to my wife, a healthy baby boy. Who wouldn't be proud? 8 legitimate children already raised to adulthood, and now, in his 50s, another child? Proof of his virility and vitality? The other nobles were green with envy. Outwardly, they congratulated him. Congratulations? What a blessing. Marquis Jian, you're truly still in your prime. A big, healthy boy, how wonderful. Inwardly, they were seething. Damn it! We fought alongside His Majesty just like him, yet he has so many sons? Me? I don't even have 3. I only have 1 daughter. Exactly? Why is it that despite similar circumstances, I only have 2 children? He has 9 legitimate sons. Unfair? Life is so unfair. And it's not like his concubines are fertile, 5 of them, yet barely 2 children combined. As they stewed in bitterness, Su Yanmiao's inner thoughts floated into their minds with a tone of confusion, bewilderment, and curiosity. Why's he so happy? It's not even his kid. They knew it was wrong, but many officials felt a spark of schadenfreude light up inside. Oh, 9 sons? All legitimate? Oh, sure, he's still so virile, isn't he? One general, who had just been lamenting his own meager offspring, couldn't resist snickering. I told you something was fishy about his concubine's lack of children. Turns out, he's not as virile as he pretends to be. The emperor coughed lightly, trying to keep a solemn face. After all, being cuckolded by one's wife was, well, tragic. Lord Jian, this matter. Marquis Jian, who had been basking in his glory, turned red with rage. At this point, the Jinyiwei commander stepped forward and quickly whispered Su Yanmiao's revelation into the Marquis's ear. Otherwise, how could they explain his sudden change from jubilation to fury, storming off to catch the culprits? Once the Jinyiwei finished, Marquis Jian's eyes bulged blood red, and he charged out of the hall, cursing, wretched woman. The emperor, watching him go, sighed. Truly unfortunate. Should I follow him? Would that be too obvious? Then he noticed the wife's family also rushing out, fists clenched, shouting, that old dog, still has the nerve to act outraged? Fetch me my sword. The crown prince glanced at his hesitant father and sneered, striding off confidently to join the spectacle. If there's gossip, why hold back? The emperor still hesitated, caught between propriety and curiosity. Just then, Su Yanmiao's sympathetic thoughts resounded in his mind. Marquis Jian is something else. His wife is the sister of the Marquis of Pengcheng, their family's only treasure. Back then, they even considered making her the head of the family if they couldn't find her a suitable husband. The Marquis Jian had to swear an oath never to take concubines' ironclad proof. Otherwise, the Marquis of Pengcheng's sister wouldn't have married him. And now he's mad? If he hadn't taken concubines first, she wouldn't have sought out that handsome monk. The emperor, originally frowning at Su Yanmiao's commentary, perked up at the latter part. A handsome monk? What handsome monk? Oh, my, and it's someone we know. Su Yanmiao's inner voice grew excited. It's that same beauty who tried to flirt with the emperor back at the temple. Uninformed officials. What? A temple? Scandalous? Is this how His Majesty rolls? The emperor's temple pulsed with irritation. There's no need to bring up unnecessary details. So she's the one who cuckolded Marquis Jian. Wait, the lover is the abbot of that temple. The emperor shouted, prepare my sedan chair. This was a drama starring people he knew. He wouldn't miss it for the world. Such drama demands a live audience. As they reached the gates of Marquis Jian's residence, Su Yanmiao's eyes widened, practically bulging out. Wait. Who's so malicious as to summon the head monk of Yulong Temple? Adat Novel bin Adat. The emperor. What's malicious about it? He thought indignantly. I simply want my loyal subject Jian Marquis to die knowing the truth. How could that be wrong? When the doors swung open, the scene inside was jaw-dropping. The entourages of the 2 Marquis households stood sharply divided, each side bolstered by hulking guards ready to fight. In the center, Jian Marquis was shouting curses at the top of his lungs. You wretch! When did this start? The noblewoman's hair was disheveled, and her clothes hung loosely, clearly hastily put on. She retorted with equal sharpness, since the first time you broke your promise. Jian Marquis did some mental math. Thank goodness, at least his eldest son was still his. Su Yanmiao's thoughts, wow, does this mean all 9 sons belong to someone else? Jian Marquis, Jian Marquis, Jian Marquis nearly choked on his own rage. You deceived me? My first concubine came 3 years after we wed, and our eldest son was born in the 2nd year of our marriage. How could he not be my child? The noblewoman sneered. Oh, I thought you were asking about my lovers, but you mean my clients? Of course, since you were cheating on me, I cheated right back. Jian Marquis, he staggered. Wait, you mean, not just one? Are you saying all 9 children have different fathers? The civil and military officials in the room collectively gave him sympathetic looks. Jian Marquis could hardly process it, but someone crueler forced him to face reality. Wow, incredible. Jian Marquis has 9 sons, each from a different father. The officials, pfft, the emperor, coughs. Not that they wanted to laugh, it was just impossible to hold it in with Su Yanmiao's running commentary. Jian Marquis turned red, then green, then white, and finally purple. You've gone too far. Su Yanmiao's mind. Huh? What did she just say? Why is he suddenly so mad? Nearby, the crown prince, also snacking on the drama, shook his head. Jian Marquis is too short-tempered. Indeed, unable to lash out at Su Yanmiao, he could only rage impotently at his wife. Jian Marquis pointed at the noblewoman and bellowed, "This is your fault. After childbirth, you couldn't serve me, so I graciously took in one of your maids. I've been more than fair to you." The noblewoman wouldn't back down, firing back like a string of firecrackers. Huh? You couldn't last a single incense stick's time. Limp as noodles? Those concubines of yours still have to flatter you and pretend you're great. Watching them makes me pity them. Don't tell me you believed their words. Jian Marquis' face went from red to blue, to white, then purple again. You, nonsense. To be fair, Su Yanmiao mused, an incense stick's worth of time is enough for Jian Marquis to manage 3 rounds. She's being awfully kind here. Jian Marquis, enough. Lies? It's 2 rounds at most? The noblewoman's burly brother stepped forward, his face dark. You made an agreement. You broke it by taking in concubines. How dare you blame my sister? If she didn't stop us, we'd have broken your legs long ago. Jian Marquis, from his well of anger, found a faint touch of bittersweet relief. At least his wife had defended him from her unreasonable brothers. Surely, she still cared for him. Su Yanmiao's mind offered a somber confirmation. Oh, absolutely. She thinks you're rare a fool, easy to manipulate, and handsome to boot. Might as well keep you around. Ha 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 ha. Some of the officials couldn't hold it any longer. Many of them had suffered from Jian Marquis' incessant bragging about his sons, often enduring veiled mockery of their own family situations. Now, they laughed so heartily they could barely stand straight. She's right. When some noble women married later, they lamented not acting fast enough to snag someone foolish, gullible, and good-looking. The laughter cut off abruptly. Silence. Wife. A terrifying thought occurred to the officials. Wait, is Su Yanmiao talking about my wife? Meanwhile, the noblewoman's brother continued ranting. My sister is an incredible woman. A little headstrong, yes, but she's pure at heart. She even lets those kids call you their father? Who else is going to perform the burial rites at your funeral? You've already gotten away with so much. Jian Marquis' hand trembled violently, too enraged to speak. His colleagues recovered faster than he did. Compared to baseless suspicions about their own marriages, there was more satisfaction in mocking this humiliated man in front of them. One after another, they pretended Jian Marquis was deaf, speaking louder for effect. Impressive. Just wow. Imagine fathering 9 sons without lifting a finger. Hiss. He's worn this green hat for nearly 30 years since he was a teenager? Incredible. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. I just remembered. My wife has seen the Jian Marquis' wife at Yulong Temple more than once. Huh? Then doesn't that mean your wife also frequents Yulong Temple? The question came from one of the officials who had accompanied the emperor to the temple days ago. The official who volunteered this information about his wife looked confused. Yeah, so what? Yulong Temple is famous for its prayers for children being very effective. The questioning official gave him a sympathetic look. It wasn't just this outspoken official who felt a chill run down his spine. Many of the officials who hadn't gone to the temple 2 days earlier felt a sudden pang of dread. And then, they heard Su Yanmiao's shameless commentary. The monks at Yulong Temple are all so handsome, sweet-talking, and skilled in bedroom techniques. Of course noble women and official wives are drawn to them, it's completely normal. Haha, no wonder the temple is so effective at granting children. These monks have even ranked themselves based on their fertility effectiveness, and the more likely they are to help someone conceive, the higher their service fees. Ha ha ha. Oh, and they're clever, too. They deliberately approach strong-willed noble women, especially those with wealth and power equal to their husbands. Once these women get a taste of their service, they won't expose the monks instead, they'll return for more and even protect them if the secret comes out. This time, many of the officials staggered in their seats. What? Eating gossip only to realize the scandal might involve them was too much. They couldn't help but imagine their own wives in Su Yanmiao's scenarios. In that moment, every man felt like an invisible green hat had landed squarely on his head. A deathly silence fell over the room. Well, almost silent. The crown prince glanced left, then right, and couldn't hold back. Wow. His exclamation jolted many back to reality. Even the emperor glared at him. What are you chiming in for? But the crown prince didn't regret it. Because it really was thrilling. Holy crap! The Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice cursed under his breath. The others turned sympathetic eyes toward him. Of all people, he was the first to be implicated. How unlucky could he get? But after a moment of pity, curiosity took over. What about the Minister of Justice? Could it be a scandal about a lonely wife sneaking around with a handsome monk? They weren't in trouble yet, so they might as well enjoy someone else's misfortune. Hurry up, spill the tea. Turns out, the Minister of Justice has been secretly keeping a pair of mistress's sisters. The officials were immediately disappointed. What? That's it? That's hardly. Oh, but the sisters are the younger siblings of a monk at Yulong Temple. They told the monks that the Minister of Justice is terrible in bed, painful, clumsy, and over far too quickly. Just like Jian Marquis, the Minister of Justice. How dare they? Not true. His whole family isn't like that. He wasn't like Jian Marquis at all. His mistresses always said he was so vigorous they couldn't get out of bed for half a day afterward. The monks knew this, so while the minister secretly visited his mistresses, they sent their most skilled and handsome monk to secretly seduce his wife while she was praying at the temple. And then? Ha ha ha, wow. And then what? Some officials stared eagerly, while others licked their lips in anticipation. Was this about using his exposed infidelity as leverage? Once again, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness this has nothing to do with us. The Minister of Justice, however, couldn't muster a smile. He clenched his jaw tightly as memories flooded back. His wife used to be domineering, jealous, and fiercely opposed to him taking concubines. Once, when he dallied with a maid in broad daylight, she stormed in with a massive blade, chasing the two of them still half-naked through the courtyard. That's why he kept the sisters outside the household. But recently, his wife had stopped monitoring him. She seemed to have mellowed out overnight. Just the other day, he had tentatively mentioned taking a concubine. His wife had calmly replied, "I understand. You like gentle, attentive women who flatter you. That kind of person is indeed wonderful." He had assumed she'd finally learned the virtues of a dutiful wife at Novel bin Adat. But now, oh, it must have been love at first sight. Gentle attentiveness is irresistible. She's been thoroughly satisfied and even asked to try someone wilder next time. And can you blame her? You're short on time and lacking in skill. If you can seek satisfaction outside, why can't she? And those monks really know how to set the mood. Sweet talk, delicate touches, even using only their hands, tongues, or sterilized tools like polished jade rods, all while bathing and burning incense beforehand. Who wouldn't enjoy that? The Minister of Justice's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Me? I wouldn't enjoy that? What's happening in recent chapters? They cheated openly and got cheated behind closed door. Get divorced and get on with it. Logic is shifting. But let's see.